relatively unscathed from all that's happening in the Middle East. So keep that in mind. Ajit Mishra, which of the large private banks would you want to add at lower levels for a positional trade, if at all?
So Axis Bank, like what we have discussed earlier also, wherein we are seeing relatively high strength. Other than that, I feel ICICI Bank could be the next candidate, because after this decline, maybe close to around, let's say 1280, 1285 zone, we have multiple supports to look at. And largely we were seeing consolidation with the sideways tone. So this kind of profit taking further, helps him to exit the weak hands, and probably around the 100 EMA mark, we'll see the stock settle down. So ICICI Bank alongside with Axis is something that you should be focusing on.
Okay, thank you so much, Ajit, Parag Bhai and Kush for joining us this morning. And let's hope we have some kind of relief through the day. Do you want to stick your neck out and make a prediction about closing?
I was about to say 525, 600 put option has been seeing very interesting activity. While that could change, I take comfort from that fact. So if you do want to consider a long trade, keep yesterday's low of 545 on the Nifty, and a small quantity, but you can perhaps consider a trade on the Nifty.
Would you carry over trades to Monday? I'm just saying, considering that things have been happening very, very quickly.
And Trump has a Friday fetish, so every time he comes out with a news, good or bad, he comes out on Friday. No, I wouldn't definitely carry a trade over on, over the weekend, because things far too volatile.
Okay, so on that note, that is the closing point on this conversation.
Absolutely. All right. Just want to recap this story we were talking about from the Financial Times. I just thought it bears, telling all of our viewers about it. They have done a story saying that the US-Israel war against Iran is causing financial strain to Gulf states, and they may review investments, overseas investments, future economic commitments, sports sponsorship, and corporate contracts and holdings. As per their internal assessment, 3 or 4 major Gulf economies are reviewing budget strains, and they're examining contract clauses. Internal reviews are underway to check possibility of invoking force majeure. They will also reassess current and future investments. Now, what's driving this? Obviously, lower energy income, tourism slowdown, aviation sector hit, rise in defense spending. And even though it's just been 4 or 5 days of this war, clearly a lot of Gulf nations have been at the receiving end. Their move has been termed as precautionary because they want to act early to prepare for a possibility of prolonged conflict-related expenses. I thought this was quite important. And of course, all of this is on the Financial Times. Let me go across now to Sharad, who's speaking with Canara HSBC Life Insurance as the company posts a steady performance. Sharad, over to you.
Thanks a lot, Tamanna, for that. And of course, moving on from the volatile space to a little less volatile industry, that's the insurance industry I'm talking about. Canara HSBC Life, we had a chat with the management across how the growth has moved around and the outlook going forward. We're joined in by Anuj Mathur. He's the managing director and the CEO of Canara HSBC Life Insurance. And to begin with, Anuj, the first question would be, of course, could you just walk us through the key operational parameters which we have been tracking, especially for February and March, around this persistency and the solvency ratio?
So first of all, thanks for giving me this opportunity to talk. I'll not be able to make any forward-looking statement, but yes, I can definitely talk basis our 9 months performance, which we have kind of declared. And I don't see any big change from what we saw in last 9 months, the period which ended on 31st December and now. So I think the overall outlook is positive. I think there is good demand for the products. I think the GST exemption, while that happened in September, but we have seen actually from affordability perspective, customers actually looking at buying term insurance, protection as a theme. So overall outlook is quite positive, and we are very happy with the way the company is performing as of now.
And Anuj, you see a lot of your business, almost 91% of your business is coming from the banking channels. What's the growth outlook for this banking segment, and any kind of diversion moves we can expect?
See, the guidance which we have given in our analyst call also a month back was that our growth is going to be in the range of about 20% or so, which is what we have delivered in the 9 months period also. And I think that should continue.
And Anuj, if you look at the product mix change, that's evolving also right now. And will it be more towards the protection and the annuity segment? We have seen that in the Q3 numbers as well. Does this trend continue going ahead as well?
Yeah, see, as far as protection mix is concerned, that has gone up in our case. We have seen, if I talk about 9 months period also, our protection mix has gone up to 7%. It used to be 4% a year back. So as I mentioned, we are seeing a demand, and we are also seeing demand coming for guaranteed products now. So we feel that in months to come, people will look at guaranteed products because that is where you can lock in your return. So we feel that the traditional mix will go up in months to come.
And Anuj, talking about the value of new business margins, that has been strong for the industry. But will this sustain in the fourth quarter as well?
See, our VNB margin would be in line with whatever we have announced so far. Last we announced was 19.7% for the 9 months period. So I think as a company, you will not see any surprises. We should be reporting VNB margins in line with what we have done in the past. That's my take. And as we are scaling up the business, that brings in the operating leverage, that brings in the benefit of scale, and along with protection mix, which we are kind of pushing, we feel that our VNB margins will be stable around the same levels.
Anuj, you spoke about the operational leverage at play. Now, overall for the business margin as well on consolidated levels, what are the key levels we are watching out for? And interestingly, what other growth triggers would be there?
So profitability, as I mentioned, a lot depends on the scale also. And as we are assuming scale and we are increasing our penetration, we expect profitability to be good. In fact, we launched our agency channel in the month of October, and we are trying to scale it up. And we feel that the profitability which we are generating from the business we should be in a position to invest some of these things into some of these long-term investments. I'll call it as an investment, the launch of agency channel, and we should see volumes moving up and profitability remaining intact.
Well, Anuj, interestingly, the agency challenge launch, which you just spoke about, that's an interesting take coming in. But still, the diversification strategy is something which the street wants to know, especially in terms of the distribution channel. How does this product mix change now?
So agency is something which we have launched and we'll be scaling that up. We see that as a major kind of channel contributing to diversification. We expect that in 3 years' time, we would be able to scale it up to about 5% of the total business. And overall, it's positive. And our other channels also, which includes digital, defense, direct sales, there also we have seen good traction. So overall, we should be able to diversify. But having said that, our business model, which is more tilted towards bank assurance, is very good. We have seen very good growth in banca business. So I think that should help us in terms of overall growth of the company. So while we are diversifying, but we will not leave our banca growth strategy, which is profitable. And also in terms of sales quality, we have seen that the sales quality outcome is also good. So we'll continue to focus on banca and we'll continue to diversify, and you will see agency moving up over a period of time in a phased manner.
Thanks a lot, Anuj, for that. It's always a pleasure talking to you. And the management of Canara HSBC Life stating that the margins are going strong. And interestingly, they will still focus on their important banking channel as well. Almost 91% of business comes from there. Over to you, Alex.
Absolutely, Sharad. Thanks so much for that conversation. Certainly one to watch. Markets have come off the low point of the day, now trading with cuts of just about 0.4%. Some of that strength being led by Reliance Industries, which is up about 1.8%. So despite the private banking pain, you are seeing a little bit of a rise from the lows for the benchmark Nifty 50. But let's focus in on Gen Resources and recycling. Of course, this company is in the spotlight with copper supply disruptions being a key tailwind for the company, and it is doubling down, of course, on its copper capacity. We have a chat lined up with the management, but let's talk about some of the key developments for this particular company, including the expansion plans. Puneet joining in to tell you about that. Puneet?
Well, thank you for that, Alex. Three key things. It's a recent listing listed in September 2025 and has done well for its investors, up almost 30% since the IPO price of 312. Now, the key aspect about this one has been that It is, of course, a key recycler of copper, lead, as well as aluminum alloys. And hence, because of what we've seen as an advent in the copper prices, the EBITDA per ton has materially improved for Jain Resource Recycling. The other aspect that, it stands to benefit from what we are seeing as a major supply disruption, given that the secondary market is now very active for copper as well. And here is where this company comes in. They've also got, in terms of the Q3 numbers, very, very strong numbers, over 50% growth in revenues, what they've reported. Margins also have steadily improved with profits doubling in Q3. The key aspect, though, the company has a new joint venture and did an acquisition as well, which was announced in this particular quarter. So a couple of key conversations about what was the rationale for both of them and the benefits that come in, that will be one. And secondly, of course, as you mentioned, on capacity increase. So these will be the broad areas to talk about with the company, definitely in focus on what we're seeing as a supply disruption in copper, amongst other key materials as well.
Okay. Thanks, Puneet, for that. Mr. Jain, Managing Director, Kamlesh Jain, Managing Director of Jain Resource Recycling, with us on the show. And this is the second time, and I think in the last 3 months that we're talking to him, but they are, scaling up and notching up some milestones. So it's lovely to have you back, Mr. Jain. Thanks so much for taking the time out. Just at the outset, for somebody who's looking at your company, would it be fair to assume that you will be, over the next 3-4 years, a volume growth led player, and that's the best way to maybe analyze how your business growth happens? Or will there be added elements of a non-volume growth led pieces as well?
It will be a mixture of both the things. So you know that we have been growing last 10 years CAGR of 40%, and we will keep growing on this same scale, what I said earlier also. Of course, there's a volume growth, and there are different product mix are coming and signing joint ventures. So I don't think, the main lead will be from the volume growth, and there'll be some product mix also, and new metals are adding in that. That will help us to grow more faster.
So, Mr. Jain, okay, since this is, the main lead being volume growth, can we just dissect that first and then try and think of the other things as well? How have you done thus far in terms of capacity utilization levels and volume growth for the 9 months? What do you anticipate, looking at the way the current world is and the anomalies around that volume growth and capacity expansions could look like, let's say, over the next 12 to 18 months?
Okay, about capacity utilization, we different metals got different segments, and if you want more details, we already been told on our last
on call. Sure.
And you can also refer to the website where we all mentioned about that. Different metals got different, but overall we are improving the capacity utilizations. Coming back to the current scenario, yes, it is very favoring recycling now, because you know that natural resources are getting depleted in nature, and the way the copper mines are struggling to get the copper raw materials, and that is why the big smelters are keen to use now a recycled material to make into virgin metals. So we are supplying to globally and as well as Indian smelters, copper smelters, and they make our recycled metal into virgin. But subsequently, we are also starting our own cathode, and which is making the recycled metal into virgin metals, and that we are going to start from the next week. And next 3 months, we are adding a lot of copper value-added product, like from copper anode to copper cathodes, copper wire rods, and copper bus bars. So all those items will lead to a value chain as well as top line and bottom line increment.
Mr. Jain, good morning. Tamanna here. Just trying to understand that the supply disruptions we're seeing right now across the board, including from copper mines, what is the impact for you? Is there a tailwind that you see? Is it a positive impact because demand for recycled materials will grow?
Yes, you're right. So right now there's a supply disruption in the copper from the copper mines, and because of that, definitely the recycled metal is getting advantage, and more smelters are coming to us for buying our materials to make into refined. As in the future, the recycling is going to grow more and more, and that is where the humanity is depending on that. And by seeing the current nature, so you see that there is not any much new investments are happening in the copper mines because of many factors, environment factors, approvals, and the the quality of copper ore has gone down, and at current price, difficult to work out the costing. So recycle is one of the best option for globally to supply the copper finished goods and balance the market.
Okay, so what is the kind of opportunity you see in the middle of this disruption? Have demands order flows started coming in? Are you seeing prices going up? Like you said, this is a good opportunity, but can you quantify that for us in any way and talk about the current disruption?
So as I told that there is very few investments are happening in new copper mines, and actually there is not much opportunity also not available for the copper smelters to sow the new mines. So the recycling has got a great future, and as we have been growing in copper recycling sector, I think more than 50% in last 10 years you're seeing, and copper is one of the key metal to lead our growth, and that is what we are doing. Copper recycling has got a big portion of plastic recycling also. That also we are growing in a bigger way. So I see tremendous opportunity in copper recycling, and we are going to expand our capacities. The phase 1 we are starting for copper cathode now, and then after 2 months another phase 2, and then maybe it be phase 3 or phase 4 in the years to come. But definitely there's a good huge demand for copper products. And there is
Mr. Jain, good morning to you. And nobody is denying that the long-term future is extremely bright. What we're trying to understand is, in the fourth quarter, while certain other players are bearing the brunt of disruptions on account of the Middle East war, there are certain players that will benefit because supply disruptions globally will cause companies to look for alternatives, and your company is one that provides copper as well as lead, and I understand also aluminium as well to a lesser extent. So is there going to be a tailwind that you will see in the financials in the fourth quarter itself?
Yes, there will be a tailwind because of the supply disruption. What you're talking is not affecting us because we are not buying from mainly Middle East. We buy from mainly Africa and the US markets and somewhere in Europe also. So we don't see any big supply disruption for us, and our raw material supply is secured. And our sale also is not in Middle East. We sell in the most in Far East, in China and India and other part of Asia. So, but we have fixed conversion margins. I mean, we depend on more and more volume to grow, and that is where our strength lies, to grow the volume and increase the EBITDA and PAT margins.
Fair point. Mr. Jain, I wish you all the very best for the rest of the quarter, and we will look forward to getting into the nuts and bolts of it once the earnings come through. Thank you so much for taking the time.
Yeah, I will not disappoint you.
I look forward to it. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right, well, there you go. So that's the management of Jain Resource Recycling. Let's talk about the companies in India, and here I'm talking about EPC companies that have exposure to the Middle East that are taking a bit of a battering. And the question is, are they going to be able to adjust for this? Will it be a significant hit that is expected in the fourth quarter earnings itself? Rohit Singhania, co-head of equities at DSP Mutual Fund and the fund manager of DSP Tiger, is joining us this morning. Rohit, this is the reason why we wanted to speak to you today, because you look at this scheme, and it's a pretty old scheme that looks at some of the foremost infrastructure EPC players in the country. And so what is your reading on the implication of the Middle East war on financials in the fourth quarter and how that affects prices?
Thank you for having me here. I think, we are still watching the situation, trying to speak to companies. Companies on their side also, they're trying to evaluate, in terms of what's the on-ground realities. So whatever little feedback we have from them and from, channel checks, I think few areas the work is completely on stop. Few it's continuing. The good part is, we are not seeing, people wanting to leave the country and come back to India, the construction workers over there. So I think it's a little bit time, which will let us know in terms of how the actual impact is. But to your question, I would like to add, a few years back when we had the Red Sea crisis, right? So these companies have a force majeure contract. So in case if there is a delay in execution, they don't get impacted and, work continues. So I would say it's too early to comment, but yeah, of course, the current quarter slightly would be impacted because the work would have been slowed down for whatever number of days. So that could be a near-term impact, but a longer-term impact will be known only in a few days' time.
Rohit, how does good morning, Neeraj here. Would it therefore suffice to say that because the long-term impact is not known, but there very likely will be some bit of an impact, that the earnings of some of the large businesses or some of the businesses which have got a larger Middle Eastern exposure could get impacted, if not in Q4, then Q1? Or is it unlikely?
See, Neeraj, when we look at earnings, right, as fund managers and analysts, right, we don't focus so much on the next quarter or the next 2 quarters, right? It's the long term. So yes, of course, with the event right now, the view is this quarter, and maybe if it continues for longer, the second quarter earnings would be impacted. But again, we need to go back to the history, right? When these events happen, what happens after there is stability, right? What happens to the order inflows, executions? So that only time will say, as I said, I mean, every day there's a new news, right? Whether, it'll continue for a few weeks, few days, or it could continue for months. So I would say rather taking that call of 1-2 quarter, I would say right now it's a wait and watch situation. If it continues for longer, then you worry about the first half of fiscal year 27. But yeah, definitely we would see some impact in this quarter for sure.
Got it. So, okay, Rohit, I completely agree that you look at the long term. My question, though, would be that if there are earnings disappointments, maybe in Q4, maybe in Q1, and you are absolutely right, very difficult to fathom this unless the corporates were to talk. We are also trying to get to some of these corporates to talk, right, but it's difficult for them also to maybe give a gauge. But let's assume that come April, come May, there is either an earnings disappointment or a commentary disappointment for Q1. Could that bring about a valuation and a price fall into these, and therefore would it be prudent to invest into some of these names which have come off from those highs maybe a bit later as opposed to now? How would you wrap your head around that, because you are in that business of investing? What are you doing currently?
So Neeraj, I would like to answer your question in a broader framework, right? If this uncertainty or the war continues for a longer period of time, right? It is not only this space what you're talking about. It is the other space. It could be financials, it could be, other sectors also, auto, where there's a worry. For example, today we are just focusing on infra, right? Look at the issue we are facing on the gas supplies. We get almost, 1/3 of our imports from that region. And today it's virtually zero. The government is talking about, curtailing supplies to few industries and, giving it to a few important industries. Some fertilizer plants, there are talks, maybe they may prepone their annual maintenance. So I would say this kind of a situation continues. I think it's not that great in the near term for the entire market, not only this particular segment what we're talking about. So I would say yes, the hits would come, but again, you need to watch out for how long.
Rohit, good point there. It's going to be an overall impact, and especially I think we're yet to understand that if Gulf countries start tweaking their investments, what happens then? And that's the story that we've been talking about that Financial Times has reported. What are you seeing as the other areas where we might see the fallout of this war, which we have not yet understood? I mean, EPC, infra, real estate seems to be front and center, right? But what are the other areas where you see the pain maybe moving as well?
So I was reading a report 2 days back, right? So about 9 million people are employed in the GCC countries, and we receive annually about $40 to $50 billion of inflow from them, right? So that's one number to look at, in terms of when you're talking about balance of payment or current account deficit. Secondly, oil imports, right? I mean, crude is already up. I mentioned to you about gas, right? So this has a lot of second-run impact in terms of supply chain, costing for companies in terms of, how the costs go up because of the escalation in raw material prices. So I would say if it continues for a longer period of time, it's across many sectors, somehow you get impacted. If you're an export-oriented company, you have lesser volumes being exported, your costs are going up. So it creates a pressure in the entire value chain. So I would say, as I said, it's too early for me to at least predict, how the outcome will be. But we are all hoping this gets over soon, because the longer it continues, the pain will remain for longer.
I do want to ask you, Rohit, and I understand that we brought you in to speak specifically about EPC and infra, but you obviously are going to have some perspective on this. And you've pointed out that we aren't certain about the extent of the disruption. But let's assume for now, and we can only make assumptions at this point, that the disruption will not be long. Okay? In that sense, and then therefore the focus goes back to things that already occurred, and earnings and all of those factors come into play. What is your base case assumption for earnings heading into FY27, and where are the pockets of relative strength? Are you still focusing on domestic facing and consumption facing companies?
So I would answer to you if I would have met you 5 days back, right? What I would tell you, and I think right now we are sticking to it. So we were looking at, about 14 to 15% earnings growth for Nifty 50 companies for fiscal 27. And the drivers for that were primarily the financial space, banking, insurance was one space, auto was a second, and few energy names. So that is the view we are still holding on, about 14 to 15% earnings growth, and the drivers would be auto ancillary, banking, financials, and few energy names. That was the view.
Thank you so much, Rohit, for speaking with us today. He's a co-head equities at DSP Mutual Fund and also looks at the infra fund, especially the infra fund in focus this morning as we look at the fallout of what's happening in the Gulf right now. Just want to quickly look at markets for a second. And yes, the Nifty still looks weak, but pull up the small cap and the mid cap where there has been some bit of recovery coming in. And the Nifty is small cap 250, about 0.5% up right now. You're also seeing maybe the advanced decline ratio, if we can see as well. The broader markets are looking good. It's literally seeming like the private banks which are holding up. Even the advanced decline ratio is looking quite positive. So a good recovery in markets, guys.
You said it. The banks are the ones that are bearing the brunt right now. 9 out of the 12 are declining, and the biggest declines are in fact ICICI Bank continuing to hold that 2% decline, Bank of Baroda as well as HDFC Bank also losing. All right, first of all, in anticipation, let me wish you happy International Women's Day, Tamanna.
I think we should wish everyone.
I was going to do that after you said thank you.
Thank you. No, I think all the men should also be wished a happy International Women's Day, because you should be happy that you have us in your life.
No, very happy.
From that point of view.
Very, very happy.
Neeraj, just like if you put a gun to my head, I will wish. No problem.
No, not at all. Not at all. I mean, I think both halves complete each other. So it's great. I mean, I have a better half, and the two of us have a better 1/3 in the studio.
That
so
is
therefore,
true.
We are very happy.
I agree with that. I mean, it sounds cliched. Every year I say this. Every day is International Women's Day, but it's a day that you do acknowledge what women bring to the table. And I think this time around, in particular, I love that the conversations are not about inclusion and all of that. It's about what women really do bring to the table.
Yeah, and how that can be recognized better, I suppose. Hiral, many wishes, good wishes for Happy Women's Day. And you have some great conversations lined up.
Absolutely. Wish you the same as well, and wish all the women who are watching as a Happy Women's Day. In fact, let's put the spotlight, which turns to entrepreneurs, executives, and innovators who are actually now reshaping industries, building new ecosystems, and expanding what leadership actually looks like. Now, while conversations around representation continue, one thing is undeniable. Women are no longer waiting for seats at the table. They're actually building their own, and one of them is Metropolis's Ameera Shah. Good morning, Ameera. Welcome to NDTV Profit, and let me take this opportunity to first wish you a very happy Women's Day.
Thank you so much to you as well.
So, Ameera, I want to talk to you first about Empower Us. This is what you've launched to mentor women entrepreneurs. What are the kind of learnings, what are the most common internal hurdles that you've seen that have been faced today compared to when you actually started out?
I mean, look, some things have changed and some things have not. I mean, I think in the ecosystem, I would say one thing that's changed is that there's a little bit more access to capital compared to, obviously early on days for small startups and VCs firms. I mean, small startup firms and VCs providing that capital usually. The other thing that's changed is it's become fairly more acceptable for women to be entrepreneurs. So you therefore see, even though the numbers are not large, the families are not always supportive, but they are more supportive than they used to be in the past. So I would say certainly some couple of things, and there are groups that can provide you networks, can provide you support, can provide you some amount of learning. There's obviously a huge amount of data and learning online that you can do. So I think there is definitely progress. Some things which have not changed is there's still bias in the ecosystem, against women entrepreneurs. A lot of it is subconscious bias; it's not conscious. And therefore, the subconscious bias means that even though capital is available, it's not always, easily accessible because of the subconscious bias that happens. Or sometimes you miss out on opportunities because of the gender lens applied too strongly, et cetera, et cetera. So, and finally, look, women are the same in the way that there has been an evolution even in the confidence of women. But the society, the way it supports a man when he pursues a journey like this is not the way a woman is supported at all. So that I would certainly say is a change that has still not happened for the better. And this somewhere impacts women's internal confidence as part of this journey. But I am seeing this younger generation, whether it's male or female, certainly emerging with a lot more confidence than even our generation had. And that's helping women along the way.
Amira, interesting point that you make, the bias still remains, but the younger generation is even more confident. And in that kind of a scenario, sometimes women try to emulate male leadership styles. Now, how have you actually found your own authentic voice in a boardroom that was historically male-dominated?
Honestly, the boardrooms that I've been part of, I've always been part of because somebody wanted me there. Now, obviously, early days, I was invited as a female, as a woman director, independent director, because they needed a female independent director on boards. And I said, okay, I know I'm being invited because I'm a woman. But amongst the women that they know, they chose me because they felt that I had something to contribute. So let me contribute. And therefore, it was about finding a balance between giving my contribution in a way that would be accepted. So I would speak my own voice. I would sort of say things I wanted to, but like any newcomer, I didn't go in with guns blaring. I went in more diplomatically, more carefully, and then found my way to sort of speak even more authentically as time went on. So it's about us finding our comfort in a space, in a setting, and finding our own space, and then finding our voice in a more loud and authentic way. Versus doing it from day one, which maybe a man would be able to do differently or right away because, he's more entitled that he belongs there versus a woman. So I think there is a difference there. But I think for me, I've always said, look, I'm here also to learn. I'm also here to contribute. And I certainly did both in every board. And in any board, if I ever felt that my space wasn't respected, my voice wasn't respected, I just got off.
Okay, so that's an interesting point that you make. You've come a long way from Goldman Sachs to a single pathology to now seeing, hundreds of them that we're looking at. If you were to look at your career like a book, what would the current chapter be titled?
I would say the current chapter is more about, sort of being the guide and the soul of the organization. My role has definitely moved away from operations or anything day to day, achieving business plans, looking at profit, or focusing on anything operational day to day. Now I don't do any of those, right? And I think my role is really about the big picture and really about seeing what are the opportunities for us to do more. Where can we focus our time, our attention, our capital? And along with that, continuing to also make sure that the things that builds the organization's culture, the soul of the organization, the integrity, the empathy, the accuracy, are in no way getting diluted. And we continue, and the teams that are working with me continue to focus on those areas and keep as much importance on them as they were from day one.
Okay, so now that we're talking about the organization that you've built, at Metropolis, you're actually looking, Amira, at value, unlike peers who are actually looking at volume growth. How does this actually change the patient experience and in terms of growth? Because volumes is the key, but you are looking at value.
Yeah, that's an excellent question because these are the questions that people don't ask and therefore don't understand, right? People think pathology is a commoditized business where you put the samples, the machine throw out the results, and therefore there's great operating leverage which can lower the cost and people can do it very cheaply. And that's actually very far from the truth. It's partly true where, yes, there is some automation, but it's not fully automated. Manual expertise intervention plays a very important role. There are a lot of things that can go wrong. We actually calculated in a simple thing like a blood sugar or cholesterol, which is probably the simplest test to do. 150 things can go wrong along the way from the time we collect your sample to the time we give you your report. And if any one of those things go wrong, your quality of your result goes wrong, right? So this is actually not a commoditized area. And the more complex the disease, the more complex the illness, the more specific and precise your result has to be. 19-20 nahi chalega, it has to be 99.9% accurate, right? So we've always focused on exactly that, as you said, that value-based care, which is all about precision, accuracy. When you're going through the most complicated period in your life, you should be able to depend upon your lab partner to be able to give you an accurate report that your doctor can then make the right decision based on. Otherwise, you'll end up getting a wrong treatment for a wrong diagnosis, and that's not going to help you for sure. But what we've done along the way is that we're probably the only organization in our industry where out of our 4,500, 5,000 centers, almost 600-700 centers are actually owned and operated by Metropolis. I'm talking about collection centers. Obviously, all our labs we own and operate. We don't franchise any of them. But in the collection centers also, almost 60-70% of our revenue comes through our own operated and owned collection centers. Now, why is this important? Because when you are engaging with the consumer directly, with the patient directly, you're able to provide a very different level of care when it's your own center. You're able to train your people even more. You're able to watch out for any issues or mistakes even more. You're able to provide awareness and education to the patient if they ask much better. Your place can be more hygienic and more safe. So there are many benefits to providing a far superior customer experience. And then obviously, if you have the customer data directly with you, you're able to use technology to make life much easier for them. So we are the only ones in the industry who actually have this model. Everybody else operates through franchisees.
Okay, so a very different model in terms of our operations is what Metropolis is looking at. But thank you so much, Ameera, for joining in. Always a pleasure to speak to you at NDTV Profit. So that's the conversation so far with women in leadership, Alex. And the key over here is a differentiated way of leadership, I would say, and different strategies that women are able to endorse as well.
Yeah, absolutely. You said it. Hiral, I feel like I'm privileged to work in an organization that is led by a woman, very ably so. She knocks it out of the park practically every day. But also because we have some amazing women that lead from the front across the board, across the organization. And this is a showcase of that woman power. Take a look.
NDTV Profit women, building their own power. From server room code to the studio's final hour. Fire in her eyes, numbers don't lie. From the PCR to sales floors, watch the targets fly. Don't call it empowerment, that's just talk. This is work, this is grit, this is the walk. No handouts, no favors, no borrowed tone. She built her own damn throne. NDTV Profit for her profit.
Okay, let's continue the news right here on NDTV Profit. Now, the Enforcement Directorate has launched a series of high-profile raids earlier today targeting various businesses and individuals associated with industrialist Anil Ambani and Reliance Power. Shrimi joining in with more details.
Yeah, so the ED today is carrying out search operation at multiple locations, and this is linked to Anil Ambani and Reliance Power, according to ED sources. And these searches are underway at 10 to 12 locations across Mumbai and Hyderabad, with about 15 ED teams conducting searches early in the morning, and the action targets individuals, entities associated with the Reliance Power. Now, the searches come, of course, amid the agency's ongoing investigation in the alleged bank fraud-linked money laundering involving companies of Reliance Group. And remember, the development follows the ED recent questioning of Anil Ambani for nearly 9 hours on February 26th in connection with an Reliance communication fraud. And that, the second day, which Ambani is supposed to appear for the second round of questioning in this case, he skipped that summon. This entire action is also coming after ED provisionally attached his Mumbai residence of about 3,700 odd crore under the PMLA, and Ambani is going to be, asked to come for questioning again, is what ED sources is hinting at. And I do remember the fact that Tina Ambani, his wife, was also summoned by agency, but sought an adjournment and maybe called later, is what sources indicating at this point. But multiple Ambani Group companies are facing allegation of loan fraud, and ED has also just recently constituted a SIT to probe these cases, and SIT was formed following the recent direction from the Supreme Court. That's what its officials said.
Okay, thanks a lot for that, Shimi. And well, time to slip into a break. On the note, viewers, that the market comeback is real and telling, and it's predominantly being marked by two sectors, both of them on the PSU space. A lot of PSU names out there, let me put it that way. Defense, not entirely PSU space, but a lot of PSU defense names doing well. And railways today, Orcon, Titagarh Rail, Jupiter Wagons, I would reckon Texmaco, all of these would be really, really zooming up in trade. So keep an eye out for that bucket and that cohort of stocks. They are really bouncing back. We slip into a break, back with very, very interesting conversations on the other side of this very quick break. Stay tuned.
True love is lifelong, isn't it? Just like Tata Power Solar Roof, best quality solutions, lifelong service guarantee and unmatched expertise. Ye on the quality lifelong.
हाथ, ये जो हाथ है ना, सिर्फ लकड़ी ही नहीं, हमारा कल भी तराशते हैं। बंद हो या हो कोई स्ट्राइक, इनका शटर हमेशा खुल जाता है। इन हाथों का यही तो आपसे नाता है, और इन्हें हम आसानी से लोन देकर अपना फर्ज निभाते हैं। कैप्री लोन्स फर्ज निभाते हैं।
NDTV Profit women, building their own power. From server room code to the studio's final hour. Fire in her eyes, numbers don't lie. From the PCR to sales floors, watch the targets fly. Don't call it empowerment, that's just talk. This is work, this is grit, this is the walk. No handouts, no favors, no borrowed tone. She built her own damn throne. NDTV Profit for her profit.
The stage that brings together India's most compelling creative voices.
NDTV का क्रिएटर मंच है,
where stories are shared, ideas are exchanged, and culture takes center stage.
जब देश पे हमला होगा तो सब एक।
आजकल चल क्या रहा है सिचुएशनशिप, आपको पता क्या होता है?
कभी मैं कह नहीं पाया।
It's okay यार।
NDTV Creators Munch, where creative India comes together.
हो सकता है ये कहानी बन जाए और क्रिएटर्स मंच के नाम से किसी दिन मैं रिलीज कर दूं।
2 powerful days, 14th-15th March, Sundar Nursery, New Delhi.
All right, back with India Market Open, and ahead of this International Women's Day, we put the spotlight on women leaders who have reshaped Indian businesses, from banking and biotech to beauty and tech. These are the women redefining corporate India. Nisha joins in with more on India's trailblazing women leaders. Nisha.
Yes, thanks for that. In fact, I had a tough time really choosing a few amongst many achievers, and happy Women's Day to all our viewers today. First on my list, and with no order of preference here, is Arundhati Bhattacharya, spanning over 40 years of her career. Remember, she's at the helm of Salesforce India, the best professional pivot any PSU banker could have ever imagined. So she got that because of her networking and her critical insights and also contribution to the IBC sales process for bank recovery. For 40 years, she rose through ranks at SBI, and remember, one of the biggest feathers in her hat is definitely the first chairperson of State Bank of India, India's largest bank. And also remember that the nomenclature from chairman to chairperson was changed because of her. So she is a change agent. Second, Falguni Nair, one of the top startup entrepreneurs in India, and also remember delivering consistent profit and stock returns to the shareholders from the IPO listing price, which many of the startup entrepreneurs and founders have failed to really deliver. So that calls for a new age startup entrepreneur who started this particular business after the age of 50 years, after a glorious investment banking career, a professional becoming an industrialist. Next on my list is Kiran Mazumdar-Shaw, of course, one of the trailblazers when it comes to the biopharma industry. She has been a torchbearer in R&D and innovation for biopharma and biotechnology. For several years, I have known her do that, and now biopharma also finds a place in Finance Minister's Union budget for the outlays. Remember, she's a first-generation entrepreneur who has made the company into a global player, Biocon, and also been awarded with several prestigious civilian awards in India for her contribution to biotechnology. Another is Kaku Nakate, a professional who was one of the first few women to lead an MNC bank in the country. 15 glorious years, a successful career. Now she's stepping down, but Bank of America will not let her go because of her deep connects with the top conglomerates of the country who are comfortable with her advice, and I know that personally for several decades now. And Kaku Nakate, remember, has been one of the top investment bankers, spearheading the largest M&A transactions, having the comfort with all the largest conglomerates in the country. Another on our list and a newcomer in this lot is Priya Nair, at the helm of HUL now, and she also is part of the global leadership team, which is a coveted space. She has led the global verticals for HUL earlier across several countries, and now at the helm of one of the largest FMCG player. An influential space is occupied by Priya Nair. So happy Women's Day, and these achievements are inspirational for all of us here.
Undoubtedly, Nisha, and good selection on that top 5. I can understand it would have been tough to slice it down because there are so many women achievers now in various fields and even at the top echelons of boardrooms in large conglomerates. But you actually caught up with one of them. Take a look at this conversation with Nykaa's Falguni Nair.
Falguni, it's also an ecosystem that you have created for women empowerment with a large workforce of women at Nykaa. Talk about that and how do women come together in creating this company and the brand?
Yeah, so we're just so proud of that because if you look at any aspect, firstly, we now have more than 50 million consumers and predominantly women are our consumers. So this is a company built for our consumers who are women. Again, if you look at it as, the ecosystem, a lot of beauty founders now, the new age beauty companies, the founders many are women. And this is, we are enabling many of those. They are finding a platform where they can grow. Then when you look at beyond that also, whether the creator ecosystem, so many of our creators, of content creators are again women. Again, if you look at beauty advisors, whether they work in our stores or whether they work in our, online, like even Nykaa's very big on social media. And again, our marketing departments, again, more women. And if you look at employees, again, we're so proud of the fact that 42% of employees at Nykaa are women. And especially if you look at departments like our brand marketing teams, you look at our marketing teams, brand teams, our marketing teams, brand management teams, marketing teams, and if you look at even HR and many other areas, as many as 60% are women.
Right, so 60% of the women in Nykaa.
And again, at the management level, again, 30% women. So we are very proud of what we have really created here. It is really empowering women in all spheres.
Does it make a difference to have a woman leader? How do you feel? Of course, your present career and the second innings has really outshined your previous innings, where you rose through ranks in investment banking space. Yeah. That's also a male bastion in many ways. So how is this leadership different?
No, I think I've been a believer that I don't think I believe in the quota for women, so to speak, and it's not, I never wanted to be, recognized because I was a woman, but more because my work spoke for myself, and that's how, Nykaa is also very empowering, and it's an equal opportunity, equal pay. We really pursue equal pay, equal opportunity. We really consciously work towards reducing the gap in those. And I think from that perspective, we give equal opportunity to all. And I do believe that women's work shines, their passion, their work shines through. And given an equal opportunity, they will find their right space.
All right, Prashant Khemka joining us this morning. He's founder White Oak Capital on the Talking Point and our large conversation. Prashant, very good morning to you. How are you navigating what's happening on a day-to-day, hour-to-hour basis right now? Just what is the mindset as everything seems to be changing at such a fast speed? I think you're on mute, Prashant. I was going to say that's one way to navigate things. Just say nothing till things are clear. No. Please.
No, I think it's a combination of things that I assume you're referring to, the whole AI-related volatility plus the geopolitical volatility and whatnot. So just recently, we have these internal, what we call investment forums, and we were discussing, and I was mentioning to the larger team, several people on the team obviously are starting their careers. I was like, it's a very exciting time, and pay close attention to everything that's going. Observe very carefully, because while volatility is always there, certain types of volatility in the market only occur. Volatilities are of different kind, right? Like COVID-induced volatility, which occur maybe pandemic after 100 years. But AI-related volatility, last time something similar magnitude occurred in my recollection is around the turn of the century, when the whole online phenomenon was setting in, and a lot of sectors and industries were getting whacked very sharply, drastically, because the business models were getting challenged. And having lived through that experience, I can't claim that have a materially stronger ability to project what's going to happen, or even to any degree a stronger ability to predict, but at least the volatility in the environment is familiar. There's a bit of a deja vu sensation, and so to the younger generation, if I may, or those who are starting their careers, my suggestion is just observe this very closely, because you are going to see such events, such phenomena occur at least couple times, 3 times, 4 times in your career or lifetime. And if you observe it closely now, you may be better prepared next time. So AI, to my mind, is the biggest volatility which we may event or phenomenon inducing volatility in the markets, which may continue for a while. And obviously, on top of that, there's geopolitics. But look, in the marketplace, it's, you have yourself been observing and analyzing the markets for so long. The best part of it is that there's never a dull moment. And that's part of the game. You continue to evolve with the market.
I agree with you 100%, Prashant. And just to add, there's never a dull moment. And right now, the information asymmetry has become the biggest risk factor, because not everyone who's in the markets knows what's happening at the same time, or knows what's true and what's not. But having said that, from an Indian perspective, are you bullish medium term? I'm not going to ask long term because that's an easy question and an easy answer. Are you bullish medium term, next 6 months on India, and you see a recovery on the horizon, or there's more pain to come?
So I'm always constructive. I'm consistently or permanently constructive in that I believe at any point in time that equity markets are the best place for an investor to compound their capital. And that is no different at this point in time. And hardly do I remember, I don't remember any point in time that I would have held a different opinion. Obviously would have been wrong a lot of the times at the start of any market crisis would have been wrong, but then also would have served me well at the bottom of those crises, and nobody can predict either of them. So to answer your question, constructive as ever over the next 6 months or 6 years or whatever time horizon, Tamanna.
Prashant, Neeraj here, good morning. I have seen you, or when spoken to you, when you have mentioned that while AI is the buzzword right now, it will eventually become a commodity like internet that everybody will use, and therefore India will not be a loser in that, right? And I'm going to come to that. But first, this whole geopolitical thing, and if this turns out to be a prolonged conflict with implications on oil and costs, etc., could it disrupt the sentiment and the nascent earnings recovery that we were starting to see in the last couple of quarters for India? And therefore, could it cap upsides or create downsides?
Thank you, Neeraj, for the question. So see, there are a few aspects within your question. One is whether it can disrupt the sentiment, whether it can disrupt the recovery, and third, whether it can cap the upside. So disrupting the sentiment, I think the disruption to sentiment could be at its peak right now. It all depends. See, we don't know how the war or the conflict's going to evolve going forward. If it's going to get far more intensified, if it's going to get out of control and turns into a wider conflict and more fireworks, more explosive conflict, then yes, it would impact the whole world. And would also impact India. Yeah, assuming that it continues at this pace where it is right now. Remember, 4 years ago, around this time, 4 years ago in February, the Russia-Ukraine war started. And initially, it caused maximum disruption to everything, including sentiment. But now, after a few years, people have sort of, especially certainly in India, sort of kept that behind, and it's in the background, but it's not driving sentiment. I hope that this present conflict doesn't last that long, but it all depends on how long it will last, in what form and what fashion. If it remains at a steady level and hopefully subdued level, then market would put it behind. Yes, there would be impact, like the Russia-Ukraine war has had an impact on commodity prices, some commodities more so than others. This would have an impact if oil prices were to sustain or spike further and sustain at higher level. Yes, that would have an impact. Everything that happens in the world would have an impact on India as well. But are those of scale and magnitude that can disrupt the longer term story? So I often say to investors that think of it as a juggernaut or a bulldozer where 1.4 billion people every morning wake up and with the intent and plan and act to improve their quality of life, standard of life, which is what collectively drives the 5 to 6% growth or 6 to 7% growth historically, right? Now, can these events really cause a big dent?
Maybe not.
In that scale of economy, which 1.4 billion people are driving. These would be small, obstacles in front of a bulldozer, I would say.
Interesting analogy. Thanks, Prashant, for that. The second question that I have is, Prashant, from a flows perspective, India was at the wrong end of the stick when it came to the AI trade, right? Because flows followed KOSPI and some of the other markets in Asia and otherwise, right? I have heard you say that eventually AI will become a commodity. Do flows kind of notice that starting 2026, and therefore does it mark a reversal of fortunes from a flows perspective in India, or is it difficult to call that right now?
See, flows right now have picked up in EM overall. As I've always said, that 3/4 of money coming into India comes through non-India specific mandates, approximately 3/4. For prior 10 years or so, when I say prior 10 years, from some point measured until some point last year, I believe, the flows into emerging markets were negative and sizably negative. Now, when EM, the sentiment towards EM or sentiment or flows towards EM are negative, that itself is a outflow from India, because about 15%, give or take, has been India's weight in EM. And then India dedicated flows also get impacted if the general inclination towards EM is negative. Yeah, because many clients within EM do allocate from a country specific and collectively make it an EM overall portfolio. So those have been headwinds over the last several years for FII flows in India, particularly EM related. Now, EM related flows have turned positive over the last several months, yet India having massively underperformed, unfortunately, over the last 15 months, despite very strong outperformance over the 5 years. If you see, India is still strongly outperformed, but rest of EM had massively underperformed till late 24, and they're playing catch up of sorts. So they've outperformed by about 50% in dollar terms. General investor psychology has a very strong recency bias. That's not just true of retail investor, that's true of the largest of institutional investors as well, in my experience. Almost, I would say, equally true. And hence you are seeing a bit of a caution, or a bit of a reluctant or hesitant approach towards investment in India. Negative narrative has developed. Narratives always develop basis performance. It's not that reasons drive market perform. More than reasons driving market performance, it's the market performance that creates narrative.
So, Prashant, I'm sure you looked at Morgan Stanley's view this morning on India, and they've assigned an equal weight to India now from an overweight. Part of what they're talking about in terms of the negatives is AI disruption and valuations. Any take on that? In terms of valuations, are we still not looking comfortably positioned even after all the drawdowns?
See, valuations to me look very much reasonable. Nothing out of line with history to any material degree. I'm talking about longer term historical averages. Yeah, if you were to look at just last 15 months or so, obviously India has become more attractive compared to emerging markets because of its underperformance, and the earnings growth has not been so materially different. And so I'm talking about longer term historical averages. Relative to its own self, India is trading in the same ballpark of around 20 times forward. And relative to EM, it is trading at the same 50-odd% premium, 50-60% premium that it has traded for a very long time. And rightly so, deservedly so, for various reasons we've talked about in prior conversations. So valuation, I'm not worried about. AI disruption, see, there are segments of the business corporate world which would be disrupted around the world, and India is not going to be unique. So software business, let's say, which is considered right now over the last 2-3 months been considered to be most at risk, there is a bigger weight of software, I believe, in US market than in India. Yeah, so software services is what is in India predominantly. That's considered to be at greater risk, but that's now 7-8% or thereabouts of the market. So I don't see a major disruption risk from AI. What India does lack compared to some of the other EMs, the Asian peers, are major beneficiaries of AI. Like Taiwan, where you have, the leading TSMC is the leading manufacturer of chips and so on and so forth. Similarly in Korea. So what we don't have are major beneficiaries that some of these Asian peers have. But amongst disrupted companies, I think it's similar or even somewhat lower than US.
Sure. Absolutely. We're out of time, Prashant, but always a pleasure to have you on the show. And we hope to have you back soon as well, because the pace at which things are changing, we think we need your view more often than not.
My pleasure always, Tamanna. Thank you for having me, Tamanna and Neeraj.
All right, Prashant Khemka there. With that, it's a wrap on India Market Open. But what a topsy-turvy kind of a morning, isn't it?
It is.
Where the Nifty and the broader markets drumming to two different beats entirely.
Yeah, but just, some standout performance, Tamanna. It'll be interesting to see how this day ends, because we are hitting the weekend, and over the weekend is known to throw up a lot of surprises. I think risk-off might well be the order of the day. What do you think?
Yeah, guts and glory to go into the weekend with any positions at all. Anything can happen every 6 hours. We'll see you back on India Market Close. But for now, from Neeraj, me and the team that put the show together, thank you so much for watching. Your queries on Ask Profit up next.
True love is lifelong, isn't it? Just like Tata Power Solar Roof, best quality solutions, lifelong service guarantee and unmatched expertise. ये on the quality lifelong.
हाथ, ये हाथ केवल हल नहीं चलाते, मिट्टी से सोना उगाते हैं। ये हाथ केवल सिलाई नहीं करते, देश को नया रूप देते हैं। ये हाथ लोगों को उनकी मंजिल तक पहुंचाते हैं और इन्हें हम आसानी से लोन देकर अपना फर्ज निभाते हैं। कैप्री लोन्स फर्ज निभाते हैं।
NDTV Profit women, building their own power. From server room code to the studio's final hour. Fire in her eyes, numbers don't lie. From the PCR to sales floors, watch the targets fly. Don't call it empowerment, that's just talk. This is work, this is grit, this is the walk. No handouts, no favors, no borrowed tone. She built her own damn throne. NDTV Profit for her profit.
After the roaring success in Delhi, Hyderabad and Mumbai, the NDTV DP World PGTI Golf Pro-Am now travels to Ahmedabad. India's finest professionals, the city's most accomplished business leaders. Great golf, great company. NDTV DP World PGTI Golf Pro-Am. The course of champions, the conversation of leaders. 8th March, Kalhar Blues and Greens, Ahmedabad.
Money, fame, dirty money, fame. Spending millions every day, but I still the same.
घंटी बजी,
Jingle, 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 jingle.
बस आज का
Jingle, 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 jingle.
चल करें थोड़े
Single, 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 single.
क्योंकि तू है
Single, 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 single. Baby, I'm your Santa.
First India tour in your city. Rock on with Shankar Ehsan Loy and Siddharth Mahadevan and Shivam Mahadevan. 5 times melody, 5 times masti with NDTV Good Times. Go grab your tickets.
Alright team, our new order show is ready. Now we need a promo. Something cool, something sharp.
Well, I'm sure we'll be having outstanding reviews, solid suggestions,
Expert advice, the latest trends. It's a lot simpler. We'll help people make the right auto decisions. It's got the cool stuff, geeky stuff, serious stuff, all of it, so that you can discover, decide and drive.
everyone, welcome back to NDTV Profit. You're watching Ask Profit, a show that solves all your stock-related queries. My name is Puneet Zaveri. With me is Mahima Vachrajani, and over the next hour or so, we'll try and solve all your stock-related queries. Of course, let me take the opportunity to wish Mahima a happy Women's Day. I am grateful for doing the show with you every day. So hopefully we will continue to do so. But before we do that, a very quick check of how the markets are doing, because it's been another day where we saw that the implied open did give us a hint of the pressure on the index today. So we're back around the 24,600 levels. We have tested 24,400 as well. So we continue to monitor all of those moves. The heat map will show you for the Nifty 50 that in today's morning session also just around 1 to 2% moves across the index, both on the gainers and losers. So you've seen the gainers slightly inch up to almost 14 to 15 stocks now out of the 50 for the Nifty, with Reliance, BL, NTPC as well as the IT pack doing well. While on the losing end, you're actually seeing some money being taken off the table for the banking names. Indigo, L&T continue to be under pressure, while the larger auto pack is also down around 1% each across players like Maruti Suzuki, Eicher Motors, as well as Mahindra and Mahindra. So you also monitor all those moves. The sectoral heat map is going to be very interesting now. If we can pull that up very quickly, shows you that barring a few ones where you are seeing pressure like the Nifty Finance, private banking, realty as well, you're seeing some good moves come in on the IT pack for now for a change. The India defense, of course, continues to be one which is seeing favor because of the geopolitical tensions across the world, but largely on a day that could go either way as we go forward with this, Mahima, at this point of time.
Absolutely. I think it's a wait and watch situation right now, as we've been doing for the past 1.5 years, unfortunately. As Puneet mentioned before, a very happy Women's Day to every women out there from all of us at NDTV family. But with regards to where the markets go, the broader markets, especially the mid cap 150 and the small cap 250, let's quickly try to pull that up. Slightly in the green, at least doing a bit better than where the benchmarks go. The small cap 250 also up by about 0.2%. Let's quickly pull up the BSE 500 as well to quickly take a look at what stocks are looking like right now. The railway pack is doing fairly well. Ircon up 10%. The defense pack, of course, as Puneet spoke about earlier, Mazagon also up 6% as well. PNC Infra, Bhar Dynamics, as well as data patterns doing fairly well. But on the flip side, you have Rajesh Exports. I think this counter has been under pressure since a really long time now. I probably locked in lower circuit. Vedant Fashions, another 3% fall in that counter. TCI Express, Godrej Properties, Coromandel are some of the other counters that are under pressure in trade today. But with that, let's also welcome in our guest for the day, Lancelot Dikuna, CIO of ValueX Wealth Connect LLP, and Sunil Mehta, head at Alternate Research Miriasset, joining us now. Welcome to both of you, gentlemen, and a very good morning to the both of you. I'll take up the first question, which is coming from Mr. BJ, who's writing us from Bengaluru, asking about Niva Bupa. He's got 2,000 odd shares at the levels of 91.5. He says that before this entire war news came, it kind of settled around that 76 levels. Now it is hovering around that 72 levels. He's looking at a fairly long-term perspective. 5 to 7 years is what he's looking at. Lancelot, your view on this particular counter from that, large, I mean to say from that long-term perspective.
Well, Mahima, first of all, let me just wish you a happy Women's Day as well.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Women out there. So now coming to our query on Niva Bupa Health Insurance, I think this company has had a negative EBITDA margin for the last financial year. There has been some improvement, but given that there's a lot of pressure and competition in this space, it is going to take a while before you start to see good returns and good profits from this company as far as growth is concerned. So at this point in time, it may, the other stocks have also corrected, and there are stronger companies which are more diversified across various general insurance products. So that gives you a little lower risk, and hence one should look at maybe those instead of pure healthcare insurance company.
Got that view, Lancelot. The next question is coming from Ramesh from Bengaluru, and his question largely on IDFC First Bank. Now, he holds roughly 1,100 shares of this counter, bought at 80 rupees per share. So he is currently sitting on a loss, and we saw that the impact on the stock post reporting that 590 crore fraud. Now there has been updates on that they have recovered quite a bit of that amount, but street's not having it one bit at this point of time, probably waiting for Q4 and the commentary that comes in from there. But Saumil, would you advise him to average down at this point of time? Should he continue to hold? What would you recommend?
Good morning to everyone, and happy Women's Day. IDFC, I definitely like the stock. It has been performing really well, and charts are looking really good. In the very near term, in the last 1 month, we've seen a sharp decline due to some news. But I think it has a very strong base around 65, 62 levels. And I don't see the stock going below that. We may see a little bit of a pause or a little bit of more correction here. But I think it's a very good stock to hold for long term. In fact, even in the very short term, I'll be expecting a bounce till 76 rupees. So positive in the long term, positive in the short term, but in the medium term outlook, I think it will stay around these levels, around 76 and 65 levels. So this is a broad range, and I'll be expecting a basing out pattern here in IDFC, but I don't believe in averaging. So hold on to your investment, and I think long term looks good here.
Okay, we've got our first call for the day. Shesha is calling us from Hyderabad. Shesha, very good morning to you and a happy Women's Day to you as well. What's your query about?
Good morning and thanks to you.
Thank you.
Actually, I'm holding for KPIT for long term.
Okay.
The average price is 1100. I'm holding around 1500 quantity.
Okay.
So I just want to know, I'm just thinking to go for long term, but still I want to average. Is it good time to average it, or just wait for some more time to average it?
Okay, got your query. I'll take this up with Lancelot. Lancelot, what's the view like on KPIT Tech? Should he go ahead and average at the current levels?
KPIT's business model is basically partnering a lot of automotive and mobilities companies for their software, defined businesses, and they also do a lot of a lot of software solutions for the airline business. Now, the threat of artificial intelligence taking over a lot of this activity in a service company is very real, and things could get difficult for smaller companies. So given that background, if you look at even at the current value, it's trading at 26 times earnings. So I think it is an expensive bet, and the company may improve or turn around, or take advantage of AI and then build its services, but it's going to take 2-3 years before you can see any build out happen in that space. So given that background, I would suggest that it's better to look at exiting at this point in time. And if one needs exposure to the IT or technology service, you can always wait for a quarter or two, and once you see things stabilizing, then you can look at investing in more of the larger players who are tied up with some of these artificial intelligence technology software companies, and they would be at an advantage over smaller niche players.
Got the view. Lancelot, definitely been a counter that's been consistently under pressure, and the last nail in the coffin in that sense came in from that AI hit, what led by Anthropic amongst other key model releases. But next question is coming in from Ramesh on Manappuram Finance. Now, Saumil, he is actually holding shares at 284 and currently in a loss. He's asking if he should continue to hold this particular counter, or is there a possibility that it could come back to his buying price in the next couple of months? What would you recommend?
If we are talking about a short-term view, then my view is negative. It has been trading below 2040, 200 daily exponential moving averages, low top, low bottom formation. So in the very short term and in the medium term, my view is negative, and I'm expecting the stock to go down till at least 245. Now, once the stock starts taking support at crucial levels around 245, 240 levels, I think there will be a basing out pattern forming. But at this point of time, in the very short term, I think the view is negative, and you should stay away from the stock.
Okay, stay away from Manappuram Finance, the view with regards to where technicals are concerned. But we have Jagdish calling us from Dubai. Jagdish, a very good morning to you. I hope you're safe and everyone at your family is safe as well. Go ahead and ask your question.
Yeah, here everything is fine. Very good morning to the panel members. I want to know about Finotex Chemicals. Which is the best buy for Finotex Chemicals or Avenues AI? I want to know which stock I can buy for the long term.
Okay, Finotex Chemical, and which is the other one that you mentioned?
Avenues AI.
Okay, all right. Both fairly, very small counters. Lancelot, any view on one of these maybe? Finotex Chemicals and Avenues AI is what he's talking about.
So I think if one has to choose between the two, it may probably be better to go for Finotex Chemicals. Avenues AI was earlier called Infibeam Avenues Limited, and it was basically engaged in software and web development, payment gateway services. So that business is definitely going to see a lot of challenges going forward, especially with the way things are moving in the technology space. Currently, it trades at almost 22 times earnings, and it's difficult to see earnings growth there. So the chemical space could be a better option because as globally there is prices of chemicals begin to move up, and China has cut short some of its manufacturing or export of chemicals. So you could see improvement in Finotex, although it's a small company. There could be more likely chance of improvement in that stock.
Got the view, Lancelot. The next one's coming in from Kishore from Hyderabad, and he's asking a question on Anantraj. He's bought at 558, asking if it's a good time to accumulate more at this point of time. Lancelot, a quick view, should he do that?
So, Anantraj had risen significantly on the back of the fact that it was developing a lot of data center properties, etc. But given that, we are not seeing significant traction in that space, and the valuation is already, it's trading at almost 36, 37 times earnings. I think it's too expensive to look at buying at this point in time.
That view, Lancelot. But the next question that's coming in is on Suzlon. Now, Shankar from Bangalore wants to purchase 1,000 shares of this counter, and he's asking if he can do that at the current market price. Somil, would you recommend that?
Hey, Suzlon has been in the downtrend for a little while now. There are crucial supports around 40, 35 levels, and these are very attractive levels. But wait for a basing out pattern to form. Wait for a reversal to happen. Revisit after a month or so. Once that happens, I think Suzlon in the long term definitely looks good.
Okay, all right. So that's the view coming in on Suzlon. We've got our next caller, Sanjeev. I think is calling us from Chennai. Sanjeev, a very good morning to you. How can we help you?
Yeah, to know about his motor corp, whether I can now.
Okay.
I am looking for next 1 year.
Okay, I got your question. Your voice is breaking a lot, Sanjeev, but I think you want to enter Hero MotoCorp right now, and you want to know whether these are the right levels. Lancelot, correct. Since he's looking at 1 year, do you think that's the right thing to
do? This is for which stock? I missed the name.
Hero MotoCorp.
Hero MotoCorp. I think for 1 year, it should be fine because it's Hero MotoCorp does not have a very large export, especially in the Middle East and in West Africa. So I think, given that we are seeing a domestic improvement in the sales over the last quarter, and this is expected to continue in the near future, I think you'll see Hero MotoCorp do better going ahead. So for the next 1-2 years, one can look at Hero MotoCorp.
Got the view. Let's stick with the auto pie because Bosch is the next question that we're answering right now. And Rakesh Gupta is holding 5 shares at 33,400. Let's look at the 1 week chart. You'll see what I'm talking about because stock came under pressure massively in yesterday's trading session. And the news flow, and there you go, it's down 10%, but 5% of that move came yesterday. Now, the TREM 5 emission norms for tractors has largely been delayed by MORTH, which is, of course, the government agency that look at these emission norms. And Bosch would have been a big beneficiary of that. But Lancelot, given this context, now that it has been delayed, it will, of course, be beneficial for the tractor makers because the price doesn't go up too much since these norms are delayed. But for Bosch, it would have been a big opportunity, right? Should Rakesh sell out his position, continue to hold? What would you recommend?
So I think at this point in time, if there is an improvement seen in the overall business for auto ancillary, especially in the two-wheeler space, because this is driven by the improvement in demand for two-wheelers and four-wheelers. So Bosch being one of the major OEM suppliers to most of these companies for their powertrain business, I think one should look at it, but maybe you have to wait for a little bit of decline and then one can add on, or maybe slowly accumulate with small quantities at this point in time.
Right. The next question that we have is on Bombay, Burma, and this is Jay Krishnan, who's writing us from Kerala, asking about this particular counter, and he's looking at this from a slightly short-term perspective. Wants to know if you can average or exit. Samil, your view on the charts on this one?
I'm just trying to pull up the charts. In the very short term, negative, definitely negative. It was consolidating for a little while in the last 3 or 4 months, and now that consolidation has broken on the downside. So view is negative. I'll be expecting this stock to go down till at least 1440, 1430 levels, which is the crucial level for the stock. If it does not sustain there, then it may go down till 1300. So negative on the stock. So I'll be staying away from the stock.
Got the view, Saumil. The next question is on Vesuvius India. Now, largely in the steel space, so could be seen that beneficiary. Let's look at the 1 year chart for this counter. And Dinesh actually from Noida wants to invest in it right now for the next 5 years in a staggered manner. Now, he's asking firstly, Lancelot, if his stock selection is the right one, and would you recommend to hold for the next 5 years or at least a considerably longer time?
Yeah, I think one can look at holding if you're looking at a period of 5 years. Yes, business will definitely improve, and the operating metrics are also seen to improve going forward. So one can definitely hold on to it if you're looking at a 5-year horizon.
All right, it's time to look at the F&O space, and we have Shara joining by to give us a perspective on what are the cues shaping up like. Shara, over to you.
Thanks a lot, Mahima, for that. And yesterday, in the last hour of trade, we did see a dead cat bounce happening, but the technical levels are on the weaker side again, and we might see a further downtake also. That's what the technical charts are suggesting. The thing which is doing really well is, of course, Reliance. That's one of the top gainers along with BEL. So the defense and certain oil and gas plays are doing really well, but a reversal of sort is happening across the consumption, the banking space as well, and Interglobe Aviation, ICICI Bank, both of them falling more than 2%. So of course the Bankex setup is certainly weaker as we compare that with Sensex as well. But of course, a lot of action is being built in the put side, in the contract segments, and see no major support coming in. Both HDFC Bank and ICICI Bank have fallen considerably in the day's trade. Let's look at stock-specific moves, what's there. And the long build-up, of course, Bharat Dynamics and Mazgaon Dog, all the defense stocks are again gaining in trade. Positive news flow expected to come in. A short covering. Also, the railway stocks make it to the list. Buzz in the street is of a potential merger, but nevertheless, nothing is confirmed yet. RVNL, IRFC, these are the stocks to in focus. Long unwinding for realty player DLF and even ICICI Pru makes it to the list. And the short build-up, let's see what's happening here. And again, the realty pack, that's where the selling has resumed again. Godrej Properties down 3%. And PB Fintech, there was a block also today. That's why the stock is down 3%. So stock-specific moves are definitely happening, but action is very volatile in the oil and gas segment.
Yushara, thanks so much for that. But next question that's coming in is on Shakti Pumps. Now, it's a counter that's not done well, and so has its peer Oswal Pumps as well. Now, Lancelot, Subhash actually is holding 100 shares at 670. Stocks now down to 490. It was trading at almost 800 levels just a few months ago. Which camp do you sit on, Lancelot? Is it that the pump storage space and the pump space is a long-term story and it could be a good time to buy, or was it just that the froth has now been come back to its historical levels in terms of valuations? What should Subhash do according to you?
So I think if you look at the longer term picture, yes, this segment is going to grow over a period of time. There is more requirement for solar pumps, submersible pumps, etc. And a lot of these Shakti Pumps is one of the leading manufacturers in this space. But and now the valuations stock is trading at about 18 times its earnings. But if you look at the growth in terms of profits, we have seen that the last year there has been a slight degrowth. Even sales growth has not been significant, about 2% sales growth. And on a quarterly basis also there was a fall in the revenues So that is a little bit of a disturbing sign. So if one has to take a call whether to buy or whether to wait, I think it's better to wait for a quarter or two, see if there is any improvement in the trend, and then one should look at picking up the stock.
All right, so that's the view coming in on Shakti Pumps as well as the space. But it's time for a rapid fire round. Lancelot as well as Somin, you both know the drill. Try to keep your answers as short as possible, and we'll try to throw as many questions as possible. The first one is from Mr. Jayesh, who's asking about E2E networks. From a long-term perspective, can he continue to hold or even accumulate at decline? Lancelot, any view?
I think one should hold.
The next question is coming in on LNT, bought at 3882. Lancelot, do you think the current whatever is left, because we saw buy in yesterday, but is it a good time to buy now given the correction?
Yeah, I think given correction, one should accumulate the stock.
Okay, IHCL is the next one. Satish from Bengaluru has 700 shares bought at the levels of 716. From a slightly long-term perspective, are the charts attractive enough? Somil?
Indian hotels, I'll stay away. For now, my view is negative, so stay away.
Is it a good time to buy Utkar Small Finance Bank, Lancelot, given the correction yet again is what Venkatraman is asking?
No, I would avoid it.
Okay, Bellrise is the next one. Ramesh is saying that it's hit its 52-week high today. Should I book profits, wait for further increase? Your view on the chart, Somil?
Positive on the stocks. I think it would touch 200 levels and plus.
Bandhan Bank, a viewer actually is holding since 2021 at 349. Lancelot, is there a possibility of coming back to close to that price, or is it a good time to average now given what we've seen?
I would not average actually. I think that one can wait for a bit of a bounce and exit from.
Okay. Schaeffler is the next one. Harsha from Vijayawada wants to know if he can enter right now. Somil, would you recommend that?
Schaeffler, yes, definitely positive on the stock. I'll be expecting the stock to go up till 4,800 levels. So yeah, hold on to this.
Tata Motors PV bought at 390. Lancelot by a viewer. He's asking what should he do with this counter now?
Well, he can wait and average at lower levels.
Okay, Eternal bought at the levels of 335, elevated levels for sure. 250 shares is what Khurshid from Delhi is holding. Is it a good hold for a slightly long-term perspective? Lancelot, your view?
Yes, one can hold it.
Texmaco Rail bought at 165 from Sanjay. Somil, should he average down right now? What would you recommend?
Tex Rail looks good to me in the short term, in the medium term outlook as well. These are good levels, so I'll be positive on the stock.
Two more rail counters, Somil, for you, Ircon as well as RVNL. Chandan from Hubli is asking whether he can book his loss today, considering that the stocks have seen an up move, or should he continue to hold? What's the view?
If the investor is for long term, definitely hold on to the stock, but in the very short to medium term outlook, exit this stock. I'll be expecting a little more of a downside.
NBCC bought 1,000 shares, Lancelot. Should he book out right now, or what would you recommend?
Yes, better to exit.
Well, that's the end of the first round of the rapid fire in this edition of Ask Profit. A very short break, a lot more stock related queries on the other side. Stay tuned.
Trust is also placed lifelong. Just like Tata Power Solar Roof, best quality solutions, lifelong service guarantee and unmatched expertise. ये on the quality lifelong.
ये हाथ केवल हल नहीं चलाते, मिट्टी से सोना उगाते हैं। ये हाथ केवल सिलाई नहीं करते, देश को नया रूप देते हैं। ये हाथ लोगों को उनकी मंजिल तक पहुंचाते हैं और इन्हें हम आसानी से लोन देकर अपना फर्ज निभाते हैं। कैप्री लोन्स फर्ज निभाते हैं।
NDTV NDTV Profit women, building their own power. From server room code to the studio's final hour. Fire in her eyes, numbers don't lie. From the PCR to sales floors, watch the targets fly. Don't call it empowerment, that's just talk. This is work, this is grit, this is the walk. No handouts, no favors, no borrowed tone. She built her own damn throne. NDTV Profit for her profit.
The stage that brings together India's most compelling creative voices.
एनडीटीवी का क्रिएटर मंच है
Where stories are shared, ideas are exchanged, and culture takes center stage.
जब देश पे हमला होगा तो क्या देख आजकल चल क्या रहा है सिचुएशनशिप आपको पता चलता है कभी मैं कह नहीं पाया
इट्स ओके यार
NDTV Creators Munch, where creative India comes together.
हो सकता है ये कहानी बन जाए और क्रिएटर्स मंच के नाम से किसी दिन मैं रिलीज कर दूं।
2 powerful days, 14th-15th March, Sundar Nursery, New Delhi.
First India tour in your city. Rock on with Shankar Ehsaan Loy and Siddharth Mahadevan and Shivam Mahadevan. 5 times melody, 5 times masti with NDTV Good Times. Go grab your tickets.
Alright team, our new order show is ready. Now we need a promo. Something cool, something sharp.
Well, I'm sure we'll be having outstanding reviews, solid suggestions,
Expert advice. The latest trends. It's a lot simpler. We'll help people make the right auto decisions. It's got the cool stuff, geeky stuff, serious stuff, all of it so that you can discover, decide and drive.
Welcome back. You're watching Ask Profit right here on NDTV Profit. If you haven't already, do start sending us your queries on WhatsApp. You can also call us, talk to us directly on the number that will be flashing on the top of your screen. There you go. That's the landline number where you can call and speak to us. But, Lancelot's still with us. Let me also welcome in Rajesh Bhosle. He's the equity, technical and derivative analyst at Angel One. Rajesh, good morning. Welcome to the show. Let me actually just throw across the first query to you again. It is on, Sagility bought at roughly around 44 rupees. Now, we've been discussing this stock quite a bit. Rajesh, what would you recommend Dr. Somaya to do? He's holding 700 shares at that level. Is it advisable to average down, continue to hold?
We would suggest, if there is any kind of further dip towards the levels of 35 to 34, that is a key support zone. The stock had sharply rallied during the start of 2025 and its retracement levels come somewhere around 35 levels. So as of now, it's under weakness along with the broader market. But if it dips towards 35 to 36 levels, you can add on those levels.
Got that view, Rajesh. The next query that we're getting is a caller from Gujarat, and Gaurav has a stock-related query for us. Gaurav, good morning. Welcome to the show. What's your query?
Good morning. I have 100 share of Senco Gold at 320 price. So I want a technical chart view for 3 to 6 months.
Okay. Got that question. Rajesh, let me come back to you. He's holding shares at 320. Stocks currently trading at 300. What would you recommend?
This is a very volatile counter. If we see in the last a few months, the stock has seen moves between 300 to 375 twice, and now it's back around its key support levels. So somewhere around 280, 285 is a strong support. Hold with that stop loss. On a bounce back, 330 would be the first resistance. Once that is crossed, he can expect further move towards 365. So as of now, hold on to it with a stop loss of 285.
Got that view, Rajesh. And the next question, though, now this one's coming yet again on the railway pack, which is back in focus today. So we are picking this question on Aircon. Ashwin from Calicut is actually holding shares at 136, and he had sold off a lot of his holdings at 147. Stocks up 11% in today's trading session. Rajesh, he's actually asking if he should sell the rest of his holdings, which is roughly 40%, right now at these levels, or is that momentum, while being volatile, showing some uptrend from the current levels as well?
So if you see on the weekly chart, the stock is forming a bullish pattern on the 200 weekly moving average. So a strong reversal on a strong support. So we would suggest to hold on to it. The stock can extend its move towards the levels of around 158 to 160 levels. Look to book positions around those levels.
Got it, Rajesh. The next question now that we're getting is on KFin Tech. Now, a viewer is actually holding these shares, roughly around 1,000 shares. Now, he's asking at the current market price, what would you suggest, Lancelot? Because the stock was a lot in favor, right, over the last 2 to 3 months, and suddenly seems to have just been out of the news flow, or for whatever reason it might have been. Is it a good time to accumulate more at this price?
I think, Puneet, at this time, it's still trading even after the correction, just trading at 45 times its earnings. And it's a very low margin business. So while volumes may be expected to grow, margins being low, any increase in cost obviously can have an impact on the profitability of the company. So I think one should be a little cautious when investing in low margin and high volume businesses, because whenever volumes dry up, you may see a re-rating of the stock. So at this point, one should probably avoid it.
Okay, all right. So that's the view with regards to where KFin Tech goes. The next question that we have is on Eternal. We already talked about this in the rapid fire round, but I'll take a slightly long-term view from you, Lancelot, again, and a little comprehensive one on Eternal. The viewer is holding 250 odd shares at the levels of 335, so that's elevated levels. But what would you recommend fundamentally here?
I think if one looks at this stock on a fundamental basis, it is probably one of the new businesses that are evolving with the changes in technology and changes in times. However, what we've seen in the last quarter or two, there has been the competitive intensity in the delivery business, which is for the fruits and vegetables and the groceries, that has eased up a bit, with a lot of the players actually re-looking at their plans. And given that situation, I think this does become an attractive proposition, because on the food delivery business, the company is generating profits. It is the grocery delivery business which had been struggling and required a large amount of cash. Eternal has already raised enough money for its future, and given that the cash burn may get compressed over time, we see value in this business from a longer term perspective and can be accumulated even at these levels.
Okay. All right, okay. So that's the view on Eternal. We have Vishesh calling us from Delhi. Vishesh, a very good morning to you. What's your query about?
Yeah, good morning, ma'am. Ma'am, I want to buy Britannia. So can you suggest me at what price I can buy?
Are you looking at this from a slightly short-term perspective? Is it the technicals that you're seeing?
Long term.
Okay. Lancelot, Britannia, do you think this is the right time to enter? I mean, this is the one counter that kind of was focusing on volume growth, but last quarter it did take a hit on that front. What's the view?
I think this has been one of the few counters that has a very clear strategy towards premiumization of product and improving margins through providing new products which are acceptable to the market at a higher value. So while volumes had struggled during the period of inflation, we have seen that in the last quarter or two, inflation has eased out and slowly, the margins are improving. So demand is yet to pick up in a significant manner, but even if you get 8-10% demand, Britannia would be one of the major beneficiaries of this demand growth. So while it's difficult to see whether it corrects in a big way, but you can start accumulating even at these levels in small quantities and then add on the way down.
Multiple new launches by the company as well over the last couple of quarters, some healthier choices as well in the biscuit category. Definitely one in the FMCG space that you have to keep on your radar. The next question is another counter that's done well is Ashok Leyland. Now Raja from Delhi is asking Lancelot if it's a good time to buy this right now. Now it's seen a massive run up, Lancelot, since November. I think stocks up almost 48 to 50%. Do you expect that there is a lot more runway now that we've seen the GST rate cuts still not, showing that effect largely on the MHCV side? What would you recommend? Stocks also done like almost up 89% in the last year itself. But what would you recommend?
So I think while it has, appreciated significantly over the last year, it still offers value even at these levels, and one can look at accumulating the stock, especially with a 3 to 5 year perspective, because growth has been solid over, domestically, as well as they are present in large parts of Africa. So to that extent, I think you will see growth pick up both domestically as well as overseas and for exports. So one should look at, accumulating this as it declines. If it does decline further, just add more, because over the next 3 to 5 years, you will see significant profit growth, which would lead to re-rating in the stock.
Okay, all right. The next question that we have is from Vedant Garg, who's writing us from Chandigarh, asking about IIFL Finance. He wants to know as to what kind of profit can he expect from a slightly medium-term perspective. Rajesh, I'll come to you on this one. What are the charts indicating?
So if you see the charts, since last couple of months, not much has happened in this counter. On the downside, 470 is acting as a base, and on the higher side, somewhere around 510 is the resistance. It needs to cross 510 levels. Once that is crossed, we can expect some momentum towards 550 to 560 levels. As of now, hold on to it. 470 seems to be a very strong support.
Got that view. Rajesh, a quick view, Rajesh, on BEL as well as short-term view is what Sunil is asking. He is holding, he wants to actually buy into this counter. Would you recommend that?
So yeah, definitely we are seeing a fresh breakouts on the weekly charts. There's a flag pattern breakout. The stock has already rallied this week despite broader market weakness. So we expect a move towards the levels of 510 to 520, but he needs to hold it for like a couple of months. But levels of around 510 to 520 can be expected with a support around 450 levels.
Okay, the next one is on AFL India. Easwaran from Bengaluru is asking this question. He's got 500 shares at the levels of 1350 and he's been holding this since 2021. Can I sell or hold at the present rate is this question, Lancelot. I'll come to you on this one. What is the view like?
So I think on this one can definitely continue to hold, because the stock has been operating a platform, consumer intelligence platform, that makes recommendations, etc. for mobile advertising, and that business will continue to grow. So one should look at holding on to this.
That view, Lancelot. The next question that's coming in is on Borosil Limited. Lancelot, this is directed towards you from a viewer, Rajiv, who's from Delhi. He is a senior citizen asking a 6-month view on the stock. Now, Lancelot, it's been a rank underperformer, right, in the last 1 year, 2 years as well. Would you advise Rajiv to get into this or give it a miss?
This is Borosil Renewables?
No, the limited, yes.
Okay, so basically, I think the stock is trading at a high multiple. It's 35 times its earnings, and there's a lot of competition in this space, both from Chinese imports as well as people buying in online from countries where it is available at lower prices. So I think the space is becoming very competitive, and because of which we are seeing the return ratios not really grow as far as the company is concerned. So one may give it a miss at this point in time.
Okay, we've got Ram calling us from Hyderabad. Ram, a very good morning to you. What's your query about?
Good morning, team. So I do have the query on JSW Infra. So I have 8,000 shares at the rate of 250 rupees per share. So can I book the profit, or can I hold for the rally to come up? It is my primary stock in my portfolio.
Okay, Ram, I'm just curious. What was the thinking behind buying this?
Yeah, I'm investing from the IPO price. I booked the profit of 8 lakhs when initial profit. But can I book the profit now? How with the war situation? I mean, it is my primary stock. But in the war situation, can I book the profit? If it is down again, I will average it.
Okay, got it. Got your question and got your concern as well, Ram. I'll take this up with Lancelot. Lancelot, so his concern is not valid. While JSW Infra might not have a direct exposure because of this entire sentiment going on, there could be pressure on the stock coming in. Do you think he should book his profits?
I would think that you should book profits because, from what he says, it appears that this is one of the largest holdings in his portfolio. And, having a large holding creates a little bit of concentration risk. So it's always advisable to book profits, and then you can always diversify that risk by adding into other companies which provide better risk return reward ratios, at this point in time.
Got that view, Lancelot. We also had a very strong note from JP Morgan yesterday that pumped up the stock. So if you see the 1 week chart, you will see, of course, at the start the correction because of some of its projects getting damaged because of this war situation. And there you go. The yesterday's spike largely led by the bullish note from JP Morgan, given that 2030 as a target is what the company has given. So Ram, hopefully that answers your questions, gives you perspective as well. But time for a very short break. Last stretch of the stock related queries. So do send them if you haven't. Give us a call. Back in a jiffy.
Trust is also placed lifelong. Just like Tata Power Solar Roof, best quality solutions, lifelong service guarantee and unmatched expertise. ये on the quality lifelong.
ये हाथ केवल हल नहीं चलाते, मिट्टी से सोना उगाते हैं। ये हाथ केवल सिलाई नहीं करते, देश को नया रूप देते हैं। ये हाथ लोगों को उनकी मंजिल तक पहुंचाते हैं और इन्हें हम आसानी से लोन देकर अपना फर्ज निभाते हैं। कैप्री लोन्स फर्ज निभाते हैं।
NDTV Profit women, building their own power. From server room code to the studio's final hour. Fire in her eyes, numbers don't lie. From the PCR to sales floors, watch the targets fly. Don't call it empowerment, that's just talk. This is work, this is grit, this is the walk. No handouts, no favors, no borrowed tone. She built her own damn throne. NDTV Profit for her profit.
Alright, welcome back. You're watching Ask Profit. For viewers tuning in, you can either give us a call or send us a WhatsApp message and ask your queries. The next question is on a very small company. It's called Vidol Corporation. The viewers bought 50 shares at the levels of 1568. Wants to know if you can hold or sell this particular counter. The company is basically a leading manufacturer and marketer of lubricants in over 65 countries around the globe. And they've been catering to both automotive as well as industrial segments since 1928. So interesting one, and probably could be a company that could be impacted because of rising crude prices as well. But Rajesh, I'll come to you on this one. Any view on the charts?
So I mean, not tracking this counter much, but if we see last year from the levels of around 1280, there was a sharp bounce towards 1800 to 1850 levels. The stock is currently trading around those same levels. Also, it coincides with 200 weekly moving average. So I would suggest to hold on to it since it's on a strong support. But on a bounce back, ideally look to exit position somewhere around 1500 to 1550 levels.
That view, Rajesh. The next one. Now, it's very pertinent and very topical as well. This question on Petronet LNG. Now, Karthi is actually asking us this question, and Lancelot, definitely one that's gotten impacted because of the LNG impact from Qatar. Would you suggest this is a buying opportunity? Is what his question is. What would you recommend?
So I would, Puneet, what happens is the situation that we have at the moment may get aggravated for a couple of months at least. If it does, this company could see some serious, financial implications or financial stress. So while the longer term business is attractive, I think there could be, still some further downside. And maybe if it does correct at that time, it would be attractive because it could be at a price multiple which would be close to its future outlook. So in line with future outlook. So I think one should wait for this stock.
Okay, all right. So that's the view on Petronet LNG. We spoke about L&T in the rapid fire round with Lancelot, but Rajesh, I'll quickly come to you on this one with regards to where charts go. Considering that it has exposure, but the stock has kind of seen a recovery as well. What's the view?
Overall, I mean, recently the stock has slipped from the higher levels, but it's holding on to its long-term moving average. So somewhere around 3850 to 3900 seems to be a strong support. In the near term, we see some consolidation, but buying on dip should be considered with a support somewhere around 3850 levels.
Lancelot, it's my mistake. I did not point it out, but the viewer has the viewer's name is Vipul Gandhi, who is writing us from Mumbai. He's bought it at a very attractive level of 720. He's sitting on profits of over 11 lakh rupees. I take your quick view on this one as well. What should he do right now? Should he sit on the profits that he's sitting at?
Yes, I think one should continue to stay invested in this stock because over the long term, we should see a significant improvement going forward as well.
Got your view, Lancelot. But, viewers, time to just put a focus on an important stock and story as well, because the special appellate tribunal has actually revealed that the SEBI collected 1.7 terabyte of email dump from IndusInd Bank while investigating the insider trading, aspect of things as well. But my colleague Nimit is now joining us to give us some more details of the story. Nimit, over to you.
Absolutely, you're right there. A securities appellate tribunal order has revealed that the SEBI has collected 1.7 terabytes worth of an email dump from IndusInd Bank as part of its larger investigation into insider trading probes against its senior officials. Now, what was found is that this was collected from 26 officials with 14 IDs. SEBI has analyzed these email dumps from a keyword-based search. Emails were used to track price-sensitive information is what's coming out from the order. This is part of a probe that was filed by their whole-time director who was disbarred last year by the SEBI from trading on the securities, Mr. Arun Khurana. Now, Mr. Arun Khurana is appealing this disbursement, but this hearing was particularly on procedural fairness. He wants to have a look at everything that was collected by the SEBI.
Right.
Now,
Nimit, sorry, I'll have to cut you there because Prime Minister Narendra Modi is addressing the post-budget webinar on the theme of agriculture and rural transportation. Let's listen to what he had to say.
रूरल इकोनॉमी और एग्रीकल्चर जैसे अहम सेक्टर पर चर्चा हो रही है। आप सभी ने बजट निर्माण में अपने मूल्यवान सुझावों से बहुत सहयोग दिया और आपने देखा होगा बजट में आप सबके सुझाव रिफ्लेक्ट हो रहे हैं, बहुत काम आए हैं। लेकिन अब बजट आ चुका है। अब बजट के बाद उसके फुल पोटेंशियल का लाभ देश को मिले, इस दिशा में भी आपका अनुभव, आपके सुझाव और सरल तरीके से बजट का सर्वाधिक लोगों को लाभ हो, बजट का पाई पाई पैसा जिस हेतु से दिया गया है उसको परिपूर्ण कैसे करें, जल्द से जल्द कैसे करें, आपके सुझाव ये वेबिनार के लिए बहुत अहम है। साथियों, आप सभी जानते हैं कृषि, एग्रीकल्चर, विश्वकर्मा, ये सब हमारी अर्थव्यवस्था का मुख्य आधार है। एग्रीकल्चर भारत की लॉन्ग टर्म डेवलपमेंट जर्नी का स्ट्रेटेजिक पिलर भी है और इसी सोच के साथ हमारी सरकार ने कृषि सेक्टर को लगातार मजबूत किया है। करीब 10 करोड़ किसानों को 4 लाख करोड़ रुपए से अधिक की पीएम किसान सम्मान निधि मिली है। एमएसपी में हुए रिफॉर्म से अब किसानों को 1.5 गुना तक रिटर्न मिल रहा है। इंस्टीट्यूशनल क्रेडिट कवरेज 75% से अधिक हो चुका है। पीएम फसल बीमा योजना के तहत लगभग 2 लाख करोड़ रुपए के क्लेम सेटल किए गए हैं। ऐसे अनेक प्रयासों से किसानों का रिस्क बहुत कम हुआ है।
All right, so that was Prime Minister Narendra Modi speaking about rural and agriculture transformation. But time for our rapid fire round. Lanswara as well as Rajesh, you both know the drill. Try to keep your answers as short as possible. The first one is from Sunita about Fractal. She says she's bought it today considering the results. Should she continue to hold? Lanswara, any view?
Yes, one can hold.
Aisha Motors is the other one. Rajendra is holding shares at 8,200 Lancelot. Should he continue to hold, average down?
I think he can look at averaging it on the way down.
Okay, HUR is the next one. Nihal Mohandas from Mumbai is asking whether he can continue to hold or if sell at what price. Rajesh, your view?
Hold on to it, add more around 2150 levels.
Titagarh Rail bought at 683 by a viewer from Keshav. He's asking a 2-year view, Lancelot.
2-year view hold.
Here is the next one. Venkat Ramani from Bengaluru wants to know if she can continue to hold this for the next 12 months. She's got 1200 shares at the levels of 113. Rajesh, your view?
Hold on to it, exit on a bounce somewhere around 162.
DCA System is the other one. Rajesh bought at 272 by Rajesh Maheshwari. He's asking a short-term view on the stock.
Very strong hold for it, 230 levels.
Okay, NBCC is the next one. Santhi from Oman is asking this question. She's got 1000 shares at the levels of 123 from long-term perspective. Can she continue to hold? Lancelot?
Exit.
Mazgon Dog bought at 2521. Our viewer Sridhar is actually asking at what rate can he exit this counter, Rajesh?
Hold on for a levels of around 2700.
Motilal Oswal from a long-term perspective. Should I average? Lancelot, your view?
Yes, one can average.
Interglobe Aviation bought at 4925. Should he exit this counter? Lancelot is what Vishnu is asking.
Exit.
Coal India bought at the levels of 272. Hold it or book profits, Rajesh?
Hold on to it.
Vivek's asking a very long-term view, 5 to 10 year view. Lancelot on BPCL, HPCL, IOCL. Any stock you like?
BPCL you can accumulate.
Okay, RR Cable. Is this the right time to enter from a medium-term perspective, Rajesh?
Yeah, very bullish on this counter. Can I add on to it?
Is it a good time to enter Bajaj Housing Finance? Lancelot is what Sunita is asking.
Yes, it's a good time.
Okay, 5 Force Motors at the current levels from a 3-year perspective. Mahesh from Bengaluru is asking. Lancelot?
Avoid for the time being.
The next question, Central Bank of India, Raja Krishnan is asking it's a good time to enter. Rajesh?
Avoid if it dips towards 35 levels, add around those levels.
Bajaj Housing Finance, 3,000 shares bought at the levels of 133. Anurag wants to know as to what should be done. Rajesh?
Avoid.
Brigade Enterprise bought at 857 by our viewer Manohar. Should he accumulate more at this price, Lancelot?
No, don't accumulate at this price.
Okay, Mr. Abbas wants to know if he can buy Ather Energy or continue with Tata Motors CV. Lancelot, he wants your view.
You can buy Ather Energy.
Alright, okay, that brings us to the end of this round of rapid fire. Lancelot as well as Rajesh, thank you so much for taking out the time and helping us answer all those questions. But viewers, if you've missed your queries on this edition of Ask Profit, you can tune in at 2 o'clock to ask us all your stock related queries. We'll be happy to answer them. Completely out of time. KYC up next. Stay tuned.
True love is lifelong, isn't it? Just like Tata Power Solar Roof, best quality solutions, lifelong service guarantee and unmatched expertise. ये on the quality lifelong.
बिटिया की शादी है हमारी।
बधाइयों बधाइयों।
कुछ पैसे मिल जाते समय पे लौटा दूंगा। जिंदगी में जरूरत के वक्त हम अक्सर अकेले पड़ जाते हैं।
इसीलिए तो केपरी लोन्स आपको गोल्ड लोन देके अपना फर्ज निभाते हैं। केपरी लोन्स फर्ज निभाते हैं।
NDTV Profit women, building their own power. From server room code to the studio's final hour. Fire in her eyes, numbers don't lie. From the PCR to sales floors, watch the targets fly. Don't call it empowerment, that's just talk. This is work, this is grit, this is the walk. No handouts, no favors, no borrowed tone. She built her own damn throne. NDTV Profit for her profit.
Money, fame, dirty money, fame. Spending millions every day, but I still the same.
घंटी बजी, jingle, 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 jingle. बस आज का jingle, 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 jingle. चल करें थोड़े single, 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 single. क्योंकि तू है single, 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 single. Baby, I'm your Santa.
First India tour in your city. Rock on with Shankar Ehsaan Loy and Siddharth Mahadevan and Shivam Mahadevan. 5 times melody.
Hello and welcome to KYC. I am Sharad Dubey and you are watching NDTV Profit. We get a lot of love from our viewers, especially on the new age companies which are getting listed, to get them ASAP on KYC as well. So of course, we are continuing that trend as well. There is a hint to it, but I'll give you the company's name a bit later. Let's just see what are the hints which the company is going to come today at KYC. The company is offering software solutions for loyalty programs. So there is a niche play here, maybe a SaaS product or a solution company. That will be very interesting to track. It was listed in November 21st, 2025. Actually, this is a minor error. So it's in 2025. So it's almost, you could say, 2.5 odd months have passed. Stock is down 11% from the IPO price as well. And in this pre-IPO round, so the anchor investors backed by ValueQuest and Amundi as well. So big, large investors are definitely there in this. But I'll give you a little bit more hint about it. The company's name, the initial name is very interesting. I googled a little bit because I'm a bit weak in biology. Capillary, that's the name I'm talking about. This is just a small tube which transports blood. Interesting name and interesting company to talk about. But it's just not the name we get a company in KYC. There are a lot of questions which arises from my analysis and also from a lot of feedback from you all. So let's see what are the questions which we need to ask. The 5-year strategic deal they have secured recently from a US client. It's a big deal, $20 million. What are the key details about it? What are the contours about it? The $20 million acquisition they have started, and that is for the MasterCard arm. Remember, the company is focusing on a lot in the merger acquisition strategy also. That's an interesting model, but will the Indian markets accept this kind of model and give the valuations? That's what something time will suggest. Any threat coming in from the larger AI players, because the day anything comes from Claude or Anthropic, most of the SaaS players start getting derated. Is that company actually AI proof? That's the question. Inquiries and demand trends for 2026, how things are looking up, and the geographical revenue breakup also. We'll ask the management how things are moving and what is leading to that. Also, another question to be asked is the overall net revenue retention and the margin guidance going ahead. It's a bit technical, but I'll give you all the definitions so that your analysis is very simple, and that's my job to get that for you. The status on the migrations of this acquisition accounts, it's very simple. जो merger acquisition company का किया है उसको core business में लाना है. How do they do that and by when do they do that? At least the return should be maintained for the investors. And to give us all these details about the company and solve all our queries, we'll be joined by Anish Reddy. He's the founder and CEO at Capillary Tech on the show. But let's give it more details about the company. थोड़ा सा technical लग रहा होगा, but I will simplify it for you. अब let's see what's the company all about. First thing is it was founded in 2012. It's a software product company. Of course, you can add AI, SaaS. This is what my technical folks would understand. But to put in perspective, it just provides enterprise customers for loyalty programs. This can be end-to-end. So it's a pretty much niche area, but nevertheless it's growing because corporates are growing, quantification is growing, and this is an important growing segment as well. Let's talk about the other details also. क्या company करता है? Advanced loyalty management, connected engagement, predictive analytics. So basically it becomes a flywheel. One service is there, another service is connected to it, and eventually monetization also happens. And this is how you build a tech product stack, and that's where I think there is a moat in this company. Customers, 115 of them, good Fortune 500, 20 of them are there, and roughly 47 countries the company is present in. So it is growing, it's growing in a niche segment. Let's see if it can actually defend its valuations, because there's a merger acquisition play always there. Just look at the bigger names. Indian names also includes Aditya Birla Group. Internationally there's Domino's, Puma, Abbott. All these are the major clients for Capillary Tech, but definitely they have a major share coming from the abroad. 89% revenue comes from subscription. So this is very much important, and most of the legacy contracts also the company is focusing on is to make it in the subscription model. That is where the definition starts coming in, those numbers like ARR, MRR. I'll explain you that. There's nothing big concern about it. But recently there's a big US order win. That's also one of the reasons we are getting this company to understand about this important order win. This is roughly $20 billion, but देखिए 5 साल का है. So divided into $4 million. So that is what I want to explain you. Whenever a company announces such a big order, take it with a pinch of salt. There's an acquisition also at play. A US company acquisition. They have acquired MasterCard's arm Session M. So we'll understand how much this acquisition is going to start putting in the benefit. It's also $20 million. But something which I really liked about this acquisition is at the price which has been done. Valuation क्या था acquisition का? And of course this is the company I'm talking about. But the price to sales ratio is just 0.4 times of this acquisition. That is actually lower than what actually they have given. Almost 0.5 to 1.5 is the target. So this is a very cheap acquisition for them. That means it is going right when it comes to their business strategy of mergers and acquisitions. But when you understand this segment, you should understand कि ये definition क्या है. So I'll simplify it more for you. NRR means net revenue retention. That is important when you track this company. M&A, merger acquisition, every 5 minutes you are going to be hearing a lot about this, because the company's business model is as such. And ARR, this is nothing but the annual recurring revenue. This is what we'll be talking about. So एक revision आप कर लीजिए. This is important. Now let's move on to the story about the company. And the net revenue retention, organic business, which is their core business, it's 115%. Keep on acquiring. That is 96%. I checked with a technical analyst and they told 120% should be an ideal target if the company is growing at a strong level. So company is at par or slightly below par with that net revenue for a SaaS loyalty player. But there are a lot of questions to be asked. Of course, the second question is there any threat coming from AI for this model? And if yes, is the company making any guardrail for it? And will this business model of merger acquisition put the strain on the financials? Because if the company is continuously at play with mergers and acquisitions, you will see pressure on the return ratios, at times even balance sheet as well. But enough of questions, let's start finding the answers. So the answers first we need to find is from the rating parameters which we judge a company in KYC. This is the basic income, balance sheet, cash flow, holy grail of numbers to talk about. Return ratios, very much important. But remember, the business model is a bit different, so there might be a bit pressure. And that is why, to balance things out, I have actually interestingly removed the valuations and the peer analysis. The peer analysis is not there. Operational parameters would be fair to judge a company at this stage of the business cycle. Shareholding street cred, याद रखिए, it is a very small. It's recently listed in November, तो आपको सिर्फ एक क्वार्टर का ही डेटा मिलेगा. And outlook, is it very much important for both organic and inorganic business? We'll get you all those details in a simplified manner. But let's talk about the first rating parameter, and that's the income statement, and that is where a little bit of my concern comes. See, the top line is going good. It's almost doubled from FY23 and it's around 600 odd crores in FY25. We're going to check the Q3 numbers also, but the bottom line numbers, because the company is in a growth model, but the situation which has come in, the perception of a SaaS company, what has come in, if the profits don't come, the markets may not reward you as yet. And the Q3 numbers also, let's look at it, how things have moved. It has been largely a flattish move. I've taken these numbers on a year-on-year basis. The market also needs to understand. In terms of profitability, little bit up move definitely has come. It's around 8 odd crore rupees. The adjusted margin is something which the company claims that it's doing really well. That'll be very interesting to understand how to study this segment. This is the calculated margins, by the way. So top line, there might be a good growth if you look at the long-term basis. Short-term Q3 numbers, nothing much greater, but of course the PAT number, that is something which has done well. But will it continue or not? That's the question, and that is why I've given a neutral rating. Let's talk about balance sheet, how things are actually moving in this space. And balance sheet also, largely remember, company has come out with its IPO and the equity base has kind of increased going ahead. The debt numbers, if I talk about it, the borrowing, that has actually slightly gone up as well, and it will be very not a challenge, but I would say a tough ask, the way company is doing mergers and acquisitions. That is where we can see that the company will be actually looking out for. Almost 214 crore cash balance also, that's decent for these inorganic acquisitions, but the balance sheet management will be the clear test. So it's a neutral rating when it comes to the balance sheet. But because of the lumpiness which comes in, and there's also merger and acquisition at play, so it's just not the operating cash flows to look at, because that is actually on the lower side as well. But the net P&L, that's on the higher side, and the net flows are still positive. But jitna financing, investing chalega, it will definitely impact your operating cash flows. So the net cash flows will always be very volatile for a business model which capillary tech is actually going through. So it's a neutral rating over here also. So all of the three bigger numbers which I talk about it, there is some good point, there is some overhang, and that's why we are stuck at neutral rating. Also, let's point out the fourth category to talk about, and this is definitely going to be this return ratios, but this is the equity base. There's a significant increase in that. That's what the company has stated. From company side, it is a stable move, but single digit ROE numbers or the ROCE numbers which you talk about, which the company itself has stated, it is still looking dismal. It takes time for this kind of a model to actually give you the actual ROE or ROC number, or maybe there is another criteria where we can judge the company on these return ratios. It takes time for the Indian markets to understand it, and even at the business cycle which company is there. So as of now, it's a thumbs down when it comes to the return ratios. Let's also talk about the shareholding. In shareholding, promoters have a decent stake of 52%, and I must say that good DIs and FIs have been there over here, and 26% from public. The history is small, so let's be fair. Let's give it a neutral rating and move on fast to the street cred. Remember the IPO numbers. The company came out in the month of November. दैट मीन्स देखा जाए तो सिर्फ 2.5 से 3 महीना ही हुआ है, उसमें फ्रॉम द IPO प्राइस द स्टॉक इज डाउन 11%. From the listing price also stock is down 10%. Remember this time there was a lot of volatility in the global markets, small cap indices, everyone did actually weak as well. But nevertheless on the street cred, as of now, if you are in the IPO, it's largely you could say the price is down 10% odd. After the IPO also, money hasn't been made yet. So for that basis, I have given a thumbs down when it comes to the street cred. But I have given one more important change in the rating parameter. I haven't taken valuations, I haven't taken peer analysis. To be fair, these companies need to be seen in their operational parameters also. आपको मैंने definition पहले बता दिया था net revenue retention के बारे में. FY24, FY25, so these are the numbers they talk about, and 121% is definitely a decent growth coming in for this net revenue retention. This simply means like your customer is there and they are retained and that revenue keeps on coming in. So it becomes not a perpetuity but a long-term kind of a revenue recognition numbers which this startup or now a listed company is following. So as of now, operational parameters is strong. It's a thumbs up when it comes to the operational parameters. But let's also look at the outlook, how things are panning out. 20% organic annual growth rate they're talking about. This is likely the top line growth. 2 times non-cost of goods sold cost. That is something which the company has mentioned, but at times the clarity doesn't come, even for me. So we'll definitely ask the company what this guidance is actually all about. The platform usage and the inflationary increases, that's also coming in at times. It becomes a cause of concern, and the product upgrades, service upsell and the new brands, that is what the company is focusing on going ahead in the future. A stronger merger acquisition strategy, that's what we have seen. They are buying things cheap, something which is ancillary to the business model. But the question remains is customers कब migrate होंगे नए acquired business से core business में. That's the entire philosophy, to put it in a very simple manner for you. 75% of this revenue retention for this inorganic business I'm talking about, and 45% free cash flow would be coming in. Both will be of course integrated, and then we'll move ahead with it. But a lot of calculation, a lot of maths is there, and I'm trying to simplify it for you, and we will ask the management the entire setup. So right now it's a neutral rating when it comes to the overall outlook. But let's add up the entire ratings and see where does the company stand and what the company needs to do more for the stakeholders. Income statement, balance sheet, cash flow, there is something positive, but there's an overhang. We ensured that for you. Return ratios at this business stage model, don't expect that. Shareholding, street cred, I would just say it's just been 2 months of total data. So let's be fair in our analysis on that. Operational parameters is good. That's where the growth is coming in. But outlook, there is of course a growth coming for both organic and inorganic. But as the technology changes, does it impact the SaaS segment a bit, on the negative side? So that's a question mark. So we have kept it 3.5 out of 8 totally for Capillary Tech. And definitely we'll ask more questions about the company from Anish Reddy. He's the founder and CEO at Capillary Tech. But I want to give you some important flavor about him. He has almost 2 decades of experience in tech, and not only that, he's an angel investor and mentor to a lot of SaaS startups. Maybe from his mentorship we can get more listed companies in this space as well, and education from IIT Kharagpur. So joining us is Anish Reddy, the founder and CEO at Capillary Tech. Good afternoon, Anish. Always a pleasure to have you here in our show. But Anish, just like to talk about the deals and the mergers, acquisitions, more than the company from the IPO. A lot of news flows are coming regarding the deal wins, regarding acquisitions. I want to start with that, especially with this 5-year deal win which has come in. And if you could just give us, when can the incremental benefits starts coming in, and how are the inquiries looking like?
Sharad, thanks for having me on the call. Really appreciate it. I think it's just been 3 months since we listed, so really grateful to all the shareholders for having the confidence in us, right? So I think the business has been doing phenomenally well, which is why the news and all that stuff. We're usually a media shy thing, but I think once you list, you have to put all of this out regulatorily, right? So whether it's the acquisitions, whether it's the large deal wins. So this one is, the one on the screen now is a very large Fortune 50 retailer in the US. It's a $20 million deal over 5 years. Actually, it's a longer term deal. You can keep adding, there's another chance for them to extend another 4 years if they want to, right? So it's it could be more than 5 years as well, and it is really one of the top 5 retailers in the US, right? So very good firm there. They really liked our loyalty and our AI stack. Now this is an organic customer. Usually our customers take about 5-6 months to go live, but they start paying us from the day they sign, right? So you will start seeing this entire revenue, the 4-5 million increase per annual increase, right? You would see that playing over the next, I'd say 6 to 9 months. You will see the entire thing play out. So at least compared to where we are, I'd say at least a 5-6% of the of growth just from this single contract, you will see it play out, right? In by probably 6 months from now, right? So yeah.
All right. So that's a very interesting take from Anish. It can be an extension, 5 saal plus 4 saal, 9 saal. Interesting, and of course a good contribution in the revenue as well. But apart from the deal acquisitions, that is something which I might say is one of the core principles of your expansion plan as well. And there is a acquisition of $20 million coming in for Mastercard's arm. It's a Session M. But the thing which I'd like to congratulate Anish you is on the deal valuation. It's happening at 0.4 times, and you have given a rating that the deal should be between 0.5 to 1.5 times. So can we get all these suppressed deals in this acquisition pipeline for 2026? Anything else looking good here?
Yeah, so let me talk about first our acquisition strategy a bit, Sharad. So we buy only loyalty companies. We only buy our competitors, right? So, and the reason for that is, that the risk on product is much lower, right? And if you look at the capillary product, we are rated the best globally by any analyst. So if you pick a Forrester or Forrester is a large analyst in the West, US, Europe, etc. And they publish a report every 18 months on the loyalty space, which are the best companies. And for the last couple of years, we are rated right at the top, right? So we are the best company rated there. Now for a MasterCard, they had this product. They have a lot of good customers, who also work with them on the payment side, right? So for them, it was more about finding the best home for those customers, that product, right? So it was not as much, capillary se kitna paisa banayenge, right? How much money will they make from capillary? So their analysis was more saying, we have to do the right thing for our customers and find the best company that we can give this to, right? So which is why and Mastercard is a great company, right? It is in the top 25 most valuable companies globally. They've always done the right thing for their customers. So this is the pricing is something you should not really take that seriously, for that reason that that they wanted to find the best home, and we are known to be the best product in the space, right? So we work with 25 of the Fortune 500 now. We've 2 of the Fortune 10, right? So we do only one thing, we do only loyalty, but we are the best in the world at that, right? So and that's why that acquisition price and why a large brand like Mastercard would sell it to us. Look at it; it's an interesting time.
Right.
Will we do more acquisitions? I don't know, but we are. You can assume that the deal values will be in that 0.5 times to 1 times type.
Yes, Anish, that we have seen, and maybe you have a bargaining power. That's why you get things cheap as well. But Anish, a question is, of course, you're a mentor also to a lot of folks in the SaaS industries. But this question always comes, and a lot of viewers who track the IT space or the product space ask me, the AI impact, if any impact or a plugin comes in from Claude or an Anthropic, does it impact a SaaS player like you? Because you yourself are an advocate of AI. I've heard you in a lot of events also. But Anish, just wanted to understand regarding AI, and is it a friend or a foe for your company? And if yes, how are you implementing it, or any impact we can see? What is that entire, air about?
Right. Yeah, so if you look at this large retailer who's bought from us, they've bought loyalty and they've bought our AI stack, right? Now that's also in the press release if you see that. So AI for us is not all software companies will benefit from AI or will lose from AI, right? So we are a system of record, right? All the customer data sits with us. The ledger on how many points, milestones, rewards, your tier, all of that in your loyalty piece also sits with us, right? So we are a little bit of a system of record for both the customer data and for all the your points and all of that, right? So for usually for a system of record, I think AI is a net benefit, because what will happen is system of records can become more smarter system of records using AI and displace like systems of workflow and systems of intelligence. जैसे कि like पहले क्या होता था कि you would have these analytics agencies who would take data out from us. We would pipe data out to them for these large enterprises, and they would run these analytics for them, charge them separately, right? Now AI can do that analyst wala work, right? It can actually sit down, and especially you can have a small language model or you can have a bunch of RAGs where you're training the AI to say, किसने अगर ये problem बताया आपको,
right?
So this is how you solve it, right?
Anish,
so for us,
exactly. So
that has net benefit.
Yes, Anish, but just to put in terms of a simple analysis or just an outlook going ahead, because you have given organic, inorganic, it's a bit technical for even me to make my audience understand. Just to put it in simplified manner, overall consolidated revenue growth and the margin growth, if you could give us any numbers next 2 to 3 years, what will happen? Because I know a lot of merger acquisition is happening, so it's not fair for me to judge the company on return ratios or bottom line numbers. But agar adjusted EBITDA margin kya ho sakta hai 2-3 saal mein, maybe you can give a feel.
Right. So let me break that a little bit for you, right? So if you look at us, last 3 years, we've had a 50% plus CAGR of growth, right? Last 3 years. Now, about half of that has come from organic, half has come from acquisitions, right? So basically what we're saying is even looking forward from this from the 598 crores that you see there, we will continue to grow 20% plus even if we don't do acquisitions, right? So, and of course, this is a big acquisition, it adds 35 million of revenues to the company. So वो सब आपकी growth में ज़्यादा आएगा, right? So you will end up growing a little bit more than 20%, शायद 30 हो, शायद 40 हो, basis whatever the inorganic number you're seeing, right? So now again, if you look at EBITDA and the number to look at for capillary is actually कितना cash हम लोग generate कर, right? So the business generates a lot of cash. अगर आप देखोगे तो the first 9 months we generated 100 crores of cash, like hard cash, right? On revenues of I think 560 something crores, right? 500 like around that, right? So it is when it comes to net profit, there is depreciation for acquisitions you've done in the past, right? There's amortization for them. There is a lot of that, right? So which is actually non-cash expenses. So a good way to look at it actually is more a cash ROIC.
Yes. So cash, yes. So Anish, the thing is cash ROIC is something which all of yours, if you're understanding, please track that for the company. And also without acquisition, it's a 20% plus growth coming in. But Anish, last question to you. This migration, the acquisition account, कोई धंधा आप खरीदते हैं, फिर वो धंधा जो है, it moves to your core business. How much time generally does it take for this? And right now you just did an acquisition. So if you could just give us some flavor of that.
Yeah, Sharan, so we've done 5 acquisitions over the last 4 years. So roughly, I would say a third of our revenue, we're today at a 750 crore run rate, right? If you take the 184 into 4 roughly, right? So a third of our revenue has come from acquisitions in the past. So 3 of those acquisitions are fully migrated, right? Wo customers have moved over, we make like a 45% free cash margin on each of those customers who have moved over. So it's usually I would say like a 12 to a 24 month cycle. क्या होता है कि not everyone migrates at the same time.
Okay, Anish. So that's a very important data you mentioned, 12 to 24 months. That's a very interesting take on it. Thanks a lot, Anish, for taking out your time. We are out of time right now, but you have given a very interesting picture and cleared a lot of air regarding your company and its strategy going ahead. It's always a pleasure to talk with you, Anish, and we'll get back to you for more. So that's the management of Capillary Tech talking about their growth strategies and also clearing a lot of air, which there was a bit of confusion post the IPO as well. And that's what we do in KYC. Stay tuned to NDTV Profit for more action.
NDTV Profit women, building their own power. From server room code to the studio's final hour. Fire in her eyes, numbers don't lie. From the PCR to sales floors, watch the targets fly. Don't call it empowerment, that's just talk. This is work, this is grit, this is the walk. No handouts, no favors, no borrowed tone. She built her own damn throne. NDTV Profit for her profit.
The stage that brings together India's most compelling creative voices.
NDTV का क्रिएटर मंच है
Where stories are shared, ideas are exchanged, and culture takes center stage.
जब देख पे हमला होगा तो क्या देख आजकल चल क्या रहा है सिचुएशनशिप आपको पता क्या होता है कभी मैं कह नहीं पाया
इट्स ओके यार
NDTV Creators Munch, where creative India comes together.
हो सकता है ये कहानी बन जाए और क्रिएटर्स मंच के नाम से किसी दिन मैं रिलीज कर दूं।
2 powerful days, 14th-15th March, Sundar Nursery, New Delhi. After the roaring success in Delhi, Hyderabad and Mumbai, the NDTV DP World PGTI Golf Pro-Am now travels to Ahmedabad. India's finest professionals, the city's most accomplished business leaders. Great golf, great company. NDTV DP World PGTI Golf Pro-Am. The course of champions, the conversation of leaders. 8th March, Kalhar Blues and Greens, Ahmedabad.
First India tour in your city. Rock on with Shankar Ehsan Loy and Siddharth Mahadevan and Shivam Mahadevan. 5 times melody, 5 times masti with NDTV Good Times. Go grab your tickets.
Money, fame, dirty money, fame. Spending millions every day, but I still the same.
घंटी बजी jingle, 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 jingle. बस आज का jingle, 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 jingle. चल करें थोड़े single, 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 single. क्योंकि तू है single, 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 single. Baby, I'm your Santa.
Alright team, our new order show is ready. Now we need a promo. Something cool, something sharp.
well I'm sure we'll be having outstanding reviews, solid suggestions,
expert advice, the latest trends. It's a lot simpler. We'll help people make the right auto decision. It's got the cool stuff, geeky stuff, serious stuff, all of it, so that you can discover, decide and drive. I'm Siddharth Sharma and I am your Automate.
Dalal Street loses steam as Nifty slides below 24,700 mark. Broader markets too tepid with most sectors under pressure today. Some strength seen only in metals, energy and IT. Defense stocks continue to surge amid escalation in the Middle East conflict. Bharat Dynamics Muscat dock soar in trade, while an order from HAL powers DCX systems. On International Women's Day, we put the spotlight on women leaders who have reshaped Indian business. Catch exclusive conversation with Nykaa's Falguni Nair later in the show. The government's top shipping authority has called an urgent stakeholders meeting today as Middle East tensions begin to affect the vessel operations. This amid insurers cancelling war risk cover as rampant attacks rage on. Almost a week into US-Iran war, and President Donald Trump of US has offered immunity to Iranian police and members of the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps in exchange for laying down their arms. He also claimed that US military was doing better than expected, adding that the US war was mindful of oil-related issues in the world. The United States has issued a temporary 30-day waiver allowing Russian oil cargoes currently stranded at sea to be sold to India. US Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent confirmed the measure, saying it is intended to keep oil flowing into the global markets. Hello and welcome. You've tuned into Markets at 12 and I'm Nisha Podar. Let's begin with how the markets are really behaving. It's a weak day of trade today. At least I've got the color right for the day. It is a sea of red when we look at least the key indices. So take a look at Nifty 50. It has comfortably given up the levels of 25,700 levels and is lower in trade at the moment, losing 150 odd points. In fact, a lot of banking counters are the ones which is putting tremendous pressure on Nifty 50. So banking index is the one which is hugely underperforming the key indices today, more than 1% down on bank index, and some of the heavyweights from the banking space, largest bank SBI, ICICI Bank, Axis Bank, HDFC Bank, these are the top losers. But on the flip side, if you really take a look at the contributions coming in, second day on the trot, Reliance Industries is the big boy and the heavyweight is the one gaining the most in trade today. When we take a look at overall sectoral performance, well, defense, because of the war situation, is still showing a lot of momentum. It's the biggest gainer in trade in terms of the pockets of excellence coming in, along with energy sector as well. And IT is also seeing a shade of green. So that's the sectoral performance. But broader market is the one which is performing better than the key indices today. So keep an eye out on some bit of buying coming in and some positive traction when we talk about the mid-cap universe. Let's start the show with an exclusive by our special correspondent Rishabh Bhatnagar on Railway Ministry's plans to really merge two of its Navratna PSUs. What's the DOP? Rishabh has all the details. Tell us, Rishabh.
Right, so very important potential merger on the cards in the railway sector. You have a couple of public sector enterprises in the form of IRCON as well as RVNL. These are both Navratna PSUs, both massive companies, and their stock has gone up as a result of a notice that mentions that the Ministry of Railways is mulling a merger between the two companies. Now, we have the copy of the circular, and the circular essentially came to light when the Railway Board had requested the PESB, which is responsible for all appointments made to public sector companies. So the Railway Board had requested the PESB to postpone the interview for the selection of the chairman of IRCON. And that postponement is because there is currently a merger proposal on the table between both these heavyweights. What this potential merger could result in is, of course, a much larger, a much more powerful railways infrastructure entity and a company that basically combines the strength of IRCON as well as RVNL, the sort of market share that both the companies have in their respective sectors. So a very important merger that is potentially on the cards. Let's see how long this particular merger takes, and if at all, if it is passed by the Ministry of Railways and various other statutory authorities in the way as well.
All right, Rishabh, thanks so much for getting us all those exclusive details on a big merger brewing in the railways universe. And RVNL as a stock is gaining momentum in an otherwise weakish market with gains of over 3% in trade. All right, it's also something that we are celebrating today is the Women's Day falling in the weekend, but celebrations are already begun. And it is also a day to really commemorate the achievements by several powerful women leaders in the corporate world who have really broken the male bastion and have really achieved much ahead of the time and momentum of women empowerment really came into being. So Manisha Girotra, the CEO of Moelis and Company, joins in. I've known her for a few decades and have known her journey as well. So Manisha, while we have you, before we begin with the Women's Day celebration, what's the deal scenario amidst this market volatility and the global uncertainty that you're seeing?
If you look at 2025 for India, we've had a pretty robust year on M&A and deal making, right? We saw about $40 billion of M&A. We saw about $40 billion of private equity money coming into the country. So let's say it's become a circa $100 billion market. And the reason I still feel sanguine and confident is A, private equity continues to invest in our country. That hasn't changed. We've just done 2 large tech deals. Despite all the volatility that you spoke about, they're circa $1.5 billion once they close. And secondly, as you know, Nisha, from the time since you've been a market observer for long, what's really changed is the domestic companies basically looking to acquire and accelerate their growth through inorganic route, right? We advised Torrent on the acquisition of JB, Mankind on the acquisition of Bharat Serum. So I think that platform that's taken off, and with now Indian banks also helping these companies to acquire, to make strategic acquisitions in addition to private credit, and of course the public markets remain open. I feel that the deal making will continue. And another important trend you saw, Nisha, last year was the inbound that happened in the financial services, right, from strategics. An Emirates National Bank or a MUFJ or a Mizuho coming in acquiring vendors. A lot of this trend is positive because people know that financial services is a proxy to the economy, and they're coming in large for a 20% stake in Shriram Capital. Strategic invested $5 billion. So I think there are different pockets of capital, and I think India is doing well by basically spreading itself wide across different geographies and getting capital, whether it's from Middle East, whether it's from the US, Europe, of course, and Japan, etc. So I think we're doing well. Plus, generating a lot of our own domestic capital, which is very needed in a country of our size and scale. So whether it's corporates or whether it's through mutual funds, etc., the public markets and the strategic private capital continues to push M&A.
All right, so M&A is seen still robust, Manisha, but investment banking is a male's bastion, and that's something that has been shattered by you much earlier than many other women thought about it. How has been the journey of women leadership, and how has it risen over the last few years?
So Nisha, you say it right. When I started, there were just no women, right? There was just no women at any level, right? It was an anomaly to see a woman in any role other than that of a secretary or a backup support individual. So I think from there we've come a long way. Today, if you see, there's about 40% of participation in Indian workforce by women, which is a great outcome. At shop floors, people are trying to change the whole way of working to attract more women. You've seen the way Apple's, 70% of their workforce is women. Ashok Leyland, Tata Motors, traditional commercial vehicle companies wanting to, get more women onto the shop floor. So that's great. We're all educating our girls a lot more to get them into the workforce. At mid-level leadership positions, I see a lot of women. I think the problem really is at the C-suite, right? That's where the funnel just breaks down completely because, come mid-level, women, for various reasons, personal and professional, just do not make it to the top. There aren't enough role models. There isn't enough sponsorship. And I think that's where I still struggle. Of course, we're doing things like having one mandatory woman on the board, which is good. It builds more role models. The government is trying to do a lot in terms of maternity leave, paternity leave. But I think a lot more needs to be done to strengthen that funnel. That's where India's failing.
So what's your advice while improving the situation, Manisha? What's your advice to many women who want to rise up the ranks? There are certain skill sets that are definitely required, which you applied.
I think that's really the key issue is the softer skills, right? It's the boys' club at work. It's very difficult to break it because, the boys' club actually resists a lot of women entering it. So I think that mindset organizations need to help change. Basically work very actively to make it a more inclusive environment. But for the women out there, I think we need to network more. We have a seat at the table. Now you need to make sure you retain that seat at the table. And you can do that by networking, by speaking up louder, by having a, even at home, by having a seat at the financial table, making sure you're making the economic decisions. As you get more confident in all of those decision making, you'll have a bigger voice at home, and you'll get used to practicing that voice at work too. So I think, while organizations need to do a lot more, and the boys club needs to be broken, but I think women need to be, if you see, Nisha, all the valedictorians are women, right? Then we have the same skill set that we bring to work, and we are more sincere, we are hardworking. But I think what we need to do is to be more visible, because corporate life is busy. People don't have time. And if you want the attention and mind share of a busy boss or leader, then you need to make sure that you are also equally visible in your firm. And I think that's where girls need to do better. We're perpetually perfecting ourselves, saying once we are perfect, then we'll go and speak up. But that's not how the corporate life works. You need to, be more visible, say you've done the things you've done, idea generate. And I think that if once we do that, there's no stopping the young girls.
All right, so that's a great advice coming in from you, Manisha. But the DEI trend also has reversed right now. How can the ecosystem really improve to give equal opportunities to women?
So we talked about what women can do themselves. I think corporates can do a lot more. COVID taught us work from home. I think we need to be genuinely believe that, flexible hours, work from home can work for girls. Upskill and reskill women when they come back into the workforce, right? When they come back, you can't have them left behind too much, right? So if you need for them to catch up with their male counterparts, then upskill and reskill. Invest in your women. Think of it as a long-term asset, right? Don't think of someone who's gone away and saying, oh, she's been out of the workforce for 9 months, so now, we can't upskill her. In this world of AI, there's so much disruption happening that anyway we need to continuously upskill our workforce. So invest a little bit more. Then important things like pay parity, right? That's very important. I think that's where women feel very discriminated against. We see that pay parity is not something that's prevalent in a lot of organizations and a lot of industries. So we need to do some more of that. And then, respect work-life balance, have mentors. I think it's really important to have role models and mentors, because women feel lost when they come to the mid-level and don't see enough women in the C-suite. So, they feel, can we actually do this? But I think if you can have mentors, male or women, it doesn't matter what the mentor, but if you can actively promote that mentorship for women, I think that bit the corporates can do well. Government, as you rightly said, is doing a lot. The policy framework is propelling the women. And the larger issue, of course, Nisha, which is a very big discussion, is patriarchal mindsets at home, right? I think if we can change that and think of a woman's job also as a career and not just something that's there to enhance the incomes or pastime before the babies come or the in-laws get unwell. I think you can respect the fact that a woman's ambitions are also long-term. I think that mindset at home will help a lot. We're educating our girls, but I think we need to have respect for the fact that they have their own personal aspirations and don't want to live only on surrogate success.
Right. Besides all other improvements, Manisha, a few of the women leaders like yourself, what can the leaders do for mentorship and also helping other women cross that glass ceiling, break that glass ceiling from mid-level to C-suite?
I think somewhat being done. I see a lot of women wanting to give back, help other women. The problem, as I said, Nisha, is that there aren't enough of us, right? So there aren't enough to, help the whole ecosystem. But look, I think each woman who's reached a level needs to think of it as a moment of privilege that she's able to go and give back and mentor other girls and say, look, I know this is a tough time, your babies just come and the work sort of propel, but I think you need to just share your own stories candidly, mentor other young girls and ensure that they stay in the workforce, because as a country we benefit a lot with women coming into the workforce and staying in the workforce, right? So I think it's a great point to raise that each one of us should take this as a moment to give back.
All right, giving back to the society and to the women workforce. Thank you so much, Manisha, for all those inspiring words. Happy Women's Day to all of you. And thank you, Manisha, for joining in. All right, so that was Manisha Girotra, from one woman leader to another. And I did speak to Falguni Nair, who is the founder and CEO of Nykaa, about the business aspects and how she's delivering profits and shareholder returns. And of course, I asked her about the fashion business breaking even and being profitable, which she said that the momentum is picking and that could be achieved soon. Take a listen. There is a building expectation also, Falguni, that finally fashion is going to break even. And some of the brokerages do suggest that it will be this quarter itself. Are we heading towards that? Finally, at the time of listing, it was very nascent, and you said that is the plan.
Yeah, but like you know more than anyone else that I can't give forward-looking guidance, so I don't know. But we always share a clear path to profitability. And I think investors saw large improvement in EBITDA in fashion business in the last quarter. And when we guide to, certain direction, I think it's more about one quarter here and there doesn't really matter. But we definitely feel that now we have the momentum which will take us into profitability even in the fashion business. And break even is just a step one, right? After that, we have to build the profitability from there. So there's a long journey ahead.
That's right. From margin dilutive to margin accretive, that's a long process. But I did catch one particular takeaway from this, that 1 or 2 quarters here and there doesn't matter. But we're close to that. That's the sense that I'm getting. At least that's the confidence that you are.
The quarter's not ended. I don't know the numbers.
I wanted to focus on one particular bit. You have also always said that growth versus margin expansion, that would be the priority. You want to grow the market right now, but also margin expansion through premiumization, or what is the strategy over there as well? So growth and margin expansion and profit and profitability thrust for the shareholders. How is the vision and the strategy of the management currently?
No, I think the growth versus margin expansion I meant at EBITDA margin level, where the EBITDA margin, when you go for higher growth, whether in marketing is a direct variable cost.
Right.
So more you spend on marketing, the EBITDA margin, and usually you acquire customers and they mature over a period of time.
That's right.
So I think the early investment, so now Nykaa is acquiring a lot of new customers on an annual basis.
So you've always said that it's investment in
future. So that's more for the EBITDA margin level.
All right.
The growth and the gross margin are not at competition with each other.
Right.
I think gross margin improvements comes from obviously, being a very powerful platform which is used by brands for even advertising, so that you get the core margins which are beyond your product margins as a retailer.
Right.
So ad platform helps it. In our case, because we are a combination of for that matter, like our own brands, so they also help with the gross profit profile and gross margin profile. And the last one is, if you look at fashion is understated on revenue, and fashion is then obviously better on gross profit margin.
All right, so that was Falguni Nair of Nykaa talking about the business prospects and the outlook going forward. Let's now also focus on some of the other counters which are really in the news and should be on your list of tracking today. Jasmeet has really worked on that particular list. Jasmeet, what do you have for us today?
Well, Nisha, thank you for that. I have two counters which are in my radar for today. The first one is an earning, that's Fractal Analytics. While the company comes up with its Q3 numbers, one of the first results post-listing. If you look at the key numbers, the numbers are good in terms of the overall growth, while the revenue sees 7% growth. And what led to the overall growth is the healthcare segment. It's nearly up 72% in this particular quarter on YY basis. Further, even the banking segment has done well for the company. If you look at the other key aspect, the CC revenue growth for Q3 comes at 5%. In this particular quarter, while the company also added one client in the basket of over 20 million category in the first 9 months of FY26, and they have added 5 new clients in the basket of over 1 million category as well. While lastly, the other income is impacted because of the losses which they saw in Cure AI, one of the associate companies of the client. Now, in terms of the overall other income, it sees a downtick compared to QOQ basis. If you look at the key numbers, the revenue is of 7%, while the EBIT has expanded by 46%, while the overall margins are expanded by 300 basis points and currently at 10.9% versus 7.9% in the previous quarter. Lastly, on the profit end, it stands at 103 crore, and this marks the first quarter for the company where the profits have crossed the 100 crore mark. Now, if you look at the second counter, that's DCX System. The stock is really buzzing in trade on the back of this order win, up nearly 14%, while the company wins an order from Hindustan Aeronautics worth 68 crore, and the order is for manufacturing supply of custom-made antennas and power supplies for the client. So all in all, we have two counters buzzing in trade on the back of the positive news flows.
Right, Jasmeet, thanks so much for getting us all those buzzers in trade today. And you mentioned Fractal. Let's also hear out the management. Shrikant V, who's the co-founder from the con call, speaking about the revenue acceleration. Listen in.
We do expect that our revenues will continue to accelerate. We expect our gross margins are our industry best, but we want to continue expanding our gross margins, number one. Number two is from gross margins to EBITDA margins, we have SG&A as well as our R&D expenses. So like Ashwath also pointed out, we take roughly 4% of revenue, 4.1% of revenue into our expenses today, which drops the overall EBITDA margins by 4 points. So when you're comparing us with other firms, those 4 points have to be adjusted for because they don't have, most of them don't have any AI R&D today.
All right, so that was Fractal talking about the future business prospects. On to our brokerage call for the day today, and UBS has initiated a buy rating on Pine Labs, and Sharad joins in with all the details on what's the rationale behind this particular rating. Sharad.
A couple of weeks ago also brokerages were initiating on Pine Labs, and in yesterday's trade the stock showed a good strength and a little bit of buying also in the HNI segment. Interestingly, UBS, there is an initiate buy rating and the target price is set as 250 rupees. That's a significant upside potential from the current market prices, and they've stated that they are monetizing the EMI theme at a scale. It's a leading B2B payment platform across the large enterprises, and key triggers include definitely enterprise-led annuity base, which can be scalable as the monetization goes ahead, and also the affordability is underpinning an incremental growth coming in, and also this augurs well for the margin expansion as well. It's largely domestic focused as well, so you might see some kind of a buying in this stock as well. But overall brokerages are bullish on Pine Labs. In the last 6 months also the stock has turned a bit cheap. It's down 30% odd.
All right, thanks so much, Sharad, for all those details. But remember, we are celebrating International Women's Day today. Happy Women's Day to all our viewers. And I've also listed out the top few women leaders in corporate world. Remember that this was a difficult list to really zero in on a few top leaders. But nonetheless, without any preference of order, here are the top head turners from corporate world when it comes to women leadership. Arundhati Bhattacharya, who heads Salesforce in India. It's the best professional pivot for any PSU banker. She was also the first woman to be at the helm of the largest State Bank of India in 2013. She was responsible for changing the nomenclature from traditional chairman to chairperson, remember, and she's a change agent. This after rising through ranks for 40 years at SBI, and I have seen her play a critical role in insolvency and bankruptcy-led sale processes for bank loan recovery, and her disconnect with large corporate houses also made her the choice to lead a tech global giant Salesforce to expand in India. Falguni Nair, founder of Nykaa, which is now a top startup in the listed space and one of the few new age companies in the listed space delivering consistent profit and also stock returns for the shareholders above the IPO price. Remember, amongst the startup founders, she has clearly shattered the male bastion, and she founded, remember, Nykaa at the age of 50 years after a successful career as an investment banker. Another promoter, Kiran Mazumdar-Shaw, the first generation entrepreneur, the Indian corporate in biotechnology. She's the tallest there. And as a first generation entrepreneur, Kiran founded Biocon in 1978, which is now a global biopharma player. I have seen her advocate innovation in pharma for several years, and she has been a torchbearer for R&D in Indian pharma. And for her contribution, she's also been awarded with prestigious civilian recognitions. Kakuna Khate comes up next, and just stepping down from her position at the helm of India operations of Bank of America. Remember, she successfully held this position for the last 15 years, and this is the time to really commemorate her leadership because of her trust built with the top conglomerate leaders of India. Kaku continues for senior client relationships at the American Bank, and she also has been a top investment banker spearheading the largest M&A deals in the country. So that's Kaku Nakhate for you. And of course, those are the few women who have the highest amount of achievement. And with that, we wrap up on the show. But stay tuned to NDTV Profit for all the news and developments on the other side. Thank you so much for joining.
NDTV Profit women, building their own power. From server room code to the studio's final hour. Fire in her eyes, numbers don't lie. From the PCR to sales floors, watch the targets fly. Don't call it empowerment, that's just talk. This is work, this is grit, this is the walk. No handouts, no favors, no borrowed tone. She built her own damn throne. NDTV Profit for her profit. NDTV Profit women, building their own power. From server room code to the studio's final hour. Fire in her eyes, numbers don't lie. From the PCR to sales floors, watch the targets fly. Don't call it empowerment, that's just talk. This is work, this is grit, this is the walk. No handouts, no favors, no borrowed tone. She built her own damn throne. NDTV Profit for her profit.
After the roaring success in Delhi, Hyderabad and Mumbai, the NDTV DP World PGTI Golf Program now travels to Ahmedabad. India's finest professionals, the city's most accomplished business leaders. Great golf, great company. NDTV DP World PGTI Golf Program. The course of champions, the conversation of leaders. 8th March, Kalhar Blues and Greens, Ahmedabad.
First India tour in your city. Rag on with Shankar Ehsan Loy and Siddharth Mahadevan and Shivam Mahadevan. 5 times melody, 5 times masti with NDTV Good Times. Go grab your tickets.
Money, fame, dirty money, fame. Spending millions every day, but I still the same.
घंटी बजी जिंगल 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 बस आज का जिंगल 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 चल करें थोड़े जिंगल 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 क्योंकि तू है जिंगल 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 baby I'm your Santa.
Alright team, our new order show is ready. Now we need a promo. Something cool, something sharp.
Well, I'm sure we'll be having outstanding reviews, solid suggestions,
expert advice, the latest trends. It's a lot simpler. We'll help people make the right auto decisions. It's got the cool stuff, geeky stuff, serious stuff, all of it, so that you can discover, decide and drive. I'm Siddharth Sharma and I am your Automate.
Hello and welcome to NDTV Profit. You're watching Trending Stocks with me, Hiral Dadia, and Sharad Dubey, who's standing at the NDTV Profit market pit with all the action in the markets today. Sharad, interesting day of trade where you're seeing that pressure come in but there is that range-bound movement that you're seeing as well.
That's true. Good afternoon, Hiral. But looking at the markets right now, we are at the day's low level. There was a gap down opening that was expected, but a range, that's what, Hiral, you're right. But we are near the day's low level. But key levels to watch out for, that is something which will be very much important. The technical bounce, if it comes in the day's trade. Nifty Bank, this technical setup, let's have a look how that pans out, and that's down more than 800 points at the day's low level. Significantly weaker setup as compared to the other indices as well. But what are the key factors to watch out for? That's very much important. Let's pull out. Yesterday there was a little bit of hope in the last 20 minutes, but it was like a dead cat bounce, to be honest, and that's why the concern comes in today's trading session as well. The key support levels for Nifty, 400 to 600. This is the level where we are seeing a bounce might come in. That's what the data is suggesting, at least on the technical charts. Apart from that, Nifty Bank technical, that is looking weaker, and because of that, the support level which has come in, that's the 200-day EMA level which I'm looking at, and that level is roughly 57,438. Currently, you could say it's of course more than 500-600 points on the above side, but you never know. If that happens, this becomes a very key level to watch out for. Defense, railways, good institutional buying coming on the news flow, and interestingly, Reliance is also trying to hold up Nifty as well, but not being successful. Avoid any carryover trades for the weekend. That's a very important trade coming in if you are there in this trading segment. And options data is suggesting a bearish sentiment is still developing. So until unless some clarity comes on the geopolitical news flow, we will see a lot of volatility here. India VIX also jumps up 5% up, and it's near the 19 odd levels. So this is how the market is panning out. But yes, we are in the day's low level, but nevertheless in a range right now. Over to you, Hiral.
Okay, we are at the day's low, but pretty much trading in a range, as Sharad has been pointing out. Before we go and address the watch list in today's session, let's quickly just look at the sectoral heat map to understand what are the nuances of trade, where is that pressure coming in from in today's session. If we can just get the sectoral heat map, because banking as a space has been seeing pressure. Real estate is the top losing sector, followed by private banks. Nifty Bank also down. PSU banks under pressure. The only pack which is seeing good positive shoots is defense, obviously for the right reasons, that we're seeing defense which is up in trade. Energy also trading in the positive, and the IT sector is one space which is being slightly resilient in today's session. Oil and gas again has seen a mild recovery. Metals pretty much on the borderline. So that's what the sectoral heat map is telling you. And very quickly, if you have to look at the contributors in terms of Nifty 50 as well, to understand which are the ones which are staying low, which are the ones which are contributing to today's trade. Reliance Industries, the top contributor today on the positive end. BEL, NTPC, a few of the other names. Apart from that, HDFC, ICICI Bank, L&T continues to put pressure. Let's quickly look at the watch list now. BEL, that stock is at record high levels in trade today. Garden Reach has a strategic MOU with Kalyani Strategic Systems. Mascon, best week in 9 months, 2 days, 18 to 19% is the kind of gains that you've seen on the counter. And you have a DCX Systems on the back of an order win from HAL is buzzing in trade. Angel One, the February monthly update is not very encouraging, but it's mainly because the market share that has remained stable that the stock is trading in the positive. You have Pine Labs, where UBS has come out and said that the valuation discount that Pine Labs is sitting at is unjustified as compared to a Paytm. Cohan's also at a 52-week low, and Okla, you have Citi, which is projecting a 35% upside. ICICI Access, all these financials are under pressure, along with Indigo, where high oil prices could be weighing in. Rebound in IT trade, and Jupiter Wagons is another one which is a volume buzzer. A big railway PSU merger could be on the cards, and that's why Ercon and RVNL are buzzing in trade. Now, is this an opportunity to sell these counters or not is what you'll know soon. Realty stocks also under pressure, and Fractal, strong growth is what we're seeing in the AI-led business, and that's what is keeping the stock up in trade. So that's the watch list. But Sharad, over to you to take through, to go through the rapid fire with Akshay Bhagwat of JM Financial.
Thanks a lot, Hiral, for that. Good afternoon, Akshay. Always a pleasure to have you. Let's start our rapid fire buy, sell, hold. And the first group of stocks is the IT stocks. Last two trading sessions, they haven't fallen that much. Slightly in the green also, the IT index. Any important IT stocks, which is good here, at least for this short-term basis?
Good afternoon, Sharad. So majority of them are still weak. I think if you were to pick one, Infosys is the best bet.
Okay, Infosys is the best bet. But what about the banking names? Axis Bank, ICICI Bank. That is where the support is not coming in. Largely, most of them are dragging the Nifty Bank. As your take on it, there'll be a further fall in this. And if yes, stop losses for ICICI Bank, Axis Bank.
So, banking has seen some negative breakdown in the last couple of days, expecting short-term weakness in the private banking space to continue.
A lot of adverse news flows is coming in, Akshay, for Interglobe Aviation. Some downgrades also coming in from brokerages. Your views on it?
Technically, it is weak. For 4500 is a resistance, expecting downside still 4000 in short term.
And Akshay, what are the charts suggesting for Cohance Life Science? Important levels to track?
For Cohance Life Science, it's a negative chart structure. Although oversold, it continues to be negative. Important level to track is resistance of 335 and looking forward for downsides all the way till 235.
And defense seems to be the flavor. The market is finding some solace over here. BEL, one of the top gainers also in the Nifty index. Your views on that?
Absolutely a strong technical breakout at 460 and possibly the stock is setting up for targets of 485 to 490.
Railway stocks also, apart from defense, are doing well. IRCON and RVNL, there might be a buzz of a merger on the cards. Hiral had mentioned that. But Akshay, out of these two stocks, would you like to take some profit off, or the technical setup looks good for a medium-term trade?
I would suggest take an exit of RVNL, technically still weak. IRCON, you can wait till possibly upsides of 175.
Alright, and Akshay, sticking with the railway theme, IRCON International, it's a volume buzzer as well. Your view on that? I mean to say Jupiter Wagon, Jupiter Wagon, that's the stock I'm talking about. The volumes have been very strong. Your views on that?
So absolutely good volumes from bottoms of 250, possible upsides 340 in the making for Jupiter Wagons.
Alright, so this is the entire rapid fire round. Over to you, Hiral.
Okay, thank you so much for that. Akshay, stay with us. These are the stocks that have been trending in terms of what NDTV Profit is picked. But let's see what Google Trends are indicating, which are the stocks which are trending on Google Trends as well, because that's going to be interesting to see. Any names? Nalco has been making a buzz. IRCON, yes, for the obvious reasons that stock is in the limelight. Hindalco also has been doing pretty well. So Nalco, Hindalco on the way. Aluminium prices are panning out. That stocks are doing well in trade. Interglobe Aviation again is in focus on the back of crude prices, and BPCL, a similar reason why you have OMCs which are trading under pressure. Akshay, your view when it comes to Nalco and Hindalco? The upside has continued. There is some bit of strength, but till when? Would you advise to book profits or continue?
Advice is to continue. Metals are rebounding hard, and especially the names you mentioned are the strongest on the charts. So possible profit booking for short term in Nalco would be somewhere around 430. So upside still in the making. So continue to hold Nalco. And as far as Hindalco goes, again a strong technical structure in place. There is a small technical resistance around the 980 levels, which I believe should be broken out soon, and one can hold positionally for targets till 1040.
Alright, interesting development coming in, but just pull out the stock. Pine Labs also, UBS has come out with its report. They have initiated a buy rating and the target price is set at 250 rupees per share, and now they have stated that they are monetizing the EMI at scale right now, and largely enterprise related annuity based business is something which the street is very bullish on, and the margin expansion levers are also at play. Pine Labs also in the green in the day's trade. Joining us to give us a little bit of fundamental perspective is Girish Sodhani. Good afternoon, Girish. Always a pleasure to have you. Your views on Pine Labs, recently listed company, but growth triggers seem to be strong, at least from the brokerages.
Yes, we can say that it's looked very strongly. It's not in the expansion mode also, because I have already found out the Pine Labs comes beyond of the tier 2 and tier 3 cities. So this will give a little bit push in the sales performance measures. So looks strongly for the next few quarters itself, but I'm looking out something more into that, how the next 2 quarters performance as well as the numbers coming out from the home pictures.
Okay, so that's with regards to where Pine Labs go. Now, moving on, you have Garden Reach. That stock also is in focus. Let's pull up that one on the screens. And they've signed a MOU with Kalyani Strategic Systems. From the day's highest levels, a mild correction coming in there, but still seeing gains of around 5 to 6%. And they will be jointly developing advanced naval systems and develop unmanned platforms and maritime capabilities. In fact, defense as a pack has also been buzzing in trade. So that's with regards to Garden Reach. And along with the Garden Reach, you have Mazgon Dock also, which has been buzzing in trade as we speak. Strong moves coming in there. And this is on the back of that 90,000 number that has been doing the rounds that the government is looking out at, giving out projects worth 90,000 odd crores. No confirmations yet, but strong moves there. Girish, any view when it comes to Garden Reach as well as the Mazgon Dock?
Yeah, the Garden Reach looks good in the terms of fundamentals. Looks strongly in the terms.
All right. Apart from that, Interglobe Aviation is also something which is there in everybody's list right now. And I think there's a brokerage report also coming in. A lot of crude related news flow also there. Somit, what are the key details for Interglobe Aviation?
So UBS has come out with this report where they have maintained their buy rating but have cut the target price to 5,480 from 6,170. Now they have pointed out three factors. Firstly is the ongoing conflict in the Middle East, which is expected to impact the earnings. Now as per UBS analysis, they are saying that 60% impact on earnings comes in with every 10% decline in capacity. And as per their analysis, Indigo has deployed nearly 14% of their capacity in the Middle East. However, they are also saying that Indigo appears to be relatively better positioned in this scenario, given the fact that they have a higher exposure towards the domestic revenue, and that should compensate for the loss that they will see on the international front. Apart from that, it's rising crude oil prices, which is also expected to have an impact on their earnings. And as per their analysis, their earnings get impacted by around 18% for every 5% change in the ATF prices. And third reason is the rupee weakness that we are seeing. And as per their analysis, that earnings get impacted by around 5% for every 1 rupee depreciation against the US dollar. And for factoring in these headwinds, they have lowered the valuation multiple and hence the cut in target prices coming in. But they're also saying that from long-term perspective, Indigo continues to remain the best case and their buy rating continues to remain intact from long-term perspective.
Thanks a lot, Somit, for that. But moving on, Girish, I wanted to talk about Interglobe Aviation, how things are panning out. Of course, this fourth quarter might be a bit problematic when it comes to the financials, but is there a value emerging here?
So yes, the whole overall airlines industry is facing the hype chance because of obviously there's a macro developments are going on. So the pressure of that particular margins are not for the single quarter itself. We are just expecting for the next 2 to 3 quarters are facing these type of margin pressures because the developments what the already UAEs as well as the South areas should be completely dissected changes. So the margins was extremely high. Approximately 15 to 18% are revenues come from that particular region itself. So the margins are going to be extended by next 2 to 3 quarters. But for the longer period of time, obviously, there is a strong bet. Obviously, they are the largest player in this particular airline industry and having the maximum market shares into it. So the stock performance will be good for the longer period of time, but for the shorter period, just avoid this particular company.
Okay, so that's with regards to where Interglobe Aviation goes. Now, moving on, Fractal is one company, a good set of numbers, healthy profit growth and margins have improved as well. In fact, at the con call, Srikanth V, the co-founder and the group CEO at Fractal, spoke about the revenue acceleration and how AI is leading this kind of growth. Let's quickly listen in to what the management had to say.
We do expect that our revenues will continue to accelerate. We expect our gross margins are our industry best, but we want to continue expanding our gross margins, number one. Number two is from gross margins to EBITDA margins, we have SG&A as well as our R&D expenses. So like Ashwath also pointed out, we take roughly 4% of revenue, 4.1% of revenue into our expenses today, which drops the overall EBITDA margins by 4 points. So when you're comparing us with other firms, those 4 points have to be adjusted for because most of them don't have any AI R&D today.
Okay, so that's with regards to where Fractal goes. Girish Sodani is with us. Girish, how are you looking at a Fractal? I know it's a recent listing, but from a fundamental perspective, what they've indicated also is that the growth that is coming in is mainly AI driven, and that's what their focus is going to be. And Fractal, as we know, is a pure play AI play. How is your view developing for a company like Fractal?
So, yes, we are now looking out somewhere AI concepts of a booming side now. But if the combinations of growth numbers, what the companies are already posted here, is that the combinations would be approximately 20% hikes. So it's a good fiscal year. In the term means, obviously, there's a drastic changes from the IDs to the AI based itself. But not from the single sectors. The healthcare, life care is almost 78% year-on-year basis growth. Financial sectors also expanding by approximately 25% expands. So the relations as well as the continuity retention of the customers base. What we are seeing that this particular performance are giving the strong growth. But we are just looking out for the next at least 2 to 3 quarters how the other IT companies are performing in the basis of AI. Then the actual competitions as well as the actual numbers, how the client returns are going to be. So just wait for the at least 2 to 3 quarters. My suggestion is that just don't put hurry in the longer period of time. And it's a new listing company. So the last fundamentals are not very much inclusive in the terms of secondary markets. So just my suggestion is just hold it up.
Girish, hold on to that thought because we are again going to talk about a newly listed company and now the brokerages are turning bullish on it. The stock's name is Orkla. Interestingly, it makes spices, right? Mahima, more details on this brokerage report?
Right, so Shad, overall the Citi has kind of initiated buy for this particular counter and has given a target price of 750. What they're saying is that it's a player with a regional leadership and category tailwinds as well. Well positioned to kind of capitalize the formalization of the entire spices and convenience food market. They're saying that international expansion and M&A potential are the things that will, probably augur growth going forward. Strong brand leadership is also something that is that is something that they're liking. Category tailwinds to drive long-term compounding as well as increasing product assortment in core markets will also augur growth going forward. Lastly, they're saying that they are expanding distribution and they've got strong execution capabilities, and that's what makes Citi bullish on the counter. So this is the overall view, and that's why we're seeing that uptick of around 4% in the stock today.
Thanks a lot, Mahima, for that. A spice company, and we are also nearing our lunchtime as well. But Girish, your views on Orkla, what are the key takeaways? Any good important fundamental triggers coming in for this?
Yes, the fundamentals completely based on that. This particular whole sector is looking like expanding modes. If we talk about for the global market trend as well as the Indian domestic market trends, we are looking out some around 15 billion to 18 billion would be the highest propositions. And the spice market, India is leading the approximately 50% of the global trades. So the overall whole sector is performing very well. But for the company perspective, yes, the companies are performing good. We are just looking out for the next 4 to 5 quarters are very good, excellent numbers are there. So the strong bets for the particular counter.
Regards to Orkla, 4.5% up move coming in there. Let's pull up a Petronet LNG on the screens. But in fact, before we look at a Petronet LNG, I would want to address the flashes at the bottom of your screens where AC companies are raising prices, and this is mainly to pass on the higher input costs. That's what the dealer checks are indicating right now. In fact, AC prices had fallen in September post the GST cuts, and now they've said that the companies will raise prices to pass on all the higher input costs so far. LG, Hitachi, Voltas, Blue Star, Lloyds, all of these companies are expected to hike prices. Let's pull up Blue Star and Voltas to see what's happening, because the price hike is expected in the next 3 to 10 days. The quantum is something that we need to watch out for, but in the next 3 to 10 days, a price hike for all the AC makers will be on the anvil. And to be noted that this is a period when we had seen, companies also come out and say that the demand in terms of this summer is expected to be stronger, and the demand which will be strong this time will come in also on a lower base of last year. So the kind of growth that you would see on a year-on-year basis is going to be absolutely spectacular if you have to look at Q4 and the first quarter of FY27. So both these quarters will be keenly eyed. In fact, you're seeing that mild spike that is coming in as well when it comes to Voltas. The stock is trading under pressure but trying to inch higher on the back of the price hikes that could be on the annual. Let's pull up a Blue Star on the screens as well. Let's pull up a Whirlpool as well. Let's see all the companies that could, be impacted on the back of the price hikes. It's mainly a Voltas that is impacting on the back of this news, where a price hike in the next 3 to 10 days that could be on the annual. That's what dealer checks are indicating, and a mild spike coming in on a Voltas. In fact, let me take this question with Girish. Girish, you're talking about a price hike by AC companies on the back of higher input costs. Dealers are indicating it could be coming in the next 3 to 10 days. From the listed players, you're talking about names like Voltas, Blue Star, etc. How would you look at this industry? Because last year was a washout year. I think the industry itself had no expectations at all. This year, there is some bit of positive sentiment that the summers are going to be really hot. The demand is going to be very strong. And if you have to compare on a year-on-year basis, exponential growth is probably what you will see.
So yes, the consumer durables, especially ACs as AC type of companies like Havels and Voltas, are looking out very positively for this financial year as well as the next financial year too. So the 26 to 28% earning growth the companies are expecting from this summer season itself. So that's the reason they are also, and along with that, there's a biggest reasons behind of the price reasons was just because of the macro environments, the base components are coming from the different countries. That gives a little bit higher in the terms of transportation. So you can say that the shipment cost is just going to be revised. That's the reason also the companies are looking out for the price increments. But apart from that, the growth propositions, yes, the growth propositions is little bit higher in the terms of sales numbers as well as the revenue numbers. But I think the revenue numbers should be a little bit not high because of the other costs are going to be involved. But yes, the growth numbers should be there in that financial year 26-27 as well as 27-28.
Pretty much interesting on that, but another counter is there, Petronet LNG. News flow, a lot of them coming in, but Investec has come out with the report, maintained buy rating, and the target price is set at 400 rupees per share. They have stated this correction is largely overdone, and it is their top pick as well. A 30-day disruption can of course impact the numbers, volumes by 4% and EBITDA by 6% going ahead, and now the dividend yield has also turned attractive. Is it a good time to enter this stock right now, Girish, because of the bullishness coming from the brokerages? What's your fundamental call on that?
Yes, for the longer period, obviously for the next 2 to 3 years time frames, if anyone looking out the strong fundamental company, obviously the LNGs, these are from belongs, particularly LNGs and gas oil companies, looking out very attractive as of now. But the visions is obviously for the next 2 to 3 years time frame, because the volatility is still there because of the macro environments are there. The regulations, US as well as the UK's chargings are still going on for the Petronets, and these type companies are directly impacted into it. But for the longer periods, these counters are very strongly built.
All right, that's the view coming in for Petronet LNG. Thank you very much, Girish, for joining in with us at NDTV Profit and giving your views on the stocks and the markets as well. But we are running out of time now. That's all, folks, for Trending Stocks from me, Hiral, and the entire team who have put up this show. Stay tuned to NDTV Profit.
NDTV Profit women building their own power. From server room code to the studio's final hour. Fire in her eyes, numbers don't lie. From the PCR to sales floors, watch the targets fly. Don't call it empowerment, that's just talk. This is work, this is grit, this is the walk. No handouts, no favors, no borrowed tone. She built her own damn throne. NDTV Profit for her profit.
The stage that brings together India's most compelling creative voices.
NDTV का क्रिएटर मंच है
Where stories are shared, ideas are exchanged, and culture takes center stage.
जब देश पे हमला हुआ तो सब एक आजकल चल क्या रहा है सिचुएशनशिप आपको पता चलता है कभी मैं कह नहीं पाया
इट्स ओके यार
NDTV Creators Munch, where creative India comes together.
हो सकता है ये कहानी बन जाए और क्रिएटर्स मंच के नाम से किसी दिन मैं रिलीज कर दूं.
2 powerful days, 14th-15th March, Sundar Nursery, New Delhi. New Year. New Power Panel. India Market Open. Now in its boldest lineup. This is where the trends get tested and stocks get conviction.
I'll recommend a buy call on a stock only when I'm fully convinced on the stock. With a table-thumping buy.
And when the street wants the levels, he brings the chart.
Charts speak the truth, and I deliver the levels with no frills.
Parag Thakkar and Kush Bohra are now part of the morning crew with Tamanna, Neeraj and Alex. Same show, sharper voices. Every morning on India Market Open, your favorite market show just got better. On NDTV Profit, for your profit.
Money, fame, dirty money, fame. Spending millions every day, but I still the same.
घंटी बजी
Jingle, 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 jingle.
बस आज का
Jingle, 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 jingle.
चल करें थोड़े
Single, 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 single.
क्योंकि तू है
Single, 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 single. Baby, I'm your Santa.
Alright team, our new order show is ready. Now we need a promo. Something cool, something sharp.
Well, I'm sure we'll be having outstanding reviews, solid suggestions,
Expert advice, the latest trends. It's a lot simpler. We'll help people make the right auto decisions. It's got the cool stuff, geeky stuff, serious stuff, all of it, so that you can discover, decide and drive. I'm Siddharth Sharma and I am your Automate.
Hi, I'm Tamanna Inamdar. Watch me on NDTV Profit, where I break down the day's biggest business stories. What happened, why it matters, and what it means for your money.
Hi, I'm Neeraj Shah. Watch me on NDTV Profit for the most incisive market intelligence and meaningful corporate conversations.
And I'm Alex Matthew. Markets, mutual funds, insurance, personal finance. I help you cut through the noise and make smarter financial choices. And here's where you can watch us.
After the roaring success in Delhi, Hyderabad and Mumbai, the NDTV DP World PGTI Golf Pro-Am now travels to Ahmedabad. India's finest professionals, the city's most accomplished business leaders. Great golf, great company. NDTV DP World PGTI Golf Pro-Am. The course of champions, the conversation of leaders. 8th March, Kalhar Blues and Greens, Ahmedabad. He has been tracking markets for over a decade, spots the trends before they hit the screen. And he is now bringing his analysis to the show that the market watches. Watch Sharad Dubey on Know Your Company, a show that puts the most traded stocks under the scanner. We dissect the company so that you The investor don't have to. Get the management to answer questions relevant to you. Watch Know Your Company weekdays at 11:30 a.m. to understand.
Wall Street loses steam as Nifty slides below 24,600. Broader markets as well tepid with most sectors under pressure. Some strength seen only in energy and some of the IT names. Meanwhile, defense stocks continue to surge amid escalation in the Middle East conflict. Bharat Dynamics, Mazagon soar in trade while an order from HAL powers DCX systems. And on International Women's Day, we put the spotlight on women leaders who've reshaped Indian businesses. Catch exclusive conversation with Nykaa's Falguni Nair later in the show as well. And the government's top shipping authority has called an urgent stakeholder meeting today as Middle East tensions begin to affect vessel operations. This amid insurers cancelling war risk cover as rampant attacks rage on. The United States has issued a temporary 30-day waiver allowing Russian oil cargoes currently stranded at sea to be sold to India. U.S. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent confirms the measure, saying that it is intended to keep oil flowing into global markets. Good afternoon, you're watching Lunchtime Trades with me, Shreyanti Singh, and this is the show that gets you a roundup of everything that is happening in the world of commodities, news and updates as well on the top buzzers at this hour, all while you grab lunch. But before we do that, a very quick look at the markets, and when you take a look at Nifty, in fact, it's down about 150 odd points. When you talk about Sensex as well, it's also down about 500 odd points thereabout. When you talk about the sectoral picture, that is currently sharply tilted in the favor of red. So you do have realty on the back foot, PSU banks, bank also on the back foot, and even auto, rural consumption, media, some of your sectors that are on the back foot. What's holding up quite resiliently is something like energy, oil and gas, metal and IT also continuing to eke out some of those gains that we've seen for much of this week when you talk about this particular sector as well. But when you talk about the top losers on a sectoral, on a stock specific basis, you have something like an ICICI Bank with that knock of about 2.5% coming in, Eternal, Max Healthcare, Interglobe Aviations also down and out in trade, 2% downtick coming in yet again for this particular counter. Something like L&T, Heavyweight, HDFC Bank and Axis Bank also holding up with losses of about 1.5 odd percent thereabout. When you talk about the list of gainers, some of your defense stocks make it to that list, so no surprises there. Something like a BEL that is buzzing away, 2.5% uptick. Heavyweight Reliance also doing some of the heavy lifting today, 2% uptick there about coming in on Reliance Industries as well. So that's largely the kind of setup that you have. Also some of your IT names, something like an HCL Tech or even a Wipro that's holding up in green, Infosys as well in the green. So that's the kind of setup that you have when you talk about sectors and stocks as well. But keeping that in mind, let's also get you the entire setup when you talk about this week gone by when it comes to the entire world of commodities. Something when you talk about gold and silver and oil as well. First things first, let's take a look at gold in terms of the week that we've had. So you did have a midweek bounce coming in when you talk about gold prices surging toward those $5,400 an ounce levels. Right now you've seen, of course, pullback come in, but for much of this week, the inflow of the headlines is something that you had the markets monitoring very closely. Other than that, sharp dollar-driven sell-off is what you saw coming in here and there, but that's largely the kind of setup in terms of that steady safe haven demand also driving prices. Now, when you talk about silver as well, largely similar kind of setup that you have. When you talk about silver as well, tumbled sharply, crashing over 8% after hitting that 4-week high. So you do have a week of volatility that you're looking at, and we'll also make sense of that. But as we do that, let's also quickly take a look at some of these interesting updates that we've also had coming in when you talk about the entire oil space as well, because the Hormuz traffic, the Strait of Hormuz traffic is completely chock-a-blocked right now.
You do have that very important disruption, and against that backdrop, you do have a temporary 30-day waiver that you have for Indian refiners to be purchasing Russian oil. In fact, joining us on the show right now is Jatin Trivedi, VP Research Commodities and Currency, LKP Securities. Mr. Trivedi, thank you so much for taking time out and joining us this afternoon. First things first, I wanted to try and get a sense of what you think about the current setup for oil prices, and also the latest commentary also coming in from US Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent in terms of that 30-day temporary stopgap measure. And they've really gone out and highlighted that this is a stopgap measure that you're looking at. I wanted to get your read on that before we begin.
More importantly, the prices always gives you the outlook that how the market is going to be shaped up. And recently that what we have seen, the reflection is that the overall oil sentiment of the market is going to be on the supply side issues. Also, a window for Indian markets, opening up from the Russian oil always is healthy because we have a very good relation with the business partners as Russia. And these developments will definitely, be a little bit onto the positive side going ahead. Also, the trade deal with US seems to be a little bit onto the renegotiation side. So these things will be, coming out onto the table once this Western Asian part of the conflicts, gets into some kind of a resolution part sooner or later, whenever that happens. But from the oil perspective, this scenario on the global trade front is still negative as long as this issue remains. From Indian perspective, it is a little bit of a breather that we are getting the oil from Russian side, which we were already having earlier a month back, I think so. So this development definitely helps the Indian markets and Indian economy, that the oil market does not disrupt our economical working strategies on day-to-day life. Even though we have reserves for like 3 to 4 weeks already, but still there needs to be some sort of resort. So that is the solution.
Absolutely, and the headlines when it comes to this particular conflict are evolving really by the hour when you look at them. But what I also wanted to get a sense of, for the next 1 month, what are the price targets that you're looking at when you talk about Brent crude? What is the kind of trajectory that you have in mind now? Of course, that is withstanding that there's no de-escalation that we have. Things stand as they are. What are you looking at?
See, if the things are standing as they are, Shreyanshi, the developments are still positive for the price action, especially the negative aspect of this news flow on the geopolitical front is going to act as a positive trigger, even if the escalation does not happen and still remains the same, because the Strait of Hormuz, it is still stuck with the supply chain. The supplies are not coming out of that route, even though they try to reroute it from the Red Sea or whatever means they have. Still, it takes a little bit of a time to decoup all those things, make the strategies about how the shipments will go through there. Paperworks are there. They need to access that how many times and how many days it will take them to travel to other parts of the nation of the world. So these things are not going to be sorted overnight. So definitely the price will be remaining elevated. As far as the Brent prices are concerned, as long as it is holding $79 on closing basis, the outlook still remains positive. Of course, the volatility and the violent volatility is going to be there. It's not just going to be volatile, it's going to be violently volatile. Please make a note of that. The prices are volatile. On the higher side, 88 to 89 is the immediate what we are looking at for in the next week or so. But on the higher side, it may touch the $95 mark as well.
No, absolutely. So that's about Brent. But, when you talk about gold, you've had quite an interesting setup that you have, be it gold or even silver. You do have that midweek bounce that has come in right now. Of course, markets seem to be looking very closely at that dollar headline in terms of, the dollar strength that you're seeing. So I feel like that's something that the market is clearly tracking right now. How are you looking at that midweek bounce? Do you see that the safe haven demand is really going to be helping gold sail to those all-time high levels?
See, there is a couple of things which is also a little bit of a negative aspect for the gold and silver prices. As long as the crude prices stays higher, the dollar index will also scale higher. That is one aspect which is going to work out a little bit negative for dollar gold prices. But also, as long as crude prices are higher, there is a endangerment of inflation also keeping inching towards the higher side. If this stage prolongs for more than few months going down the line. Already we are having some hiccups about the interest rate cuts from the federal side delaying, and if the inflation also starts rising, then definitely the interest rate cycle might still delay for the further cuts which we were expecting around the June-July corner. So that is something which is gold is trying to price in. If there are delays, then gold definitely needs to come down a little bit more. But if the crude prices softens, then again interest rate support will be there. Of course, war premium is there in the market. I think as long as we are holding the $49-80 mark on closing basis into the CME side, the prices outlook remains positive. But there is limited upside as of now, Shreyanshi, towards 5250, 5300. So scaling towards 5450, 5500 on the dollar price still looks a little bit more, more kind of a irrelevant right now, because the scenario needs to, escalate further more for gold buyers to come in, have that confidence about buying gold rather than other asset classes.
Absolutely, that's something that you're looking at. A bunch of volatility that you're seeing emerge in the market. As I said at the beginning itself, you do have headlines that are emerging by the hour, so that's definitely something that we're looking at right now. Thank you so much for taking time out and joining us this afternoon. So that's a very comprehensive view coming in as far as gold is concerned, silver, and even oil is concerned, with the week gone by and all of the headlines that we were tracking. But let's also shift focus. The Karnataka budget for 2026 to 27 brings a big shift for the liquor industry, with pricing now moving out of the government control. You're looking at deregulation. In fact, Nuvama is saying that this is a clear positive. When you talk about one of India's biggest consumption markets, in fact, Mahima is joining in with all of those key takeaways. Mahima.
Right, so Shreyanshi, it's an interesting one, right? So Karnataka coming out with its budget and kind of now saying that there will be no price cap, or these prices on liquor will not be regulated. The manufacturer can break it into slabs. It will no longer be fixed by the government. Manufacturers will place the products in slabs based on market competition. Deregulation is most certainly a positive one, because Karnataka is one of the biggest consumers of the alcobev space, and overall around 15% in terms of Indian manufactured liquor consumption. Now, in terms of other highlights from the budget, because it's an interesting one, the budget taps into alco beer tourism. That's the term that they've used. They want to promote tourism via this. Their licensing, is also going to get digital now and will be auto-renewed for all of these alco bev manufacturers. Distilleries and breweries will be allowed to, operate for 24 hours. This is questionable because, this is going to definitely raise eyebrows. But distilleries and breweries will also be kind of allowed tasting sessions on premises as well. So that is also a positive, welcome move coming in to boost the tourism that they're focusing on. This will certainly benefit counters like United Spirits, United Breweries, Allied Blenders, Som Distilleries, Radico Khaitan, as well as something like a Sula Vineyard. So this is the overall view of what this means for the entire space.
No, absolutely, and this seems to be a little bit of a game changer right now. Thank you so much for getting us that update as well. Som Distilleries buzzing away in trade right now, 3.5% uptick coming in on that particular counter as well. But with that in mind, let's also shift focus onto the Petroleum Ministry that has issued a strict directive when it comes to India's oil marketing companies, asking them to prioritize domestic LPG supply. In fact, Danish is joining in with that important update. Danish.
Well, that's correct. The Ministry of Petroleum and Natural Gas has issued an order for the oil refiners, and they have clearly directed that they have to prioritize butane and propane for the manufacturing of LPG gas, and this must be used only for domestic household consumption. These companies are clearly directed by the ministry that they cannot be using this LPG for any other commercial use, or they're also not allowed to use propane and butane for other petrochemical or other commercial purposes. And this order is coming on the back of the Essential Commodities Act 1955, and there is also a provision of penalties for these companies if they have found to linger around with this particular order that the ministry has passed. But this update is coming in that point in time when we are seeing that the Middle East tensions have reached the 7th day, and especially a few days back, Qatar's refinery was attacked, and Qatar holds 20% of the global gas production. If we talk about India imports 195 MMSCMD of gas, out of which Qatar provides only 60 MMSCMD. But if we look at the overall energy security of the country, the top government sources are telling NDTV Profit that India is at a very comfortable position right now when it comes to crude, also for the ready products, and just to ensure that there is a proper confidence in these oil refiners as well as in the public. So that's why this order has been passed, and hence these refiners has been directed to ensure LPG should be majorly used for household consumption.
No, absolutely. Those are some of the counters that are in focus as well. When you talk about your OMCs, thank you so much, Danish, for getting us that update there. All of those counters, in fact, holding on to some losses right now. down about 1 to 2%. That's IOCL, HPCL and BPCL for you right now. But with that in mind, quick break on the show, more news and updates on the other side.
NDTV Profit women, building their own power. From server room code to the studio's final hour. Fire in her eyes, numbers don't lie. From the PCR to sales floors, watch the targets fly. Don't call it empowerment, that's just talk. This is work, this is grit, this is the walk. No handouts, no favors, no borrowed tone. She built her own damn throne. NDTV Profit for her profit.
After the roaring success in Delhi, Hyderabad and Mumbai, the NDTV DP World PGTI Golf Pro-Am now travels to Ahmedabad. India's finest professionals, the city's most accomplished business leaders. Great golf, great company. NDTV DP World PGTI Golf Pro-Am. The course of champions, the conversation of leaders. 8th March, Kalhar Blues and Greens, Ahmedabad.
Money, fame, dirty money, fame. Spending millions every day, but I still the same.
घंटी बजी jingle, 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 jingle. बस आज का jingle, 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 jingle. चल करें थोड़े single, 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 single. क्योंकि तू है single, 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 single. Baby, I'm your Santa.
First India tour in your city. Rock on with Shankar Ehsan Loy and Siddharth Mahadevan and Shivam Mahadevan. 5 times melody, 5 times masti with NDTV Good Times. Go grab your tickets.
Alright team, our new order show is ready. Now we need a promo. Something cool, something sharp.
Well, I'm sure we'll be happy.
Welcome back. You're watching Lunchtime Trades. I'm Mahima Vachharjani. Now, India's real estate sector overall has gone through an exciting phase, right? In terms of transformation, in terms of way things are developing, and the kind of the role of women leaders in this industry, a male-dominated industry, is also kind of shaping its journey. Now, joining us today to understand as to how it is shaping up, we're joined by Pavitra Shankar, who is the Managing Director of Brigade Enterprises, joining us now. A company, of course, known for developing some of the most prominent residential and commercial space in the country. Pavitra, great to have you, and a very happy Women's Day to you. My first question to you is that, traditionally this space has been male dominated. I agree with the fact that there is nothing that we can't do as women. But as you, as a woman leading this large real estate developer, what has your journey been like?
Hi, Mahima. Happy Women's Day, and thanks for having me. I think whether it's real estate or any other industry, it's really about what is the system that enables you to get to a certain position in order to bring out the best in yourself. For me in Brigade, a lot of it has been the platform and the chance to do that. And naturally, that has come from being part of the promoter group itself, and having a family that doesn't hold back people based on their gender, and not sort of pre-deciding that this is not an industry for women. So, let's not put it forth as a potential career option. That said, my parents definitely let us make the choice if we wanted to enter the industry or not. But I've tried to separate that. Like, it's not really about real estate for me. It is just, this is our business and this is our family who's involved in the business. And if it had been anything, I would have been in it regardless, of the sector per se. But it is a very different industry. You don't see a lot of women at all, regardless of what aspect of it, even if it is, marketing. Sometimes you don't see that, and not too many women in senior positions either. So that's something we're trying to work towards here at our organization. But in general, I think it is about just being enabled to get to a situation where you can prove yourself to be, who you are and give your best.
For sure. And Pavitra, I want to understand as to how consciously are you trying to, increase women representation in leadership roles, and what are the kind of changes that you are bringing to the organization?
Yeah, so there's multiple aspects on that. I think that you have to have a multi-pronged approach. Naturally, it's about getting enough women into the organization at all levels. We all know it's easier to do that at junior levels, at entry levels, but it's very hard for women to stay in the workforce or come back into the workforce, given all of our other roles, on the personal side. And given that typically for us to come back to work, we are still the ones who have to enable ourselves to do that, as opposed to men who do have women pretty much taking care of things on the home front or their personal lives to enable them to give their 100% at work. So that's a big challenge for women, but we would like to do more in terms of enabling some kind of flexible work rules, giving them time off when they need to handle logistics or care for parents or for kids. So that's in order to stop that leaky pipeline, and then enough opportunities, not just in terms of, linear going up the ladder, but also lateral opportunities, because I feel people who have had lateral opportunities do much better in terms of overall management. So that's one aspect. The other is at a senior level. If we don't have enough women coming through the organization internally, then as leadership, it is our job to ensure that we do have representation at all levels. Naturally, I'm talking about merit-based representation, of course. I hate that I have to qualify that, but I still have to do that. But we do want women to come into the organization at all levels, even at senior levels, and even if it means hiring from the outside. It's not a problem that I'm going to wait decades to solve. Like, this is something we can address today. And I'm proud that we've been able to do that over the last couple of years. We've been able to get women at senior positions also. So it's not just me or my sister or, we don't want to just point to the two of us and say, hey, we're a women-led organization. It's got to be there across the board.
Pavitra, the noise around AI, I just want to understand as to how are you adopting it in your business in terms of design, construction to customer experience, because you lead the digital transformation initiatives at Brigade.
So I think it's a really wide canvas, and we tend to hear only few examples of how it can be used. I think even my mind is still being open to all the ways in which you can be using AI in your day-to-day work, in an individual capacity, in a team capacity, at an organization level. The possibilities are immense. And I think it's very, very exciting. While there's a lot of narrative about jobs and productivity and all of that, I just think it just makes work very, very exciting. So first of all, sky's the limit in terms of the kind of information you have access to. As an organization and enterprise, yes, you need to put a lot of controls and governance and things like that. But I think first we're looking at foundational level. What is the kind of data that we have access to, and setting up that layer first. So because without the right kind of data in place, like there isn't that much you can do with things. On an individual basis, we've enabled a lot of people in the organization to use AI at an enterprise level to make their work easier. So right now, some aspects are very experimental in terms of an individual basis. There are some proof of concept exercises that we're doing and specific use cases that we're working on. And I think in general, putting together that roadmap and some kind of strategy around it. So it's all at various levels and is developing fast. But all I can say is a very exciting time to see how much better we can be doing our work.
Got it. Pavitra, because you're at the core of real estate, just want to understand as to over the years, have you seen the change in women participation in buying houses? What is the kind of trends that you're observing?
So women have always been part of the decision, whether it's overtly and right in front of the transaction or behind the scenes. I think that's always been the case. The woman does run the house. Hopefully, we are seeing more men do the same. But naturally, a lot of the way in which the house is designed, how it enables you, how the overall community also, functions. That's a big factor for women who are looking at not just themselves, but also for their entire household, for the ecosystem that takes care of their household, for the staff that are potentially helping them, get back to work or whatever it may be. So it's a very holistic way in which women are looking at it, and therefore will approach the real estate decision that way as well. What is really great to see over the last few years is that women are also part of the financial decision. Many of us are now, earning just as much, in some cases more than our male counterparts at home. So they're very much so a part of the financial decision as well. But I think long way to go in terms of women to really own the confidence of making their own investments without necessarily running it by dads or husbands or brothers. So I think, I'm glad to see the improvement, but there's more to go in terms of making that decision independently.
Time and helping us with all those insights, and once again a very happy Women's Day to you. But with that, we're completely out of time on this edition of Lunchtime Trades. Do stay tuned, more news and updates on the other side.
NDTV Profit women, building their own power. From server room code to the studio's final hour. Fire in her eyes, numbers don't lie. From the PCR to sales floors, watch the targets fly. Don't call it empowerment, that's just talk. This is work, this is grit, this is the walk. No handouts, no favors, no borrowed tone. She built her own damn throne. NDTV Profit for her profit.
The stage that brings together India's most compelling creative voices.
NDTV का क्रिएटर मंच है,
where stories are shared, ideas are exchanged, and culture takes center stage.
जब डेट पे हमला होगा तो सब एक आजकल चल क्या रहा है सिचुएशनशिप, आपको पता क्या होता है? कभी मैं कह नहीं पाया. It's okay यार.
NDTV Creators Munch, where creative India comes together.
हो सकता है ये कहानी बन जाए और क्रिएटर्स मंच के नाम से किसी दिन मैं रिलीज कर दूं.
2 powerful days, 14th-15th March, Sundar Nursery, New Delhi.
First India tour in your city. Rag on with Shankar Ehsan Loy and Siddharth Mahadevan and Shivam Mahadevan. 5 times melody, 5 times masti with NDTV Good Times. Go grab your tickets.
After the roaring success in Delhi, Hyderabad and Mumbai, the NDTV DP World PGTI Golf Program now travels to Ahmedabad. India's finest professionals, the city's most accomplished business leaders. Great golf, great company. NDTV DP World PGTI Golf Pro-Am. The course of champions, the conversation of leaders. 8th March, Kalhar Blues and Greens, Ahmedabad.
Alright team, our new order show is ready. Now we need a promo. Something cool, something sharp.
Well, I'm sure we'll be having outstanding reviews, solid suggestions.
Expert advice. The latest trends. It's a lot simpler. We'll help people make the right auto decision. It's got the cool stuff, geeky stuff, serious stuff, all of it, so that you can discover, decide and drive. I'm Siddharth Sharma and I am your automate.
Money, fame, dirty money, fame. Spending millions every day, but I still the same.
घंटी बजी jingle, 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 jingle. बस आज का jingle, 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 jingle. चल करें थोड़े single.
single, single. Baby, I'm your Santa.
Hi, I'm Tamanna Inamdar. Watch me on NDTV Profit, where I break down the day's biggest business stories. What happened, why it matters, and what it means for your money.
We're now in conversation with a company that's very soon going to come out with its IPO. Innovision Limited is the one that I'm talking about. It's a 322 crore IPO. Issue opens on 10th March and will be open till the 12th of March. And largely 255 crores of the 322 crores will be used for fresh issue. But what is this company about? What are some of the key expectations from this listing? And to understand a little bit more about the nuances of this particular conversation, I'm being joined by Lieutenant Colonel Randeep Hundal. He is the co-founder as well as chairman cum managing director of the company. As well as joining us is Mr. Uday Pal Singh. He's the co-founder and CEO. Gentlemen, to both of you, thanks so much for joining in here at NDTV Profit. Largely my first question, on what the company is about. Now, you do provide manpower services. You do categorize into three key verticals of manpower services, toll plaza, as well as skill development. But of course, the first two take a majority of the share. Talk to us about the areas that you address and the companies that you might compete with at this point of time in your business.
Yeah, firstly, thank you for having us on your channel. So, Innovision Limited, the bouquet of services that we offer is very, very unique. We have three major verticals in the company. The first major vertical is toll plaza operations, followed by manpower sourcing and manpower services and skills development. So, company was incorporated in 2007. We have already been in business for more than almost 19 years now. And when we started as a guarding company with my background, being in the armed forces. And that was the time when we also looked at, the PASARA Act, that the Private Security Regulation Act in 2005 had come into place, and we could see that the industry is going to get consolidated from unorganized to organized. So that was the opportunity which we saw, and we started as a purely as a guarding company. But then slowly in 2014 we started the vertical of skills development, and then in 2019 we gotten into toll plaza operations. But the most part of the revenue comes from the toll plaza, followed by manpower sourcing and skills development.
Good afternoon, you're watching Small Cap Show on NDTV Profit with me, Somit Sarkar, and my co-anchor Mahima. Going on to the big news of the day, and that is the government is looking for a merger between two Navratna PSUs, that is IRCON and RVNL. To discuss more on this one and to understand how this merger could actually be beneficial for both the companies, we are joined by Vijay Agarwal, Managing Director and Sector Lead Infrastructure at Equirus Capital. So firstly, to start off with, this proposed merger of IRCON and RVNL, do you think this would be the right way to go ahead for the government? Are both the companies into the same business line segment? How are you looking at this proposed merger?
Because see, both are EPC companies focused on railway sector primarily. If you see historically, these both companies were getting the projects on nomination basis. Now, all the railway projects are given on a bid basis. Even RVNL and IRCON needs to bid out for this project. If you have a merged entity, probably you will not do a competition among yourself. So it will be more beneficial, and the talent can be combined. And I think they can do a large scale development. And these both companies have done a good development for the country. And it will be a good. See, today, India, we need a 20,000 crore plus revenue type of companies, much more companies. and combined revenue of this company should also cross 20,000 crore plus. If you ask me, frankly, I can only count of 5-6 companies apart from L&T in the size. But if you go to internationally Turkey or somebody, they will have a 15-20 companies. They are doing a revenue. You see, railways are becoming a carbon neutral transport mode. Now, countries are seriously thinking to expand their railway networks. If you see Middle East, where you have a very poor railway network, they are also planning for a big railway project in the entire Middle East area. I'm just giving you an example. And same way, you will have Africa and other markets where you will have a lot of opportunities. In my view, the merger should come by way of a share NCLT route merger where you are one company becomes the existing company and a basically merged entity. Other company merge into that rather than buying the shareholding. It will be a better way to do the merger, and then the government also needs to look at the cadre also, because in both places you will have a common cadres and they need to be reassigned the roles basically.
Right. Well, thank you, sir. Thank you for joining us and giving us some perspective on how this merger could actually be beneficial for both the parties, that is IRCON and RVNL. Mahima, over to you.
So, Sumit, let's focus now on the small cap stocks that we're going to talk about in the show today. And the first one that we're going to discuss about is 1.1 Solutions. Now, the company is in focus after the recent acquisition that they've made, which will double their top line in FY27 is the expectations. To discuss exactly this, we're now joined by Akash Karnik, who is the Global Chief Operating Officer at 1.1 Solutions. Joining us now. Guys, thank you so much for taking out the time. Mahima this side. My first question to you is with regards to your acquisition, that is Natcom BCC. Give us a perspective as to what synergies does this bring to the table? And secondly, you've mentioned that this will, double your revenue in FY27. Give us a perspective as to what the numbers will look like in terms of both top line as well as where will your margins go, and then bottom line effect to that as well.
Thanks, Mahima. Very good afternoon to you all. Netcom BCC is one of the largest players in Central America, and they hold about large percentage of market share on the banking and the financial sector. That helps us to really get about seven large banks to us on portfolio with us. It's a clear good entry into the market over here. With this acquisition, we should be able to really move our revenues about upwards or maybe north of about 550 crores for 2027, and that is where we're looking at. Our EBITDA is roughly around 18% to about 22%, and we seem to be very strong to hold it at this point of time. With AI as our biggest strength that we have with us on the system over here, and with credible amount of performance results that we've done back in other countries, this will only help us to really improve our margins for this new acquisition, and we'll also be able to improve and maintain and sustain our EBITDA margins here between 20 and 25%.
Okay. So, given the fact that now the merger is complete, how much time would it take for integration? And post the integration, what are the kind of synergies, if you could quantify?
So we believe in a continued collaborative manner. So we are not really making a lot of change in the team, because the team is what they've built the entire organization. They've got a lot of strong, deep-rooted relationships back with the team. But what we bring on the table here is the largest platform on the digital transformation side, which will have a good combination of AI portfolios, trying to see how we can strengthen the technology solutions and bring in market solutions to each of these banks, where it will be a much easier and a faster win and improve our EBITDA margins as well. So our focus is primarily to enhance technology capabilities and bring in more value-based services to each of these banks and financial institutions for Netcom at this point of time.
Akash, you've also mentioned that this kind of strengthens the company's international language capability with a local presence. Just want to understand, do you think that because of this acquisition, you can expect more such deals coming in your way going forward in the next 2 to 3 odd years?
Last 2 years, we focused highly on North America as a market. North America has got 2 large languages. One is English and the other is Spanish. With the presence in Costa Rica, Colombia, and Panama, which are very, very strong accent languages on Spanish as well as English, it brings us a nearshore presence at this point of time. And most customers who are in the North America market will be inclined to see a wide global spread solutioning across these three locations, and that brings us the leverage from a volume perspective, from a business growth. And we look forward to seeing more and more business coming in. We anyways have a great pipeline that is really shaping up, and this adds our strength to make a winning proposition much better than before.
Going back to the previous question on synergies, just wanted to check, given the fact that there are not much changes you're doing, so your margins would remain around the current band of 23 to 24%, or is there more upside that we could see?
The margins will only strengthen right now for the only reason because our AI solutions have been so strong that they'll be able to improve our margins for each of these business lines that we're currently doing for Netcom solutions over here. And we believe that we should be able to add about 2 to 3% of margin, but we'll see how it basically unfolds with each of these markets over here. But we should steadily hold ourselves between 20 and 25% of our EBITDA margins here.
Akash, how are you planning to fund this particular acquisition? Because you've said that there will be an upfront payment of around $25 million, and then there's going to be an additional transaction-related cost as well of around $1 million. Just want to understand as to how does this shape up?
So we will be funding this entire deal through our internal accruals, a little bit of forward-looking debt funding activity, just in case if it's required to do so. And then some part of our stock that we will probably try and see if we can get them together. It's a combination deal. It's not a clear deal of purely cash that we're currently giving out to them.
The shared part you're mentioning, that isn't finalized so far?
It is finalized.
So how much portion of equity will they be holding in 1 Point Solutions?
They will be holding about 20% equity in 1.1 Solutions till the end of about another 2 years in the deal with us.
Okay.
Akash, one last question from my side. You've said FY27 you'll reach up to that 550 crore mark. What is the visibility going forward? Let's say 2 or 3 more years down the line after FY27, do you see yourself, achieving that 1,000 crore revenue soon?
I think we are very strongly working towards a 1,000 crore mark because we've got about 3 to 5 deals lined up, and we should be able to double our top lines in every year coming by. So we are very closely moving forward to the 1,000 plus number. While what numbers I'm speaking about is more of a conservative numbers, but we're heading towards 550 crores of northwards on that side.
Sorry, just wanted to understand this acquisition payout in much more clear manner. So this acquisition is costing you around 33.37 million, which I believe is close to 300 odd crore rupees. So how much of this will be cash payment and how much will be share swap or share equity?
Most of this is going to be a cash deal where we're going to be paying them cash. They will hold a 20% of equity with us, which will then finally paid up at the end of the tenure to them. Or they can continue to hold on the equity, or they can probably cash it out based on the performance, which is performance linked towards the end of 2 years.
This 20% equity they will be holding in the company that is Netcom or in 1 Point Solution, because that's the confusion I had.
In 1.1 Solutions.
So the 20% equity of 1.1 Solution at the current market capitalization is close to around 240 odd crore rupees, I believe.
I beg your pardon. I think they will hold it in the Netcom deal there. So there is a little bit of...
that was the confusion that I also... Right. Okay. So they are holding that 20% equity in Netcom and not in 1 Point Solution.
That's right. That's right.
Last one question that I had was, I believe earlier you had indicated that you might be looking for 2 to 3 strategic acquisitions over the next couple of years. So is this the first one for that, or how does it go going forward?
So this is our second acquisition in 2 years right now, and we have about a good 4 to 5 deals that we are currently pursuing. But in the next 2 to 3 years, we should be able to look at doubling our numbers with about another 1 or 2 acquisitions coming our way.
And what is the timeline of that?
As I said, we should be able to try and close almost an acquisition a year.
All right. Okay, Akash, thank you so much for being so candid with your answers and helping us answer all those questions and taking out the time.
Thank you so much.
All right, viewers, it's time to take a look at the F&O space, and we have Sharad standing by as always to give us a perspective on the setup. Sharad, over to you.
Well, there is a technical weakness coming in, and the options data is also suggesting that there might be more, down legs coming in both Sensex and Bankex. What's doing well is, of course, the defense names in Reliance. They're holding the fort. They're in the green. NTPC, Sun Pharma also doing well, but we can see that the sell-off is definitely there. We have L&T, SBI, Eternal, ICICI Bank, Axis Bank, all of them trying to drag Sensex out. Bankex, a much more bad technical setup as compared to Sensex, HDFC Bank, ICICI Bank, both of them down more than 2% almost in these counters. Stock specific moves is also very much important. Long build up, especially defense we had spoken about, but new entry to the list is United Spirits. Interesting development coming in from the Karnataka government segment. Apart from that, let's see the short covering. Over here also JSW Energy makes it to the list, and Bharat Dynamics was already there earlier. We had pointed out at 10:45. Looking at the long unwinding candidates now, it's ICICI Pru and Phoenix Mills as well. Remember, realty stocks, one of the biggest sectoral losers also in the day's trade. And lastly, I'd like to point out the important short build-up, and that's where Godrej Properties come in. And the block deal impact is still there. Sell-off pressure was there for PB Fintech. It's still down almost 3%. So this is the entire action coming in the F&O space.
Thank you, Sharad, for that F&O snapshot. Moving on to our second company on the show, AGI Infra. We are joined by Sukhdev Singh, founder and managing director of AGI Infra. Sir, firstly, to start off with this QIP fundraise that you have done, how much are you planning to raise? At what price it has been raised? And if you could just give us a sense of which are the investors who are putting in this money.
Right now, we are planning to raise 75 crore. And the purpose of this QIP is to finance our ongoing construction projects, and some part of this QIP will go for our approval charges and administration charges. And the rate we are thinking will be close to 270, around 270.
Okay. Mr. Singh, hi, Mahima this side. Just want to understand, you did give us a breakup as to how you're going to use these funds. There's lots happening with the company as well. My understanding of your company is that you're right now more focused towards affordable and housing as well as mid-segment housing. The trend right now is, of course, moving towards more luxury and premium housing. What is your outlook when it comes to all of this? And would you also going forward want to diversify into luxury and premium housing?
Yeah, sure. Right now, in fact, in Punjab market, it's high-rise living is just new to the Punjab market. We are lucky and successful to establish the high-rise living in the city like Jalandhar, then Ludhiana and Kapurthala. Now we are moving to the Mohali and New Chandigarh. First to start, definitely we have to go for this affordable and mid segment. Now slowly we are moving to the luxury segment also. In Ludhiana, we are into luxury segment, and Chandigarh we are coming into a luxury segment. Even in Jalandhar, about 30-40% stock is in the luxury market. So all type of market, it's a mixed product now. All type of market we are exploring, and we are selling the all kind of products.
Right. Also, sir, if you could just give us a sense of what are the upcoming projects, what is the gross development value of these projects, and how do you plan to realize them? Any sense and data on that front?
Right now 10 projects are under construction, and the saleable area is close to 1.2 crore square foot area, and the average price will be 3,500 to 400 depending on various market, but average is 3,500 to 400 square foot per square foot price.
Okay. Give us some perspective, Mr. Singh, on your pre-sales. What is the kind of guidance that you've given for 26? Where are you sitting at right now, where FY26 numbers are concerned?
Right now, we are will be the top line will be close to 350 or 375 crore, and naturally in the coming years, in the 2-3 years, our sale from the Ludhiana and the Chandigarh will give a give a push to the top line.
Mr. Singh, so that means you're not very far away from where you were in FY25. Just want to understand what is the kind of growth that you're looking at, let's say 2 or 3 years down the line. FY25, you ended at 325 crores. FY28, let's say, what will be the number looking like in terms of top line growth?
On the basis of our past experience, we are growing at 25-30%. And I'm expecting in the next 5-10 years, the same growth, since the major projects are in the pipeline and high value projects are, they are high value projects, will be able to achieve even better number in the time to come.
Mr. Singh, any plans of diversification out of Punjab? Any plans with regards to geographical diversification that you're looking at internally?
Right now, we are in focus in Jalandhar, Ludhiana, Kapurthala, and shortly we will be in Mohali and New Chandigarh. There is ample scope in the market in Punjab, I think, in the next 5 years. In the next 5 years, we are not moving out of Punjab. We will focus in the Punjab market. So far, no major player, national level player is in Punjab in high-rise development. I find we are the leader in Punjab. We will focus in the next 5 years in the Punjab only.
Sir, this 75 crore that you're raising right now, given the strong growth plans that you have, how long will this funds last, and would you require any other round of fundraise even going forward?
Can consider a second round, can consider. Depending on the opportunities available, we'll consider.
And sir, I believe we missed on this question. Who are these? Can you just give us a sense of the investors who are putting in the funds in the company as of this moment?
It's open to the investors. I don't know who is going to exactly fund this, but it's open to the investors.
Okay.
Okay, Mr. Sukhdev, thank you so much for taking out the time and helping us answer all those questions, speaking to us at NDTV Profit.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right, shifting focus now to DCX Systems. It's in focus. Let's try to pull the chart up and see as to what it's doing in trade today. Up 14% as we speak. And Puneet is joining by to give us a perspective on this counter. Puneet, over to you.
Well, thank you for that. Big order win for the company of almost 68 crores from Hindustan Aeronautics Limited. Now, the quantum more than anything is just likely driving the momentum for the stock today. Volumes are up 30 times its 20-day average, and largely, it's manufacturing as well as supply of these custom-made antennas that the company manufactures, along with power supplies for its airborne applications for HAL, as I just mentioned. It's also been in focus because on March 3rd, the company came out with a separate exchange filing where they announced that they are entering into the PCB space, and this is specifically into the oversized PCBs. And that has been an area that the company spoke about previously, has now formed its wholly owned subsidiary which will take forward this venture as well. So has been in focus in this past week. They specifically mentioned that this PCB application, the oversized application for the PCBs, will be into defense as well as aerospace and industrial electronics, something that the company wasn't part of in the previous projects for printed circuit boards. So continue to monitor that as well. Also, just in terms of the order book, as of September 20, for H1, the order book was almost 2,600 crores. So, as I mentioned, the 68 crore order win, while the quantum might be small, could lead to multiple orders going forward. So, companies in focus on the back of order wins, which was announced, and hence, stock reacting positively as well. Continue to monitor this because they are one of the preferred Indian partners for the Israeli major IAI, and that could be the other possible reason because of the war which we are seeing. It's defense application and its preference as an Indian defense maker for the Israeli defense companies is something to watch out for as well.
Thank you so much for getting us those details. The stock, of course, flying in trade. But the other counter that was kind of flying in trade yesterday, let's try to see as to what it's doing today. Ramke Infra is the next one, which today it's seeing some profit booking, of course, but was buzzing on the back of an order win. But just to give viewers a perspective as to what the company does, of course, it's a flagship of the Ramke Group, and the company is engaged in the business of construction, infrastructure, and development. In terms of the segments, as a construction, as a business is around 70-72% and developing business is around 28 to 30%. With regards to the order win, the company, which is around 3,300 crore of market cap, did win an order of around 1,400 crore. Basically, it's for the infrastructure work works of Dighi Port, and this was signed with Maharashtra Industrial Township. The total contract value, like I mentioned, was around 1400 odd crores, and this EPC work is going to be completed in the next 930 days. The contract stipulates operation and maintenance for the next 4 years as well. So it comes with both construction as well as with the maintenance of 4 odd years. Now, if we take a look at how the company has done, in terms of Q3, the order book stands at a healthy, number of 8,500, which is almost double its market cap. Revenue stood at around 453 odd crore. EBITDA saw at around 103 odd crore. And in terms of debt, the company is completely debt free. Overall is today, of course, is seeing profit booking, but in terms of where the numbers go, it's been a good quarter in Q3 as well. So we'd have to wait and watch out for as to how the order book of 8,500 crore, of course, gets implemented over a period of time, and what is the timeline looking like. But definitely, a good number that we're looking at. But Sumit, Antelopus Celan is also something that we've been putting spotlight on and has been.
In fact, yes, the stock has hit an upper sucker of 10% today, and in the last 5 trading sessions, if you look at this counter, has gained nearly 16% in trade, and this is largely because crude prices have been on an uptrend, and this company is a clear beneficiary or a direct beneficiary of the same, because this company is into exploration of oil and gas products, and it has major assets. And before that, in fact, this company was earlier known as Celan Exploration. Then the merger happened with its parent company, that is Antelopus, and then the company was named as Antelopus Celan, and I believe the merger completed or was effective from the August 2025. Now, pre-merger, the company had around 5 fields: Bakrol field, Lohar field, Karjisan, Ilao field, and Cambe field. Now, post-merger, they have got more such fields, because its parent company Antelopus also had them in Duamra, Danguru, D31, D11, which are both offshore assets in Mumbai and Mahanadi. Now, all these assets of Antelopus Celan, they are expected to have around 55 million barrels of oil equivalent. That is the capacity, or that is the reserves that these fields have, which do indicate that the growth trend for the company could be much higher if it is executed well. Even in the third quarter, despite the fact that crude prices were lower, the company's earnings were on the higher side because of high exploration, and this number could in fact increase even going forward. So keep an eye out for Antelopus Celan in trade. Today the stock is up 10% on the back of higher crude prices. With that, it's a wrap on this edition of Small Cap Buzzers. Stay tuned and keep watching NDTV Profit.
NDTV Profit women, building their own power. From server room code to the studio's final hour. Fire in her eyes, numbers don't lie. From the PCR to sales floors, watch the targets fly. Don't call it empowerment, that's just talk. This is work, this is grit, this is the walk. No handouts, no favors, no borrowed tone. She built her own damn throne. NDTV Profit for her profit.
First India tour in your city. Rag on with Shankar Ehsan Loy and Siddharth Mahadevan and Shivam Mahadevan. 5 times melody, 5 times masti with NDTV Good Times. Go grab your tickets.
Alright team, our new order show is ready. Now we need a promo. Something cool, something sharp.
Well, I'm sure we'll be having outstanding reviews, solid suggestions,
expert advice, the latest trends. It's a lot simpler. We'll help people make the right auto decisions. It's got the cool stuff, geeky stuff, serious stuff, all of it, so that you can discover, decide and drive. I'm Siddharth Sharma and I am your Automate.
After the roaring success in Delhi, Hyderabad and Mumbai, the NDTV DP World PGTI Golf Pro-Am now travels to Ahmedabad. India's finest professionals, the city's most accomplished business leaders. Great golf, great company. NDTV DP World PGTI Golf Pro-Am. The course of champions, the conversation of leaders. 8th March, Kalhar Blues and Greens, Ahmedabad.
Money, fame, dirty money, fame. Spending millions every day, but I still the same.
घंटी बजी jingle, 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 jingle. बस आज का jingle, 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 jingle. चल करें थोड़े single, 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 single. क्योंकि तू है single, 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 single. Baby, I'm your Santa.
Hi, I'm Tamanna Inamdar. Watch me on NDTV Profit, where I break down the day's biggest business stories. What happened, why it matters, and what it means for your money.
Hello and welcome back to NDTV Profit. You're watching Ask Profit, the afternoon edition, a show that solves your stock-related queries, and we'll try and do all of that in the next 30 minutes. If you haven't already, do start sending in your queries on the WhatsApp number that'll be flashing on the top of your screen right now. Also call us, speak to us directly on your stock-related queries, and we'll get it solved with our technical and fundamental guests as well. Before we do that, a very, very quick check of the markets. The Nifty 50 yet again at those levels that we've been talking about since the morning of 25,550 now. And while we did the morning edition of Ask Profit, we were hovering around the 24,600 levels. The long-term support in that sense is only at 24,000, and 24,400 is the level that we watch in the near term. Quickly look at the heat map for the Nifty 50. It will reflect you the stocks which are doing well in trade today, but largely a day dominated by the bears. So almost 33 stocks in the red right now, led by the banking names, both heavyweight giants, HDFC as well as ICICI Bank. And the Nifty Bank as well continues to be at the day's low because of that. The defense names, utility names continue to be in favor. So BL, NTPC, RIL, ONGC are the top gainers for the Nifty 50. But largely in terms of, when you look at the sectoral heat map as well, very quickly also, barring something like a realty which was down in trade today, and that has continued, the India defense has actually also slipped in the red, while the India defense continues to be in the green as well. Financial services and private banks are the biggest losers in terms of the losses right now, but broader markets also very quickly in terms of mid and small caps. Let's look at both those indexes also, because likely because of this war impact, we've seen mirroring of what's happening on the benchmarks, and the mid cap, while lesser down, it's still in the red, and the small cap 250 as well, actually in the green. So that's a key positive, and the BSE 500 also. Before we introduce our guests for today as well, the individual names that are dominating trade, the railway theme has picked up momentum. Possibly a merger of Ircon could be something on the cards, and hence the stocks up in trade today. Mazgon, data patterns, and we just covered what's happening with the alcohol stocks. So all those Radico Khaitan, UBL, United Spirits all up in trade today as well. But let me welcome in Ruchit Jain. He's the Vice President Equity Technical Research at Motilal Oswal, as well as Tapan Doshi on the fundamental side of things from catapan.in. But gentlemen, both of you, thanks so much for joining in today. Let me just go across, take the first query, and it's on Nazara Tech. Now, our viewer Sriram Raghuraman is holding shares at roughly around 165 rupees per share. So he is in the profits, but of course the stock's way down from the highs. He's asking a fundamental view on the stock for his 80 shares. Tapan, welcome to the show. What would you recommend?
Good afternoon, Puneet. No, of course, no, Nazar Tech, now I'm not so much bullish. No, after that ban from the government, I think no, most of the business, the business which was giving a good profitability is gone now. And now I think no, still the visibility is not what they're going to do. Again, the management guidance, what I've last time heard, no, they are talking about, no, they are working on some other business area, but I think still it will take time. So my take is no, better to get out. He's already in profit and go to some other sector.
Okay. The next question that we have is on HDFC Bank. Our viewer is asking if I can average HDFC Bank at the current levels. He's holding 100 odd shares at the levels of 970. Ruchit, a very good afternoon to you. Your view on HDFC Bank?
Yeah, hi, very good afternoon. Well, as of now, the short-term trend remains on the negative side. And if I look at some longer-term charts, then the major support, that is 200 EMA on the weekly charts, is coming around 830, 820 kind of range. So I think wait for some more dip towards 820, 830 kind of range. And if you want to average, I think those are the supports where you can look to average out your positions.
Got that view, Ruchit. But the next question is on the cement space, and likely a very important one. Gopika from Chennai is asking us this question. Now, we've seen correction on all those stocks. So let's pull up Ultratech, Shree Cement and JK Cement as well, and you will see that pressure. Gopika is asking if it's a good time to enter all these companies that have been under pressure now. So, Tapan, let me come to you very quickly. Possibly, higher petcoke prices, fuel cost will impact the cement companies in the near term, and maybe that's having a bearing on all these stocks. Would you suggest a 5-year view, and what would be your top picks from the large, mid and small cap space if you can give that to Gopika as well?
Well, I think there are two stocks. If she wants to think, I think Ultratech Cement and Ambuja Cement, she can think about it. But as you told, I still wait for some more time and let the things get settled. And maybe 5%, 10% down if she's getting, I think better to enter Ultratech and Ambuja for long term. That they are a much better pick.
Okay, all right. We've got our first caller for this afternoon edition. DK Gupta is calling us from Pune. Mr. Gupta, a very good afternoon to you. How can we help you? Okay, we seem to have lost the caller, but we do have his query. It's on Tata Motors CV. A long-term view is what he wants on this one. Tapan, your quick view?
Yeah, stock is good, no doubt about it. Even if you see the overall order book is good. And I think from here also, now the CV visibility, I think for next 2 quarters is quite also good. Of course, the valuation is on a higher side. So I'll tell him to wait for some time, but it will be on buy on dips category and good for long term.
Iveco acquisition is very, very key for Tata Motors over the next couple of quarters. Is something you have to watch out for. You have to realize the acquisition of Iveco is almost double the revenues of Tata Motors CV currently. So get you that perspective also. The next question, and yet again, investors looking at companies that have not done well. Madesh is asking a question from Tamil Nadu on if it's a right time to buy into Wipro now that the stock's at an all-time low. Tapan, coming back to you. What would you recommend? Because it's been a rank disappointment in that sense, and it continues to be under pressure. Would you start looking at this counter now?
No, not at all. No, because still visibility is not there, and again, lot of uncertainties there. No, because of AI, we don't know what will be the roadmap. Even the management looks clueless. No, they know that it was coming, but no steps taken. So I'll be away from all this large IT stocks. Better to stay away, let the dust get settled. In 1 year, we'll come to know who are the winners. So better to get in after. There are many other sectors which are doing well. Domestic, I think there you enter.
All right, so that's the view coming in on Wipro. We have Alok Kumar calling us from Delhi. Alok, a very good afternoon to you. कैसे मदद करें आपकी?
हाँ जी, गुड आफ्टरनून मैम. मैम मेरे पास ना विक्रम सोलर के शेयर हैं 150 शेयर 329 के.
ओके.
तो इसका मुझे पूछना है ये आगे इसका क्या फ्यूचर है, ये बढ़ेगा या नहीं, क्योंकि सोलर कंपनियां तो अभी पीछे काफी बढ़ रही थी. अब ये पीछे गिरे जा रहा है पिछले 6 महीने से.
और आप कितना टाइम तक होल्ड करना चाहते हैं इसको? लॉन्ग टर्म पर्सपेक्टिव से लिया था?
लॉन्ग टर्म. हाँ जी, हाँ जी.
ठीक है, ओके. मैं ये तपन जी से क्वेश्चन लूंगी. तपन, विक्रम सोलर, व्हाट इज द व्यू?
विक्रम सोलर में प्रॉब्लम ये है कि यहाँ काफी हद तक सोलर इंडस्ट्री में बहुत बड़ी कंपटीशन चल रही है. आप देखिए मार्जिन हिट हो रहे हैं. और इवन अगर हम लोग यूएस से भी देखें तो वहां भी ना कहीं टैक्स लग रहे हैं, तो एक्सपोर्ट करना पड़ेगा इन लोगों को। और वहां भी आप देखो तो सेफगार्ड ड्यूटी काफी सारी कंट्रीज लगा के बैठे हुए। तो इंटरनली डोमेस्टिक भी अगर आप देखें तो 45 गीगावाट का प्रोडक्शन होगा, लेकिन 45 गीगावाट का डिमांड होगा, लेकिन 160 गीगावाट का प्रोडक्शन है, तो बहुत ओवर सप्लाई। तो मुझे यहाँ डाउट लग रहा है, मैं यहाँ सेल करने की राय दूंगा। थोड़ा ऊपर आता है तो सेल कर सकते हो, एंटर किए तो बात ही नहीं है।
Got that view, Tapan. But the next question that's coming in is on ICICI Bank. It's a peculiar one because from the last couple of days we have seen pressure on this stock. Ruchit, a viewer actually, Asman from Mumbai, is holding shares at 1315. So very close to the current market price. He's holding 500 shares and can hold for the next 3 months. Should he continue to do so according to you? And your, if you have any thesis on what we are seeing today, as well as some bit of pressure yesterday on that stock as well, any rationale for it? Do you think it's just profit booking on counters that have done well?
So I think more or less the stock remains in a consolidation phase since last few months. If you look at the recent past, then in April 2025, almost 10 to 11 months ago, the stock price was trading around 1320, 1330. And still it's around the same level. And in this entire last 8 to 10 months, the price have consolidated within this broad range of 1300 to 1450. So as of now, the short-term trend still remains sideways. I think until we see any kind of momentum coming in the private sector banking stocks, the stock is likely to see a continuation of this consolidation. So don't expect any major trended phase in the stock. 1300 is the immediate support, followed by 1255. So watch out for stock taking support around these levels.
Okay. All right. The next question is on Finolex cables. Manohar from Pondicherry is asking this question. He wants to know if this is the right time to buy from a short-term perspective. Ruchit is not defined short-term for us, but how are the technicals looking like, let's say, for the next 6 months?
The technicals are looking good. The stock has already gone through a price-wise as well as time-wise corrective phase over the last few months. Recently, itself, I think a couple of weeks ago, the stock gave a breakout above its 200 EMA. And if you look at the volumes in last few trading sessions, the volumes have increased significantly. So 880 remains a crucial support for the stock from a short-term perspective. So till the stock is trading above 880, you can trade with a positive bias in the stock. Immediate target should be seen around 1130.
1130 is something to watch on Finolex cables. Last 1 month has been good for this particular counter, largely undervalued versus its other peers that trade at a much higher valuation in the cable and wire space. But next question coming in on yet another retail favorite stock, that's Suzlon. We've gotten a lot of questions over this counter over the last couple of weeks, and Nitesh from Vizag is holding 194 shares, bought at 47. Tapan, he's asking a long-term view. Is it a similar view that you have on Vikram Solar, continuing on Suzlon as well? And do you think these levels is something to buy or ignore?
No, wind energy is a different ballgame. Now, solar, there is a lot of over capacity, and wind energy, it's not like that. Now, wind energy, very few companies like Suzlon and I know Wind is there. And I think the problem is the margin issues are there and pricing power is what. And again, the lack of power demand is hurting Suzlon. But I am positive on this company. It's a debt-free and it's doing quite well. And the result was okay, but as I told, power demand was not there. But hopefully next 6 months demand will pick up. So yes, this is a good level to enter. So please hold for a long term.
Okay. All right. So that's the view coming in on Suzlon. We've got our next question, which is on Concord. But sorry, this is on Okla, which is from, we don't have the name of the person, but fresh entry into Okla is the question coming in from our viewer. There was a note today which is kind of hike the target price. Citi has in fact initiated on Okla. Tapan, your quick view on this one, if any?
Can you spell the name?
ORKLA. It's a recent listing.
ORKLA. Okay. So talking about 1 minute, I have to see that. Okay, Okla, if I see now, the stock has gone down from the initial listing, and now it's almost 23% down, and the P&L and all the profitability is okay. The problem is the revenue is not going up. Overall, the valuation looks okay, but I think this is the business where a lot of competition is there. So just wait, don't enter now. Let the things get settled, then only enter. Don't enter now.
Stock's not done well since its listing as well. So definitely this positive brokerage note coming in and we'll put the spotlight on Okhla yet again in India market close. So do stay tuned for that as well. But largely continue to monitor this counter. But next question that's coming in is from Mysuru, and Sanjay has been patiently waiting by for a question. Sanjay, good afternoon. Welcome to the show. What's your query?
Hi, sir. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon, Sanjay. Go ahead.
Sir, KPIT technology in right time to buy current level, sir, in short term 3 months, sir. Please technical analysis, sir.
Got it, Sanjay. Ruchit, KPIT Tech, it's a difficult one in that sense, given misery to a lot of investors who held on. But so should Sanjay buy into it right now? Would you recommend that for the next 3 months?
Overall, the trend is not positive for the stock. No, we have seen a decent correction in the IT names, and still that there are no signs of trend reversals. Yes, the momentum readings are in oversold. We might see a pullback move, but no signs of trend reversal for a big trended phase. So I think in such markets, rather than trading pullbacks, it's better to look at those sectors which are showing strength. Maybe defense would be one of the sector where if we are looking just from a short-term trading perspective, you can expect good returns, compared to trying to catch the falling knife in stocks such as KPIT or other IT names. So better to avoid these stocks and go with some other sector where there is a good strength.
Yeah, all right. So that's beyond KPIT Tech. Pramod is our next caller calling us from Bengaluru. Pramod, a very good afternoon to you. What's your query about?
Yeah, good afternoon. I bought CAMS shares at 702. The quantity is 140.
Okay.
Right now, I'm at a loss of 6%. I want to average this. Actually, what's the momentum of this stock?
Okay.
Can I average it or not?
Okay, got your question. Ruchit, would you recommend averaging out at the current levels?
Not at current levels, but I would wait for either a complete trend reversal signal or any kind of dip towards the previous low, which were around 600. So hold your existing positions. These are not the levels where you should even book losses. But to invest fresh money, I would advise to keep a wait and watch approach for some more time.
Got that view, Ruchit. But time now for the rapid fire round in this edition of Ask Profit. Ruchit as well as Tapan, you know the drill. Let me start off with the first question now. Now this one's coming in on Ramkrishna Forging. Aniket is holding shares at 653 and asking if it's a good buy for the next 4 years. Tapan, would you recommend that?
Yeah, hold it.
Okay, the next one is on Dabur, and Joseph from Kochi is asking this question. Holding Dabur at the levels of 498, hold, sell, buy more. Ruchit, your view?
I would recommend to exit considering its underperformance.
KPI Green bought at 505. Ruchit, should Nandini continue to hold?
No, exit on any pullback move towards 380.
Nalco, should I hold for the next period of 1 week is the question coming in. Ruchit, on the charts?
Yeah, should continue to hold them.
Ruchit, on Grow as well, I know it's a recent listing, but our viewer holds at 156. What would you recommend for the next few months?
Continue to hold. 148 is the support to watch out.
Okay, is this the right time to buy United Spirits is the question after the development coming in with regards to Karnataka liquor prices. Tapan, your view?
Buy on dips.
No sell bought at 222. Ruchit, should Mallikarjun exit or average down right now?
Hold existing positions, but do not average. Review around 160.
Sula Vineyards bought at the levels of 238, currently trading at around 167. Should I buy more, avoid, sell, book losses? Ruchit, your view?
Exit on pullback moves, not at current levels.
Fractal bought at 883 rupees per share. We also have the results today. Ruchit, actually I'll go to Tapan for this one since the recent listing. But Tapan, any view on this one for Bharti?
Hold it.
DLF, is this a good time to buy from a slightly long-term perspective? Ruchit, your view?
No, avoid until there are signs of trend reversal.
Heritage Food is the other one that our viewer Mohan actually has a question on. He's bought at 500. What should he do with this, Tapan?
Hold now.
Okay, ITC bought at the present level. Is it a good hold for the next 2 years, Tapan?
No, sell.
The next counter that we're getting in is Castrol. Now, any view that you have on Tapan on this one? He's also asking with what's happening in the global context, but I think they're insulated, right?
Yeah, but my sell it on rise.
Okay. Apollo Hospitals or Eicher Motors? Where can I park my money from a short-term perspective? I've got 10 lakhs is the question coming in from Rajiv. Ruchit, your view?
Both are good, but if your view is for short-term, go for Apollo Hospitals.
Inox India bought at 945. Ruchir, should he continue to hold for the next 2 years?
I would recommend wait for a pullback towards 1280 and take a review again over there.
DLS e-services bought at the levels of 237. Hold or book, loss and exit. Tapan, your view?
Hold.
LT Foods bought at 70 rupees. Should he continue to hold, Tapan?
No, sell.
Got it. Well, that's the end of the rapid fire as well as this edition of Ask Profit. Ruchit as well as Tapan, thanks so much for helping us solve almost 39 queries in this show. And we did get to the mid-nervous 90s in that sense, and probably we'll try and close that out, move on to 100 next week, but hopefully... Sorry?
On Monday.
On Monday. But we have been able to solve a lot of queries this week. Hopefully it has helped you viewers, but that's all the time we have on this edition of Ask Profit. Thanks so much for watching. India Market Close comes up next.
NDTV Profit women, building their own power. From server room code to the studio's final hour. Fire in her eyes, numbers don't lie. From the PCR to sales floors, watch the targets fly. Don't call it empowerment, that's just talk. This is work, this is grit, this is the walk. No handouts, no favors, no borrowed tone. She built her own damn throne. NDTV Profit for her profit.
The stage that brings together India's most compelling creative voices.
NDTV का क्रिएटर मंच है
where stories are shared, ideas are exchanged, and culture takes center stage.
जब डेट पे हमला होगा तो सब एक।
आजकल चल क्या रहा है सिचुएशनशिप, आपको पता क्या होता है?
कभी मैं कह नहीं पाया।
It's okay यार।
NDTV Creators Munch, where creative India comes together.
हो सकता है ये कहानी बन जाए और क्रिएटर्स मंच के नाम से किसी दिन मैं रिलीज कर दूं।
2 powerful days, 14th-15th March, Sundar Nursery, New Delhi.
First India tour in your city. Rag on with Shankar Ehsaan Loy and Siddharth Mahadevan and Shivam Mahadevan. 5 times melody, 5 times masti with NDTV Good Times. Go, grab your tickets.
Alright team, our new order show is ready. Now we need a promo. Something cool, something sharp.
Well, I'm sure we'll be having outstanding reviews, solid suggestions,
Expert advice, the latest trends. It's a lot simpler. We'll help people make the right auto decisions. It's got the cool stuff, geeky stuff, serious stuff, all of it, so that you can discover, decide and drive. I'm Siddharth Sharma and I am your automate.
After the roaring success in Delhi, Hyderabad and Mumbai, the NDTV DP World PGTI Golf Pro-Am now travels to Ahmedabad. India's finest professionals, the city's most accomplished business leaders. Great golf, great company. NDTV DP World PGTI Golf Pro-Am. The course of champions, the conversation of leaders. 8th March, Kalhar Blues and Greens, Ahmedabad.
Money, fame, dirty money, fame. Spending millions every day, but I still the same.
घंटी बजी jingle, 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 jingle. बस आज का jingle, 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 jingle. चल करें थोड़े single, 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 single. क्योंकि तू है single, 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 single. Baby, I'm your Santa.
Hi, I'm Tamanna Inamdar. Watch me on NDTV Profit, where I break down the day's biggest business stories. What happened, why it matters, and what it means for your money.
Hi, I'm Neeraj Shah. Watch me on NDTV Profit for the most incisive market intelligence and meaningful corporate conversations.
And I'm Alex Matthew. Markets, mutual funds, insurance, personal finance. I help you cut through the noise
and make smarter financial choices. And here's where you can watch us.
He has been tracking markets for over a decade, spots the trends before they hit the screen. And he is now bringing his analysis to the show that the market watches. Watch Sharad Dubey on Know Your Company, a show that puts the most traded stocks under the scanner. We dissect the company so that you, the investor, don't have to. Get the management to answer questions relevant to you. Watch Know Your Company weekdays at 11:30 a.m. to understand your next big bet. Presenting the all-knowing, all-powerful Tech Guru.
Whoa. Guru? I'm no guru.
Okay.
I'm just a guy who loves his tech.
A show where the mysteries of megabytes and motherboards shall be unraveled.
Bro, nobody talks like that anymore.
Welcome, you're watching India Market Close, and yes, the fears have not receded on D Street, but I would say the broader markets are doing better than expected, isn't it, Alex? It's looking like an interesting afternoon, one to keep an eye out on.
It is certainly, but there's quite a bit of chop and churn, and that recovery that you saw earlier in the session with the broader markets has been sold into, and we've seen that consistently over the course of the last few sessions.
Even Stevens on advanced decline.
Yeah, absolutely.
Absolutely, even Stevens. All right, here's the update coming in on the markets right now. The Nifty, of course, opened 100 points lower and slid another 90 points since then. It's been a bit of a dull day, but really, would you blame anyone? I mean, would anyone really have the stomach to go out and take a call when markets will be shut for 2 days? For the last 2 hours, markets have been in a tight 60 to 80 point range. 24,560. Remember that number. That acts as a strong support. 24,680 to 24,700 is a strong resistance that you have to keep an eye out on. Actually, the reason you're seeing Nifty being dull is banks. Banks have acted as a spoil sport, specifically private names. There's a UBS note which has a take on it, and that's one of the reasons why. We'll get into those details through the show. PSUs have stolen the show, led by defense and railway names. IRCON coming out and clarifying that those merger reports are not necessarily true. More details on that as well, but watch out for railway stocks. Mid-cap and small caps have outperformed the benchmark, and as expected, VIX has spiked back. Now, this was what we were looking at since this morning. VIX has spiked back to 19. Given the continuity in global turmoil, the smart strategy remains sell on rallies, but those rallies are very short and not so sweet. In fact, let me just pull up the VIX before you get to the rest of the market and show you where the VIX is right now, because that's really one of the lead indicators to watch. There you have it, about 6% up.
Absolutely. And let's take a look at one first, the intraday chart for the Nifty 50, because you will see that we've consistently stayed at very close to that 0.5% lower to 0.6% lower right now, down about 0.7% or thereabouts. And pull up the Nifty 50 heat map, because this is going to give you a picture. Since this morning, there's been not too much green on the screen. In fact, if anything, there's more green right now than you saw at the start of trade today. BEL from the defense pack doing particularly well. Quite a few other names as well, including Mazgon Dock doing particularly well in trade today. Reliance Industries. This is the one sweet spot for the benchmark Nifty 50, and the reason why you aren't seeing sharper cuts at this moment. Hindalco continues to move up. The upstream oil companies do well as well. ICICI Bank at the bottom of the screen. That's the big drawback for the Nifty 50, and you won't see HDFC Bank too far behind. It's right here with cuts of about 1.8% or thereabouts. The broader market's still a different story though.
Yeah, but you know, if you actually would look at the Nifty minus HDFC and ICICI Bank, it might look like a much better picture. It's these two. The
let's
Nifty
pull up the
contributors
contribution chart.
Will actually show you that picture and why you're seeing those kind of cuts. And between, look at that, over maybe 110 points out of the 247 point cut coming just from these two. And thereabouts, maybe 120 odd points coming just from these two, and that's why you're having that pain point over there. Let me go across to Kunal Shah, Senior Technical and Derivative Analyst of Mirae Asset Sharekhan, joining us this afternoon. Kunal, Can we expect some afternoon magic on the Nifty before we close, or there is just more of this range-bound kind of trade?
Good afternoon, Tamanna. Good afternoon to everyone. So I think I'm expecting a range-bound trade over here because if you look at the weekly today, will be the weekly close for Nifty. We are going to form a doji candle, and that is somewhere close to 24,620, 650 on the upside. So I'm not expecting any big move over here. Only if the yesterday's low that has been broken on the downside, then probably you will see some trending moves coming. Again, the problem has been the Bank Nifty index, and that is where the weakness is clear-cut visible. So that could again play the downside. The open downside levels for Bank Nifty is 57,700, which is where the earlier swing high for the swing low for the Bank Nifty was. So I'm expecting that to be tested on the downside going forward. So Bank Nifty looks weak. Any intraday bounce back should be utilized as a selling opportunity for the Bank Nifty.
Kunal, stay on with us. Neeraj also, of course, joining in. Neeraj, what are you making of the kind of crack in private banks right now? What are you hearing? Is there really need for this much concern?
Alex, I miss being in the studio, by the way, I must tell you, but it's great to be
You're
with the two
welcome
of you,
anytime.
right?
It's not that far.
And we've got room right here, don't worry.
No, so I mean, typically while in the morning we all give our own analysis as well. I kind of tend to talk to a few people in Mumbai in the afternoon to try and get a sense of what they have to say. Some institutional investors, so on and so forth. And people are a bit surprised with this move this afternoon, considering that the rest of the world is not doing as bad. I think Europe, if I'm not wrong, has actually had a fairly brisk start with the slight cool off in oil prices as well. So that side of the picture is looking okay, and which is why people are a bit surprised. In fact, brokers told me that in client portfolios, while the markets have come off another 1% or thereabouts, we're not seeing fairly sharp MTM requirements or mark-to-market requirements, which to them shows that maybe things are not as bad, and this is suppressed, which might just bounce back a bit. And very interesting, Tamanna, that you spoke about banks, simply because everybody that I spoke to is talking about those large banks as being the ports of call, where you go out and buy from a trading perspective as well. In the morning, we had people talking about, Aksha talking about, Parag talking about buying into them on an investment basis. But people are now talking about taking trades in an ICICI Bank, Axis, and some of the others. So that, to my mind, is the trade setup for the afternoon, really. A bit of a surprise in the fall. But the rest of the world is looking okay. Won't be surprised if there is a bit of a recovery. If not today, I heard Kunal say that it may not happen today, early next week.
Yeah, very good point, Neeraj. The private banks, and we briefly spoke about it without having seen the UBS note, the sensitivity of the Indian economy to the rise in crude oil prices, and that's exactly what UBS has weighed in on. It's scenario building at this stage, and that's all anybody can do. The fact that you will have a rise in CPI, in consumer price inflation, with an increase in crude oil prices. So they're saying every 10% jump in oil prices will result in a 30 basis point rise in CPI and a 15 basis point decline in GDP. And there is a higher sensitivity for your PSU banks and mid-sized private banks. It's not the mid-sized private banks, though, that are taking it on the chin today.
Yeah.
It is the very large private banks.
Yeah, some of that memo was missed, maybe. So they paint a couple of scenarios. Scenario A is oil prices increase less than $10 a barrel. That means the EPS impact is 1 to 3% for FY27. Hardening of yields resulting in treasury losses. That's where the concern is. Private banks, though, have better net interest margin protection, credit costs, minimal impact. Preferred picks are Axis and Kotak Bank. Now, scenario B, where oil prices go up by $20 to $30 a barrel. The EPS impact there is 4 to 8%. That's the earning per share impact I'm talking about for FY27. Decline in consumption and slightly higher inflation rates. Loan mix changes from consumption to greater working capital share. Limited impact on asset quality. Here too, preferred banks are ICICI banks over NBFCs. So in either case and in any scenario, you wouldn't really see a reason for the kind of knock-on banks. The other thing, perhaps, that is coming into play, and I'm going to get Neeraj's view on this as well, but Alex, tell me what you think, is that FIIs are going to going to be looking at an exit strategy, they're going where they've put most of the money in.
100%.
So the first port of call then becomes ICICI and HDFC.
ICICI, HDFC, in fact, the entire basket of large private sector banks, some public sector banks as well, and the IT index. By the way, we spoke about private banks, but take a look at the intraday chart for the Nifty IT. It started out pretty well with gains of over 1%. All of that got sold into. We're trading at not too far away from the low point of the day, still in positive territory, but gains of just about 0.4%. In fact, we've got Abhay Agarwal of Piper Serica Advisors, the managing director, joining us right now. Abhay, thanks so much for taking the time, and always a pleasure speaking with you on NDTV Profit. What do you make of this? Because the private sector banks getting sold into today, the thesis that we're working with is that the higher oil prices will result in pressure on CPI, and that will have a bearing on the projection for interest rates, and it will also have a negative effect on the GDP. But one wonders whether they're getting beaten down too much.
Yeah, good afternoon. I think the texture of the market is such, not only in India but globally, that fundamentals are not really, driving the markets right now. I think it is more of technicals, more of sentiment, if I may say. What we are seeing is that investors are looking at a risk off with the worry that this war situation may just drag on. And that is why it is difficult to analyze daily up moves or down moves in broad sectors also, because they could be just technical selling, investors to get into cash for safety for the time being. I think difficult to build narratives into what is happening. Of course, there are fundamental changes in many industries, so they are easy to assess, like IT services for that matter. But really, for Indian banks to sell off at the valuations they are, it looks like it is just, selling for investors getting into cash.
Abhay, you usually want to buy a business which is fundamentally looking. Good afternoon, this is Neeraj here. You usually want to buy a business which is fundamentally looking sound if that business is available at a good valuation, has the safety of the large cap space, and is arguably the first port of call for FIs when they come into the country because it's the largest weighted. And banks fit in all these three buckets. So for an average investor who may not even have a next 1 to 3 month horizon, but a 12 to 18 month horizon, are banks giving you that opportunity right now? Large private banks.
No, definitely, Neeraj. The only problem is they have been giving this opportunity for 6 months now. So it is difficult to say when does the opportunity really becomes an opportunity. But just, looking away from the technical selling and looking at the fundamental value. And, once you believe that India is a growth economy, it is not a value economy. Nobody is investing here for value, but more for growth. And banks are critical to drive economic growth in every form or fashion. They are central to a lot of plays in terms of consumption, real estate, infrastructure, technology, convergence of pretty much everything. So they become a no-brainer in everybody's portfolio. And I frankly think that even though we haven't had exposure to large private banks for a couple of years now because of valuation concerns and low growth, I think they're coming to a point where we would also be interested in, start dipping into some of them and start adding them to our model portfolio.
Noted. Abhay, I'm stealing a next question of Tamanna. And the reason I'm using the term stealing is because she's been kind of asking everybody, I don't know if I can get Tamanna on air as well, but she's been asking every guest about this, right? That, okay, what do you think about information technology in particular? And the reason, Tamanna, I'm stealing this question from you today, if you had that in your mind, is because Abhay has sent me this really nice note this morning, which said that Citadel Securities has published a note which says that the demand spike for software engineers has actually gone up massively in the last, 1 odd week. Now, therefore, Abhay, the question that comes to mind is this another sector wherein the valuations have gotten decimated quite a bit, promoters are buying, and maybe there is a curious spike in the need for software engineers? Is it pointing to something?
No, I think so. I think, whenever technological disruption takes place, the second order effect is something that people realize only after it plays out. And I think that is what is going to happen here also. I'm not at all a bull or fan of our large pure services model because that is under pressure. But I think there is some merit in saying that these companies are very critical for stitching technology together. And AI by itself cannot stitch solutions, large enterprise solutions. So while you may have lower margins, you would have business, and that business will still require coders in some form or fashion to come and stitch different pieces of technology, including AI solutions. So if there is a ramp up in the hiring of software coders, which we haven't seen for last 3 years, I think it is a very welcome sign that AI is being used to facilitate technological transformation in industries that had earlier stayed away from technological adoption. So I think what AI will do is it will open up new industries, reduce the heavy weightage of banking, financial services, pharmaceutical, global businesses, and allow even smaller businesses and medium-sized businesses also to adopt new technology. And again, that requires people. So I think we may be in the early stages of seeing that, but at the same time, I would say that the services model will not survive as we know it is. It will also need to transform. I'm very hopeful that our Indian companies are smart enough to do that transformation and continue and get back to the value creation path. So if what Citadel has printed actually plays out, I'll be very happy because it will give us another opportunity to invest in these companies.
Abhay, by the way, Neeraj, that's okay. Actually, I think there's much more happening right now than IT, but I'm glad you addressed IT with Abhay as well. Let me take a follow-on second order effects. Chalo, the big IT companies will survive. They've been through many knocks. Yeah. What about the people who are going to go out and buy those homes? Look at the real estate index. What about two-wheeler sales? What about the small car buyers? What about the second order effects that we're not yet seeing?
No, I think, Tamanna, this has been playing out. This is not a new thing. If you go back and look at the last 2 years data, 3 years data, the IT services companies have been not hiring. And in fact, there has been on a quarter-on-quarter basis, there is a net reduction in total workforce. And what they did not put out clearly is that that reduction has happened actually in the mid category, the middle management, where typically coders join as coders at very early salary, then they become lead coders, and then they become project head, and then they become middle management. So typically IT services companies, what they do is not only Indian but global companies, they remove the middle management layer, which is more expensive, and replace them with the early stage, entry stage employees. So it's not that this is the first time that we are going to see it. This has been happening for 3 years, and in fact, if there is a pickup, then it may stop happening that the whole middle management has to go and look to do something else. So I don't think there will be any negative impact beyond what we have already seen in the last couple of years or 3 years.
Okay, even as we're speaking, a benchmark seeing further cuts. But Abhay, as we end this conversation, just want to check with you, are you deploying at this stage or are you holding back? Are you keeping the powder dry because you see opportunities soon enough?
Yeah, I think what happens in these kind of markets where the protracted uncertainty of any kind, in this case it is war, is that you get attractive valuations, but at the same time, it is very difficult to call a bottom. So what we are doing is we are dripping in regularly in what we like, what we believe, but we are not calling the bottom at any point of time till there is a resolution of this war situation. But without being too opportunistic, wherever we find interesting ideas, we are not shying away from deploying, knowing that this could be a protracted sideways market, with a bias to the downside.
Fair point. As always, Abhay, absolute pleasure speaking with you, and on behalf of everyone who did speak to you, thank you so much for taking the time. All right, let's go across very quickly to Kunal Shah. Kunal, as we're speaking, the market seemed to be seeing a further sell-off. And Mayuresh Joshi with us as well, head of research at Market Smith India. Mayuresh, as always, thanks so much for joining us. Kunal, quickly, what are you seeing on the charts that is causing this sell-off right now, and individual stocks that you see that are still attractive at these rates?
Good afternoon, Alex. I think overall what we see for the markets, that the trend has still been on the negative side. I think there is one more last leg which is left for the markets. What we have downside targets close to 23,900, 23,800 on the downside. That is what we are eyeing for. So I think that last leg will be played out in the next week. And again, the approach remains as a sell on rise mode for the markets. The immediate hurdle for on the upside is now 25,000. Till the time we don't surpass that decisively, the view continues to remain on the bearish note. Now, Bank Nifty, the one which was the leader for the markets, now it is going to come around that 57,700 mark, which is on the technical chart the earlier swing low. And if that is breached decisively on a closing basis in the next week and we stay below that, then probably you will see further selling pressure coming in the Bank Nifty index. So Bank Nifty again is heading towards the critical support zone. You can say the make or break level for the markets as well. If we are able to hold that level 57,700, 800 zone, then probably you will see a reversal from those levels. If not, then the selling pressure will continue on the downside. However, in this weak market, some of the stocks, a couple of ideas. Firstly, on the sell side, I will discuss. Again, on the sell side, TVS Motor again looks as a sell for me. Already the stock has made a top at the higher levels, and now we are seeing correction from the higher levels. We expect this correction to continue on the downside. 37.86 is where it is currently trading. One can sell at the current levels with a stop loss of 38.45, looking for targets of 3,700 to 3,630 on the downside for TVS Motor. So that is a sell for me. The second stock where I think again metal as an index would continue to do well. So metal I'm still bullish on. Here the setup looks still positive for Vedanta. It has been forming higher lows and reversing from the 20 DMA that is acting as a support. So with that stop loss currently trading at 721, one can keep a stop loss of 698 and one can look on the higher end targets of 750 to 760 on the upside.
Okay, all right. Mayuresh, allow me to mark Fractal Analytics, which we're talking about as the stock of the day, or at least one of them, and I'll come back to you for an analysis on that. Results, of course, came through today, and just me joining in to talk about some of the key highlights that emerged not just from the numbers, but also from the conference call that took place this morning. Jasmeet, what are you picking up?
Well, Alex, thank you for that. Well, this marks the first result of the company that they're posting post the listing. If you look at the whole listing performance, the stock did list at a discount of 2% and since then the stock is down about 6% in trade, but buzzing in trade today on the back of the good Q3 numbers. Let's quickly understand the key takeaways from the numbers. We did see a positive set of numbers coming in for the company, and the margins have expanded over 300 basis points, where the major growth is coming from. While secondly, on the growth was led by the overall healthcare segment. It's up nearly 78% on YOY basis. If you look at the overall CC growth, it stands at 5% for QOQ basis. On YOY, the CC growth is up almost 14%, showing strong momentum in terms of the US currencies as well. While the fourth one, the company did see a double-digit growth when you look at across the sectors. Barring the telecom sector, the company sees a slight degrowth in telecom on the back of the client delays of the ramp up. While the last one is the overall US and Europe geography, which sees a healthy uptick of 26% YOY basis. While here the key numbers of the company, the revenue is about 7% at 854 crores, while the margins, EBIT is at 46% higher compared to the previous year same quarter at 93 crores. While the EBIT expansion is majorly on the back of reduced employee expense compared to revenue, while revenue is up 7%, while the employee expense, the major one, is up hardly 4.5%. So the additional 2.5% is where the overall EBIT expansion is coming from, while the margins is a healthy uptick of 300 basis points, and the net profit for the first time in the history of company crosses the 100 crore mark in this particular quarter. While the net profit also got impacted on the back of the lower other income, which they saw was loss coming from the QRA, one of the associate companies of the company. Let's quickly understand the other key takeaways of the particular result. While the company did add one client in over $20 million basket in the first 9 months of the quarter, of the year, they also added 5 additional clients in a 1 million quarter basket. Further, the overall R&D expense is something that we picked up from the con call, where they continuously spending on the R&D, and they believe that every gross margin expansion they do, they would invest some part of it in the R&D expense as well. So that becomes a major focus for the company. While thirdly, on the revenue per employee, even that is a healthy uptick of 6%. The employees were same, but they earned higher revenue in this particular quarter on the back of improved efficiency. While lastly, if you look at the other income sees a loss of roughly 21 odd crores. That was on the back of the reduced income coming from the Cure AI. Well, the company also makes a note about the net revenue retention, which is 114%, which basically means the amount of revenue they're able to earn from the same amount of clients on a year-on basis. And this year that increase of 14 odd %. This overall segmental mix of the company, the consumer segment saw an uptick of 14 odd %, but the TMT, telecom segment, is where the company is getting hurt and it's down about 2 odd %. But the HLS saw major growth, and even in this quarter, they released Vaidya 2.0, a new AI tool on the healthcare basis, which saw an uptick of 78 odd %, while the BFSI maintains a healthy growth of 26 odd %. If you look at the overall geographies, the America and Europe delivered a 26% uptick all in all, showing positive up move, but the APAC sees an uptick of almost about 6 odd %. That's something to watch out for. Lastly, we do see a good set of numbers coming in for the company, and the Fractal Alpha, the second segment of the company, has seen reducing losses, so that will be in focus in the coming quarter as well. And this quarter, it did see a slight downtick in terms of the overall revenue. So all in all, good news for the company flowing in, and the stock is about 5 odd % in today's trade.
I wonder if that continues to be the case, though, because you're seeing an across-the-board slide, Jasmeet, even as you were speaking in the markets, and pull that up, down about 1.1% for the Nifty 50. The broader markets have also cracked as we're speaking. Pull up the mid-cap index, which is now plumbing lower lows at this moment intraday, down about 0.4%. And the Nifty small cap also would likely have moved into the red. Indeed, it has. Now cuts of about 0.1%. Pull up the advanced decline ratio, because that will give you a perspective of the shift that has taken place. Remember, at the start of this program, we were even Stevens on the advances and the declines, and you see that mouth widening now between the advances and declines. Now the declines are overshadowing the advances. Pull up the sectoral heat map just to drive home the point of what is moving at this moment, and you will see that the banking index is the worst hit at this moment, or one of the worst hits. The private banks are the lowest, with cuts of about 2% or thereabouts. 1.9% is where you're seeing, or 1.9% is where the Nifty Bank is currently trading. Realty is also seeing cuts of about 1.8%. By the way, there are significant updates that are coming through from a meeting of the shipping sector, and this is something that we're bringing you live and exclusive. We are going to get you this information in just a short while. The shipping secretary, of course, has chaired a very key meeting as stakeholders have flagged cargo disruption as well as seafarer risks amid the Iran conflict. In fact, let's go across to Rishabh, I believe. Rishabh joining us right now. Rishabh, what are you picking up from that? Exclusive details of what you have, right?
Right, we have the shipping secretary meeting that is freshly concluded, very well attended, over about 200 participants in that virtual meeting. What was flagged was very key risks and sort of a lot of updates that came in across the industry. So we had the likes of HPCL, Reliance Industries, as well as SAIL, all these very large companies talking about the sort of concerns that they have with regards to the vessels, Indian flagged vessels that are stuck in the Strait of Hormuz. We had HPCL, which had flagged limited inventory. So there are vessels stuck that are affiliated to HPCL, and they have demanded for them to be escorted back to India, given the fact that they have limited inventory. What we have from RIL, from Reliance, is that they have sought for easing of licensing norms when it comes to shipping. They've asked for, and that is required to some sort of help that will get in terms of sourcing Russian cargo from the Yanbu port, which lies on the Red Sea. So that is an alternate route that has come up for Indian cargo companies as well. There were also a lot of concerns that were highlighted in terms of the multifold spike in insurance premiums, and that is, of course, happening due to the surge in risk insurance as well that has come up. The DFS has also met various insurance and reassurance companies to address that as well. What we're picking up on several detention charges is that exporters have flagged those as well, because there are certain goods that have cleared customs but are still stuck at ports, and they are having to pay a detention charge because of the war situation. So that is also another concern that was stuck. There's also a need for war risk cover according to the government's war risk insurance scheme that exporters have highlighted. There's another meeting that is set for 11:30 on Monday, and this will also be headed by the Director General of Shipping, and they will be talking about the sort of update on the concerns that have been given today. What the government also did was it urged all stakeholders to prioritize national interests over commercial interests at this point in time. So there were talks of not charging extra on ports, better and faster custom clearances. What we've seen is that the ECGC, which is the Emergency Credit Guarantee Corporation, the government has also guided them for them to not increase their war premiums, and that is also a very important demand. What we have also is the RBI having met all large banks, all large public banks, as well as including the SBI. They've asked for all their branches in the affected areas to remain operational and continue to provide services in a work from home style, so that those operations are not hit. So a slew of updates there across industry, across sectors, and we'll stay tuned to this developing situation.
Yeah, thanks a lot for that, Rishabh. Important highlights. And Moiresh Joshi, I'd like to take this to you. There's a lot of conversation and pieces around what's happening to oil and what will India do, buying from Russian oil, availability of oil for refining, so on and so forth, and the GRMs comparison. What do you do within this oil and gas universe currently? Do you buy upstream? Do you buy nibble at downstream? Do you look at refiners? What do you do?
Afternoon, Neeraj. No, I think it's very, very dynamic as we speak, and every day I think there is a certain element of news flow that probably comes around. Obviously, Brent prices have seen a huge spike as we speak. Singapore GRMs have touched northwards of $25, $26. And therefore, I think the kind of refining margins that one is looking at, if one probably assumes this to continue over a longer period of time, and not just last for a few days, and if those margins stay where they are, with the kind of expanding deltas that you've probably seen, I think a tactical swing trade might actually happen in these refiners, and they're already reflecting that. So whether you're talking about MRPL, whether you're talking about Chennai Petro, as an example, they already exhibited a strong set of numbers in Q3. And I think if the logic goes with the rationale that this continues, as I said, for a few more days or a few more weeks, that will reflect very, very positively in terms of the reported deltas and their margins in Q4 numbers as well. Upstream, again, with rising oil prices, obviously a key beneficiary. But again, I think it is very, very driven by news flow as we speak. So I think these mid-cap refiners actually might be good swing trades as we speak.
Swing trades. Well, talk about swinging. I mean, the swing in the markets would make anyone dizzy. Just pull up the Nifty 50. Last few minutes, sharp plunge over there, about 260 points down. But it's the Bank Nifty which has seen an astonishing drop, over 1,000 points down now on the Bank Nifty. Let's pull up the components of the Bank Nifty as well. You are seeing a sharp sell-off in ICICI Bank, 3% down right now. I mean, we can keep speaking about how there is no real reason for this kind of a drop, but there's something clearly that is bothering the markets and the street overall, with ICICI Bank as the core sell-off point at this moment. Just looking through the news flow on what could really have alarmed the street, and I just noticed this on it's a Financial Times piece that Bloomberg has picked up, saying Qatar says Gulf may be forced to stop energy export in weeks. So I don't know if that's one of the many things that is coming in, and maybe that's what's spooking people right now. I mean, frankly, it's such a fluid situation. It could be anyone's guess, but on technical levels, definitely we're seeing this sharp sell-off. I'm actually going to go across to Sumit.